Hello, beautiful people, and happy Thanksgiving, all you fuckers. It is a pleasure to have you here. I also have the mighty Prudentialist and Charlemagne in the house. Before I introduce them, I must say that there are a couple names that I did not put on the list of the Praetorian Chads who make this channel possible because I need to re-render that video. So I don't have Prude on there, I don't think. Prudentialist kindly supports the channel, and Sore Arm is another one who came in and has been helping with making all this happen. So I have to add their names. My apologies to all of them. Please follow this channel, Semi-Agog, as well as the Safer Space. You can do it over on Telegram. You can do it on Gab. You can do it on Twitter. You can do it on Minds, though I don't go back to Minds that often. You can do it on BitChute, God help you. And I hope you will do it on Odyssey, and on Telegram. And please do consider heading over and following Charlemagne's channel and the Prudentialist's channel. Both of them have great content. And it goes up fairly regularly, at least in the case of, of the Prudentialist. Charlemagne is also doing stuff over on his Substack, which you guys can check out. If you're interested in my Fancy Pants books, you can see links for them, or should be able to see links for them in the description below, but I will forego other shilling for the moment. I do see we've got Fiend J in the house. Welcome, sir. Always happy to see moderators and all the rest of the usual crew. So yeah, I don't know what the hell we're going to talk about. I just opened my first beer of the evening, so I imagine this has probably got this relaxed discussion has probably got some longevity in it. We shall shortly see, and I expect some other folks will hopefully be coming in the course of the evening. Also, I said that I would go over and make a quick appearance over on Jason Kona's channel over on No White Guilt. I still don't know what time that will be. I guess we will soon find out whether or not I can drop out of this studio while keeping the stream running and go over to his to talk to him for 10 or 15 minutes. And, you know, maybe folks over here can talk amongst themselves if we've got a proper group going. But we'll see. Happy Thanksgiving, one and all. Welcome, Prudentialist. Welcome, Charlemagne. How are you doing, gents?
Happy to be here, and happy Thanksgiving to yourself and your family and everyone in the chat. And I don't know if you saw on Telegram, Semi-Agog, but Lambda said you can be in multiple places at once on StreamYards.
Oh, excellent. Well, then hopefully I can drop over there and say howdy to Jason and Jared. So yeah, we'll see. How about you, the main?
Good. I took a trip down the road with the family today into the bayou to see how the salt of the earth type people are doing. It's always fun to head down there. So it was a good, relaxing day with a nice car ride and some good food. And yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to have any beverages after what you had posted earlier, so I might pop out for a bit and go get a beverage myself later on.
Yeah, I have 3 beers left and about half a bottle of gin. I'm hoping that I'm not going to have to get too far into the gin. Used to drink it quite a bit when I was younger, but now that I've been drinking whiskey constantly, I'm like, I don't have quite enough English in me to be getting into to gin all that much. Oh, check it out. Lambda is in the house too. Lambda, you are always welcome to join us if you have time. There's all sorts of exciting revelations that have recently been happening about Lambda. Yeah, so you got out there in the swampish lands, Charlemagne, where they have the people getting around in their P-Rose and stuff, and Go Devils. I guess they call those little flat bottom boats. I seem to remember something about Go Devils. Them swamp folk is strange. Them marsh folk is strange. Did you have any interactions with the strange marsh folk?
No, we barely saw anyone because it's Thanksgiving. Normally it would be very busy out there with a lot of work going on, lots of boats moving around, trucks moving around, but everything was just very quiet and still. And you know, there wasn't really a soul in sight except for a few people we saw fishing. So it's a little eerie in a sense as well. But yeah, Yeah, you can definitely meet some interesting people in the swamps, that's for sure. But really nice people and good people.
Yeah, yeah. The most interesting of the interesting people that I used to meet down that way were over on the Algiers side of the river in Marrero, and I have many horror stories about those folks. Which relatives through marriage only. Um, I think that was the only place where I ever saw. I had to go to I think it was a Church of God service, and I actually saw like people speaking in tongues. They did not roll up and down the aisle, but they did get going with the tongues. And yeah, if you've never experienced that before, folks, I feel like everyone should, at least indirectly. Hmm.
Yeah, I've
So,
actually had someone speak tongues in front of me before, and it's pretty bizarre. I mean, it sounds just like gobbledygook. Maybe that's a nice pun considering what day it is. But yeah, it's bizarre.
yeah, it was a trip. It was a trip. Yeah, so we got a Prude doing stuff here too. It sounds like both of you guys got an unexpected break from the pressure of family. Normally, like where I come from, the Thanksgiving stuff would be going easily into the 7, 8, 9 o'clock kind of time period. But I guess some people start earlier, right?
Yeah, we didn't really start earlier. In my case, it's mostly just the family being split apart for various reasons. There's not really any extended family here anymore for me to even associate with, which is I don't know, maybe kind of a good thing since I'm planning on moving pretty soon, um, and it might be better this way.
Yeah,
That's fine.
oh,
Go
well,
on, please. Sorry.
you're good. No, for me, it was nice because my mother and father went down to A&M to visit my youngest brother. So today, despite it being Thanksgiving, everything was planned for the next day after. So I managed to have a lovely conversation with someone from across the pond and managed to see my grandmother, say hello. She's having dinner with some of her family as well. It's a rather large crowd. So I told her I would have dinner with her tomorrow. But I managed to go out and get a hold of some very rare precious metals, mainly the kind in lead. So it's been a good day so far.
Yeah. Speaking of that, yeah, I recently got my hands on a guy was kind enough to have ordered some ammunition that will work in my Muzzin Nugant, and and yeah, I was going to split the cost of it with him, and he forgot to bring the opener for the damn spam can. So he's like, "Just take the whole thing." I still have to send him payment for it. Hopefully, I can do that this month. But yeah, I ended up with I think 440 rounds of those precious metals, which are it's always good to have more these days, right? Yes. Yes.
Wow. Yeah. Is it really hard to find for you guys still? I find like I haven't really ordered anything in a while, but it seems at least in stock, if not expensive, at least online.
It's getting a little better, but the prices are absolutely outrageous. I mean, they're not as bad as I saw it at the worst. I was going to try to find a 380 ammunition. You guys might have remembered because I think I mentioned it in the past, and I was like, I got to have something for my damn 380. So I just went to this pawn shop that was in town. This was probably about 8, 9 months ago, and I remember I was basically paying what was it, $40 for 20 rounds of 380 ball reload, so so it's a lot better than that now. But for people who are into plinking and shooting sports and all that sort of civil and lawful stuff, which is all I'm talking about, it's a real drag not to be able to get your hands on ammunition. So yeah, that's one thing that we can give thanks for. The prices are coming back down.
Yeah. I definitely recommend to people interested in firearms. You can, if you get an AR lower and complete it, you can basically put an upper in any caliber on it, so you can shoot 22. Which is a lot cheaper. And then if you actually want to have it in 5.56 mode, it's like 30 seconds to swap to it. So yeah, really cool platform. One of my friends just bought a couple. I mean, one of the cool things about AR lowers is like they're the gun, right? But they're only like $50, so you can just buy as many as you want, and not have to worry about any future lawfare that's done. in terms of actually acquiring AR lures.
Yeah, I saw that. Basically, just get out there and get the serialized portion of it, which is the lower, and just sock them away. And yeah, you can even go more bare bones than that. You just go with the lower receiver, right, and none of the other parts, and you've still got it sort of socked away for later, which does seem prudent. Not to be swiping Prudentialists branding. For me, it all seems like, I don't know, those black rifles are just so damn fancy. There's something I like about old. I mean, I don't have to tell you, Charlemagne, because I know you have some vintage rifles, but the closest thing I have to a black rifle is a M1 carbine I inherited, and I'm not now struggling with whether or not it's fake and gay to get one of the improved magazine catches and put a 30-round magazine in it. I'm like, to be proper and stylish, you have to just have a 15-round mag, right? But maybe I'll come over. So I'm resisting the black rifle thing.
Yeah, the retro black rifles, they do look freaking cool. Like the A2 and A1 Vietnam era M16s. Like if you can get retro builds now, and I don't know, they're pretty sexy. I really hate modern M4s and everything that look like them. They look really stupid, to be honest. With all the, I mean, I understand why you have like flashlights and a red dot and all kinds of other gadgets on them, but they also look kind of dumb.
It's true. It's true. Them that know. The most stylish is the old wood and steel and bluing, and yeah.
As soon as I move, I was planning on getting one of the what would Stoner do rifles that the Forgotten Weapons and In Range guys put together, because it just looks awesome. I mean, it's got a all polymer lower right, the KP-15, and it's ridiculously lightweight. Like you could even shoot it one-handed, and I think that would be pretty awesome. Just especially in terms of where I'm going, where I could be, trekking across, pretty open territory, and it would be good to have a really lightweight weapon.
That's exactly why I like the M1 carbine, because it's so damn light. It's like 5.5 pounds, unloaded. So I'll tell you honestly, I was watching them develop that with the whole polymer lower thing. And it looks very cool. I was thinking the exact same thing myself, because, if you get a little pencil barrel or whatever, I don't know if we have to go all the way off into gunland, but I noticed it too, and it seemed very, very prudent.
For sure.
Shit, there I want to get swiping credentials.
Yeah, mine is not ideal for carrying around. Like I got a 20-inch barrel on my AR when I built it back in the day, which is large, but it's optimized. Like that's basically the optimal barrel length in terms of achieving the max velocity. So it's kind of it's the kind of rifle you'd put like a scope on, but it's not great for carrying around because it's kind of heavy. But really, I should probably get something in a higher caliber, to be honest, like maybe even an AR-10, because there's a possibility of encountering a bear, right? Which you might want a little more than an intermediate cartridge or something like that.
Yeah, shotgun with slugs.
Yeah, that's what the park rangers use, I think, is a shotgun with slugs. I should probably pick up one of those.
And those the Berettas look pretty cool, and they look, you're not going to spend as much as like on a Benelli, those semi-auto ones, and
they are cool though.
They are. I want one. I want one. Yeah.
You're going to want slugs for something big. That's what we use to take down boars during the summer when they come on the property.
Oh, check
Hello,
it.
Lambda.
Hey,
Lambda came out. The dude came out. He was threatening it recently, and he did it. Cowardice for Lambda. No cover, no concealment. He is not hiding his light under a bushel basket. Hello, sir.
Many people have claimed I am Lambda over the years, and I am but one of them. But my actual name is Luke, and I will answer to Lambda or Luke. And I'm pleased to take the name that my parents gave me, rather than trying to chart my own rebellious course under a different name.
Yeah. Well, good luck with it. Very well, very well. And sort of happy Thanksgiving to you from across the water, though it is not a holiday you celebrate over that way. I imagine all good Christians are attempting to give thanks when it's appropriate, which would seemingly be at least daily, right?
Well, be always giving thanks is actually what the Bible says. So yes, I'm always thankful. But on this day of Thanksgiving that you Americans celebrate, specifically no longer being in Blighty, which I was suspicious of for a while. But now that I hear you discussing and flaunting your gun-toting freedoms, I'm starting to see the sense in charting your own course away from Her Majesty the Queen.
For whatever it's worth these days. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Although in spirit of nature, though, since we're discussing firearms, I've discussed before, I'm quite the muzzle loading enthusiast. So I've got quite a few kitted rifles of the times of the Revolution. So it feels very much in spirit for today of us Americans having thanks and enjoying our own holidays.
Yeah, it definitely. You just delved deeper. And outbased all of us talking about liking, wood and steel rifles. You're all like, if it doesn't have a ramrod, fuck off. Right?
Yeah. I mean, the question of the Second Amendment always makes me think about this issue of, well, there's a progression of weaponry, right? From hands and fists to knives and short distance weapons to projectile weapons of various sorts, up to then tanks and planes and things. And can a well-armed militia really do with just muskets at this point?
Well, yeah, maybe not with just muskets, but they still work. I mean, if somebody in a dark alley unleathers on you with a Howdah pistol with two fresh percussion caps on it, and you're looking at both barrels, which will look much like shotgun barrels, it'd probably be best to take it seriously. A lot of people forget. Just like a broadhead out of a longbow will drop your ass in your tracks. But yeah, we don't need to get overly violent. We need to celebrate.
No. Sorry, I didn't mean
be
to.
Thankful. No, not at all. We were already talking guns before you showed up, man. It's our fault, not yours. You just basically raised the class of this whole discussion. You just elevated it in terms of its quality and goodness. By gum.
Why? Thank you. Yes, I'm always a little jealous on Thanksgiving, not just because you have a public holiday, but because I do think there are some American qualities that I have deep inside of me that I was perhaps born on the wrong continent.
Well, as a Protestant, definitely, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
Protestant
sent
vibes here are strong.
We sent our best, the Puritans. I once took one of these online quizzes to find out which denomination I should be in, and ended up with Puritan. So, but if ever there were a denomination that has led to some of the flaws of liberalism, I will hold my hands up and say it's not exactly Catholicism, is it? Hey
guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Good day.
Hey. So it is about 14,000 o'clock here, but I've been having some serious writer's block ever since I went back home to visit my family. So today I'm just stop being a bitch, finish your video. So I finished that and I was like, oh, I actually stayed awake until Semigog's stream. Cool. So I figured I'd just hop in, seeing as how I'm already awake, even though I didn't.
And you're still down there, keeping it real, in what Conscious Caracol calls the duck continent.
Yes, I'm keeping it extremely real. So I was regrettably unable to have turkey today or anything, but as you would imagine, that's not really a holiday down here. So we had Chinese food instead, and then watched a Christmas special of Blown Away, I think. so we watched glass blowing and ate Chinese food, and then that was basically it. Said some prayers, was real thankful for life and stuff, and I basically finished my video on what the hell did I call it? I can't even remember. I think I said modern marriage, modern marriage is gay marriage. So that's basically that's the
Say
title.
what?
Yeah, that's what I'm running with. Modern marriage is gay marriage. So but that'll be coming out later. I haven't posted it yet. But
Right.
Anyways.
Can't
feel like
tease
you
you
could-
to
you could-
explain it yet.
You could have some progressives unironically saying the same thing, but with completely different meaning behind it.
Yeah, no, definitely. But no, so it'll be interesting. I hope. I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. I can't remember why, but yeah, I saw something today, and I saw some people. It was like some crappy YouTube channel, some feminist chick or whatever, and the way she was talking about marriage, I'm like, she's talking about marriage. She's trying to justify it like the exact same way like gays, like, talk about marriage. I'm like, oh my god, like NPCs, like modern marriage is gay marriage. So that's how I came up with that. But anyways, how are you guys doing? What are you guys chatting about?
Pretty good. I'm just celebrating how the pilgrims came over here and killed all the dinosaurs, and to celebrate that, we eat their only remaining descendant, the turkey.
Which is
Excellent.
served with really strong red, white, and blue colors, which is kind of trippy. I give that some thought. The sneaky turkey. Apparently
And
not a
you
very
know, we eat our almost by one vote, our national bird.
Didn't Franklin propose that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Why? It's an ugly ass bird.
Yeah, it's hard,
Yeah.
hard to imagine that the American Empire would have succeeded if it hadn't got the eagle as its representative bird.
Could you imagine the American seal on embassies across the world with like a turkey holding arrows and a bushel of peace just everywhere we go? Look
You
at
know
those
what?
gay turkeys moving around.
I think it would be more based, frankly, but yeah.
We wouldn't
I
be
was
a
just
gay
saying,
empire.
That's the wrong base. You want the one with ED rather than T.
I was just gonna say it might have been better for the world if it was the turkey, because then Roosevelt or Wilson and whatnot to be trying to talk about, oh, we need to get America involved in the war, and everyone to just like look at the emblem and just like, go back home, please.
Right. Mm-hmm. Or we could just, basically insinuate tryptophan into everybody's water supplies. Keep them under control, keep them calm.
Exactly.
So, moving. I noticed that Charlemagne had mentioned his whole business of trying to head out into lands that are less urban and less blue, I guess you could say. And I myself am in the midst of trying to do that with selling my house. There's been some ups and downs. I've discovered much more about what's going on with the various people buying. I had suspected that a lot of it would be tied to something more or less like being able to trade portfolios of properties on the stock market. And of course, I'm, always a day late and a dime short. It turns out that there's been a way to do that for quite some time now. It's called REITs or whatever. It's an acronym for when they set this up. But apparently it's the kind of people doing it and the amount of it that's being done has increased quite a bit recently. And so I continue to get calls from people who are trying to buy residential properties as part of their portfolios and that kind of thing. I've had Indian phone rooms call me to, be the top of their sales funnel. I've had Chinese phone rooms call me, one of those based out of Vancouver. Gosh, wonder what's going on there. And they just push you down the sales funnel. And then there are just tons of people who have these crap contracts that apparently seem to be designed to cloud your title. So they'll give you a contract that's just sort of all over the place, full of vagueness. Even one of these guys wanted me to sign a contract that didn't involve any earnest money. So there was no consideration. So basically it's this big mess of shit that they recommend. And as best I can tell, because I've now talked to a few real estate attorneys about it, it looks like they're trying to get an option for themselves without having to buy an option on the property, so they can tie it up and then they put an assignment clause in the contract. And they keep you waiting based on, fill in the blank pretext. And because the contract is just sort of a mess, you could fight it if you wanted to, but it would take you a while. It would cost you money. So essentially, they just sort of keep you in it until they find someone else to buy it for a little more than they offered you. But I appear to be navigating my way through that at this point. And so if I can get this thing sold, I will be gone. One of the pieces of property I was looking at has sadly been sold, it looks like, but one of them is still there. So yeah, I just got to get this place sold and then get the hell out of here, and go enjoy the idea. As I tell everybody, I've probably mentioned it on my stream too, I want to be in a situation where, forgive me not to be any more degenerate than I am, but if I wake up in the morning and realize I left something out in the car, I want to be able to walk outside buck naked and just go get it, because I'm on my property with trees all around and I don't have to worry about people. That is my dream.
That's always been one of my benchmarks. I got to be able to pee off my back deck.
Right. You're a proper man from the frontiers. You come from frontier people, right?
Do people do that in Alaska?
Oh yeah.
Depends on the weather, right?
I did that all the time. But
a little cold.
Yeah, or but I mean, it's there if you want to, basically.
Yeah.
But no, that was the thing. We'd always get where my grandpa had we go visit my grandpa when we were growing up, and he had a cabin, and it'd be freezing out there. It'd be like minus 30 very oftentimes. And there was an outhouse that was like way, kind of like I walk down the hill and hang right to the outhouse. And, you wake up at like 2:00 in the morning. You don't want to do that at minus 30. Hell no. So you just go out there on the porch and you hang your tallywhacker over the rail, and there you go. So, I mean, that's the ideal.
Yeah, as I've mentioned before, I enjoy peeing into the ocean, and there are many other things that you can pee on, many directions you can pee in. You should try them all, definitely.
But generally downwind is better than upwind, as they say. Yeah,
downwind and not on a flat rock.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, and points. Strong points to Mr. Patriarch for managing to insert, if you'll allow the expression, tallywhacker into a sentence, which is not always an easy thing to do. We'll see if at some point Lambda can throw in a John Thomas, but there we have it. So Charlemagne, how is your quest for elsewhereness going?
Pretty good.
If I may ask.
Me and my friends, we've got a place under contract now, so looks like we will actually be buying a property. We'll probably, if it goes well under inspections and everything, we'll close in January and then be ready to move. Snow's not going to be totally melted till like April or May though. So, might be a little while, but it's going to be rough because there's no structure on the land we're looking at. So we're going to have to figure out how to bootstrap ourselves. But there are some positives. We'll be able to get power and internet without much fuss. So that's a positive, for sure, in terms of getting ourselves started. So, yeah, next year is going to be a pretty crazy year for me, in a good way if all things go well.
I look forward to hearing what it's like punching a well out that way, like what it ends up costing and how difficult it is. In this part of the country where I am, once upon a time, it wasn't particularly difficult or even expensive. From what I hear, though, the cost of wells has gone up a fair bit, maybe a little bit more than you would just expect from inflation. And all the rest. So for me, I'm hoping to get a place that's already got a well on it, just to save myself that trouble. And then for buildings, I have been all over this whole barn dominium steel building thing. My buddy Tim, who many of you will know from my channel, he spent years looking at every kind of alternative, whatever. So, he'd be off on weird, weird side channels looking at geofoam, the expanded polystyrene, where they don't expand the particles fully, so it's much more dense. They use it in all sorts of construction applications now. And what's a trip about it is you can cut it basically with a hot wire, just like you would a styrofoam beer cooler, and then you can glue it together with adhesive. But and of course, the very building material itself, which is this denser foam, it's light enough that a person can pick up like a 16-foot by 4-foot by 8-foot length of it. Well, you could just pick it up with one guy at one end and one guy at the other end, cut it with a hot wire, and then just glue it together. So in theory, you could even turn over some CAD files and have people deliver the chunks of this stuff. Then you just glue it, and it's load bearing. It's structural. And so if you want to.
So you want to live in a beer cooler, essentially?
Well, no, it's just one of the things that was under consideration. What you do is you spray it with fiberglass reinforced concrete, FRC. So it ends up looking like stucco, and it is itself insulation. Your big issue is you have to anchor it to the ground because it's so damn light. And it actually does pretty well with fires. Sorry,
I know nothing about construction, but my instincts say the based construction material is whatever you can find within 100 meters of the place that you're building.
Well, in Tennessee, they grow rocks. Yeah. Yes, that would be based, but there is also the idea of depending on how based you wish to be, I will grant. There is also the issue of price and everything else. So I think what I've settled on is slab. And, assuming that whatever I get doesn't have buildings already on it, and these steel buildings that you can get in kit form that are very inexpensive. And then what you do is you spray the interior of them with closed cell foam, not the open cell foam, but the closed. And it actually has some structural qualities. So it'll hold the metal elements together, kind of knit them together. That provides good insulation and a moisture barrier. And then I was just going to damn sheetrock the interior to make it like one giant room loft, other than a bathroom and maybe a bedroom. Because I like the idea of still having a nice floor, big open spaces, white walls that I can, my thing is I got a lot of carpets and antiques. So even though I'm going to be living out in the country, I want it to be all stylish up in there, And I've also got about, 6-7 pallets of books. So everybody's telling me to get rid of them now at the last minute before I move to the country. And I'm like, fuck y'all assholes. I've been hauling this crap around my entire life for the day when I get out into the woods so that I can have an entire freestanding building that's a library where you go over to the building, you open the door, you walk inside, and it's a library out in the woods. And then you don't have to plug any of those books in.
Just like
that sounds baller.
Yeah. No, that sounds great. Yeah, man, I'm just hoping I can get any place to live here in whenever we end up moving, just because, I know there's just a lot of kind of uncertainty in my situation, but God willing, things work out okay. But I hear you with the whole homestead vibe, middle of nowhere thing. I mean, that's sort of our plan is so once we get back to the old country and once I get a job, then the idea is sort of save up for a time and then get somewhere. Because the beauty about where I'm going is you really don't have to drive all that far at all to sort of have nobody around you. And, just sort of get the compound going, get a chicken coop there, start growing some potatoes there, get a couple of goats, that sort of thing. So that's kind of the dream, but we'll see if BlackRock will let me, buy a house in the next 5 years or so. Then I'd like to do that, or maybe build my own on some land. I'm not sure, but man, at this point in my life, it's just kind of like get income first, and then head back, and just one step in front of the other. But I think I have a long-term vision fairly similar, somewhere in between Semiagog's and Charlie's. Maybe not as extreme as Charles there, but a little inclined that way, definitely.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that I regret the most is not having gone off to my own place out in the woods sooner. because there's a certain part of me that wants, I mean, I don't have children, perhaps that can be changed. And if it is, I still want to do this. If it isn't, I will doubtless want to do it even more. But I want time to see the place around me change as a result of what I have done to it. I want time to see the various trees grow up some before I croak, you know? And I have, I don't know, there's an old tarot card called the Hermit that shows a guy wandering around with this lantern. And I have, not least because of my interest in the way in which movement through space gets mapped to place and border and boundary cells, and the business with the hippocampus and the rest, not least because of that, I have the idea of having a path around the perimeter of my property, and I want to walk it each night with a lantern. I think there's something just proper about moving through the darkness with only the space that you can see illuminated around you from what you're carrying as a light, which will not, by the way, be electric. And to sort of see the movement of the light, you know, as sort of a sphere around you in the darkness as you walk that route, which will also be sort of hammered into your into the hippocampus. The hippocampus is related to spatial orientation and the rest, but it's also related to memory. And so I thought of putting, you know, little things you pass on the way that are, let's call them mementos, or I don't want to get too grand about it. Shrine is perhaps a bit too far over into the realm of religion, but the idea is that you pass. Think about it like in a Renaissance garden where you would have emblematic statues representing virtues or vices or historical figures, and you can sort of walk your route in the darkness. And all the rednecks on the opposite mountain face can be like, "There's that weird ass light going around the periphery of that land again in the middle of the night. Wonder what the hell they're doing over there." So yes, one of my.
Is that where the Air Lord stays?
Yeah. But anyway, Patriarch, that's what I'm saying is if you can, you know, being a young gentleman yourself, certainly younger than I am, you know, there might be some value in getting to a place and having more time to make it yours. But, you know, obviously only you can say.
Yeah. No, I think you might be right there, Sammy.
Yeah, I think everyone who doesn't move as far away from any center of civilization as possible immediately is going to regret it very deeply in the next 20 to 30 years. And every single second you waste not finding a property in the middle of the nowhere is lost time. But that's just my opinion.
And it might not take 20 years. I mean, if I'm not a betting man, and I've been wrong, very wrong with my predictions here recently in the past, but I still believe that I think we're going to be on the inside of a 5-year window for really bad things happening. I just don't see it taking that long.
I'll just say from my perspective, you know, going through the process of actually finding a property right as big time inflation is starting to kick in every sector. I really feel like I'm threading the eye of the needle here, and it's not a good feeling. I don't think there's much time left to get out.
Totally agree. Same here. I want to do it as quickly as possible, and the bottom could drop out of this whole thing. I mean, it could happen in a month. Seriously. I mean,
absolutely.
This whole arrangement where you can get anything for your property in some of these cities where the people, you know, want to make their residential purchases. I tend to think that it's going to be more like a little after the holidays in January. But yeah, like if the bottom completely dropped out of this in 3 months, I would not be surprised. So yeah, I want to do it as quickly as I can. I'm stuck dealing with it's that metaphor I often talk about. It's like trying to take a garbage bag half full of wet sand and roll it up a hill. Like it just doesn't want to roll. It's Sisyphean to try to deal with some of these lawyers to get them to do anything quickly. It's the only that I can think of off the top of my head. It's the only profession where you pay them large amounts of money. They do nothing for you. And in the course of that, treat you as though they're doing you an enormous favor, not taking your calls and not doing anything in the time frame they're supposed to.
And why has that situation arisen? It's because the lawyers find themselves in the privileged position of being required by law, and so therefore they're not optional, and they can, as a group, decide to do whatever they like, act however they want, charge whatever they want.
The dwellers on the threshold, yes.
The whole situation of
Rent
moving
seekers.
away makes me think of Lot. You might remember that Lot got offered to choose where he was going to live. Him and Abraham were going along together, and they said, right, we need to split. There's too many of us. Which side do you want? And Lot saw there was this area that was incredibly convenient, well watered, but also had this city in it called Sodom. And he chose to go that way. And what eventually
Whoop. Can you guys still? Okay, the
Will,
rest
you
of you
still
are
there?
moving.
I think I lost my
Oh,
internet.
he's back. It
Well,
looks
then
like
eventually-
Lumber's coming back.
Sorry, I'm getting struck down by the internet guards. What I was saying was that the city of Sodom, of course, was a bad place to end up being when it got destroyed, and he even lost his wife trying to escape by the skin of his teeth. I think we're potentially in a similar situation where the being in the civilization in the cities seems like a tempting prospect, but going
Yeah,
your
and
own
that
way
there's
out, getting out.
as long as
You
you
know,
get out in
may-
time, yeah, and your wife doesn't look backwards. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
there's certainly quite a bit that seems to correspond there with the story about how, if I remember correctly, I'm certainly no biblical scholar, but if I remember correctly, it was angels themselves that came to the people of Sodom, and
Yeah.
and forgive my language, but they wanted to fuck them too.
yes,
And chase them
And-
over
and
to
it-
Lot's house, and we're like, let us know them or whatever, right?
yes. And people in the chat, you're correct. That is where the term sodomy comes from. What they were getting up to in Sodom, and not always consensually, might I add.
Yeah, well, why bother? That minor detail, So yeah, a group of people that would even fuck angels or try. Yeah, not your best neighbors, which is why I figure I need to get out of where I am, man. Ugh.
Yeah, it's more than just actually purchasing property too, because like you're gonna have to spend a few years buying materials and getting yourself really going too. So it'll probably take a good 5 years to really feel like you're in a stable situation. And so if you wait until you actually feel like time's running out, it might already be too late. Yeah, I don't really understand why people don't take the get out of cities thing more seriously, because I see people post it all the time, and like just seems like no one's actually doing it. I don't get it.
Well, I mean,
There is
I also
there's
think-
convenience, isn't there, of being in a city?
Yeah. And the
and
other
there's
thing
also
too is
the way in which people are tied to their obligations. Sorry, Patriarch, go on.
oh no, go for it.
No, that was it. That was it, sir.
Okay. Well, I was also just going to say there's cities and then there's cities, right? So if you're talking about like Los Angeles, New York, I mean, I totally agree. These places are tinderboxes, but if you're talking about like Bismarck, North Dakota, I think their situation trying to equate those situation trying to equate those two places I think might be an issue. So it's not. I think it's like the city thing. It sort of depends on the demographic, the surrounding areas, and also the scale, right? So if it's a smaller place, you might be okay. But also if it's a bigger place with lots of diversity, so to speak, probably definitely not. So I'm just not sure how this is all going to play out. And also, it also sort of depends on other logistical things like, if you live in a place that has a port, which isn't really that big, that may also be sort of a contributing factor, somewhere like, I don't know, like Seward, Alaska, which it has a port, but there's only like 10,000 people there. I don't know how that would like sort of affect that particular place going forward. But man, at this point, for me to try and guess what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, I have no freaking idea. Like this could all go tits up tomorrow and I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, things could also just simmer along kind of as they are for the next 10 years. And I also wouldn't be surprised. I'm just what we're going through right now in so many ways, monetarily, politically, financially, is just so kind of beyond what I kind of know how to deal with mentally, that I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen. All I know is that if you prepare for the worst and the best happens, you're usually not worse off for it. So,
well, the other issue, though, right, is the sort of I compare it to a cancer is that it will metastasize out of what we consider the coastal hotspots. I go to Dallas pretty regularly for medical reasons, and over time, you can just watch that city transform into basically a mini San Francisco. You've got homeless camps under the overpasses. You've got, cops not, really doing anything and looking the other way. And even just 2 weeks ago, I was at work and I drove up to Oklahoma City, and you can start to slowly see those things. Maybe Turnip can back that up. But I think that it's coming regardless. And even if it's a small town or a college town, just get out, because even if you're in a nice place, it will eventually metastasize and come for you.
I agree. I disagree with Mr. Patriarch. I think every city, no matter where it is, especially if there's 100,000 plus population, you must leave. Doesn't matter where it is. You're not going to be able to feed yourself, and crime will become more rampant. But
if it's a choice between staying where you are in a place that's got 100,000 people in it, or moving to a place that's got 10,000 people in it, at least the 10,000 is progress, right? You don't stay where you are.
Yeah, I think 10,000's not bad. It's still, it depends on how spread those people are in terms of the actual geographic area. But I'm thinking in the hundreds or thousands is probably the better target to be aiming for.
Yeah,
and it depends on the kind of people that you have in that place too. But first, welcome Turnip.
Hey,
welcome Turnip. His ancestors back in the old country used to burn witches. He's that based. So happy Thanksgiving and welcome all.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving and glad to be here. With the conversation topic, Prude was throwing out very low-hanging fruit like Oklahoma City, and you could probably throw Tulsa in there, but even most towns in Oklahoma that aren't nearly as big as that have seen their demographics completely shift to a more Hispanic-dominated population. And along with that, you've seen their living standards have completely just plummeted. My own town has seen something similar, where the elementary schools and the the really early years of public schools are just filled with people that past generations would not recognize as their own. And as a result, you've seen violent crime shoot up. You've seen drug use completely explode. And to be quite honest, the cities look bad. Like, you can see it when you walk in. So you don't even have to use extreme examples like Oklahoma City. Even the slightly smaller ones are suffering the same fate.
Anything that is near a major highway route is going to suffer immensely. Not to get too geographically, but I lived next to two major U.S. highway systems, and everywhere around it, up and through it, is just seeing unbelievable amounts of growth. You're seeing land that had been owned by families for generations get bought out and sold by developers. You're seeing, condominiums and apartment complexes go up like crazy. And even one of the smaller towns not too far from me just opened up an actual Mexican meat market where the advertising is explicitly in Spanish, and you just know that things are going to change, and usually not for the better, and very quickly. So yeah, Turnip's absolutely right. It doesn't have to be the big name cities. It can just be, medium-sized towns that are just unfortunately in the way of sort of the lymph nodes of the country, these highways where the cancer will inevitably spread.
Yeah, and the best thing that you can do, that's quite right, is to take a look at the development corridors that sort of spread out, sort of radiating alongside the paths of the interstates. And it looks like we lost Turnip. Perhaps he'll be back with us, I expect, I hope. But you have to look at how the infrastructure corridors have been laid out and how they're likely to develop. There are two sort of anecdotes that show how things have changed so much in the United States. There was a nightclub that I used to go to that was, my home city's sort of version of trying to be cool like New York, where, all the cool kids went to a place that didn't have a sign on the door. And so you had to know it was there, and someone had to bring you and all that kind of thing. I imagine they have it in cities like London too. And And that was a place where I used to go because I knew the bartenders and I could drink and dance or do whatever. And I remember I was out on the dance floor, went back, sat down on a speaker or something and was drinking. I think it was 29, 30 years old or something. And this chick comes up and starts talking to me, and I won't go through all the details, but it eventually it came to the point where I can't remember what I said. I was like, what are you doing later? And she said something like, it depends on if you pay me. And anyway, it emerged that she was a Romanian prostitute. And I'm down in this, medium-sized city in the southeast. And this is like 2000, 2001. Now, you could totally expect that to happen in Manhattan or Brooklyn or something, or you wouldn't be surprised by it in the slightest in LA. Or one of these big cities at the time. But for it to be down in my little medium-sized southeastern city in the year 2000, and not to have it like at some downtown convention center or Planet Hollywood or whatever, right? It was at this hipster hole in the wall place. I'm like, I had this moment where I just realized, oh my God, the Romanian prostitutes have made it to Atlanta, And then the other one was when I came back from Turkey in 2010 and I was driving across. Actually, I think I was in Oklahoma because I got back and I bought a old redneck grandpa car, which still works great, by the way. Crown Vic, man. And I drove across the country thinking to myself, where do I want to end up? Because I had lived in the Southeast my whole life. I mean, I lived in Virginia as well, and places out on the West Coast. I spent some time in Santa Fe and in San Francisco and in LA. But I said, what the hell? I'll travel around and look. And in the course of that, I was passing through Oklahoma, stopped off at this this motel, and there was a damn Ganesha statue on the counter. And I'm not throwing a bunch of attitude, but it was somebody named Patel, which means in the Indian languages that you're of the caste of innkeepers. And they were in like bumfuck, East Nowhere, Oklahoma or whatever. And I'm sure a lot of people have noticed that for a long time, but I split around 2006. And so I'd been away and I came back later. Like, I remembered when weird ass places out in the country in the United States, you might find that you got a group of Spaniards who are maybe descended from conquistadors who are a part of like New Mexico or whatever, right? Or you might have blue gum geeches in the Low Country in South Carolina, right? Or you'll have Russians in Alaska. So there were always groups that you would come across that were kind of weird out there in the United States in different spots, or Germans in East Texas. But I came back and it's like Romanian prostitutes in my little hipster nightclub, and Patel innkeepers renting me my room in bumfuck nowhere, Oklahoma. Yeah, look to those corridors. And I guess all that by way of underlining the point that the cards of the various decks have already been shuffled together pretty thoroughly, right?
Yeah. There seems to be some inevitable changes happening. I will say that when we discuss these things, there's always a mood of sort of doom and despair. What's the expression? Something like a council of despair. I tried to Google for it earlier, and the first result that came up was jobs at Croydon Council. So I guess that tells you something about Croydon.
Croydon sounds like a great place.
Yeah, but I will say there's nothing we can do about trends that are that large to prevent them from happening. The only thing we can do is individually try to react to them, and there's still an element by which we can thrive in. I mean, what's the expression? There's the ashes of civilization, and we're going to be the men that stand in those ashes. So we can maintain some level of optimism in our own individual strength.
Absolutely. Based Lambda.
I don't want to always these streams to be dragged into this kind of mood of hopelessness, because the truth is we are the lucky few who have the foresight to prepare for the potential oncoming collapse, and we can build things that are going to last through it.
Yeah,
and the good fortune to be in countries, where whatever we're complaining about, it's still a whole lot better than most everywhere else.
Look
Yeah.
at the bright side. You can end up being a warlord.
Yeah. By wisdom, house is built. By understanding, it is established. By knowledge, the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. And that's what we can be. Building our own houses. Never mind the fact that the societal house that we're living in is being ripped down.
You know,
that's that
I
whole thing of go on, Prue.
Oh, well, I had a conversation this morning with Alexander Adams, who I know has been associated in these circles, and your mentioning of the idea that we are lucky, I wholeheartedly agree with, because we were talking about just those around us, the whole NPC meme and everything. Like, you have people out there with no internal monologue. They, will just look at what's on television and accept it at face value. They can't visualize an apple in their hand. And I look around and I see this community, and I'm so thankful that, by doing these things and making videos and such, that I know all of you, because it's like, good, I am not alone, and knowing that I can perceive these things and understand them, and that everyone has a goal to achieve that. And like, I think it's in the book of Micah, where it's just like, we all want to sit under our own vine and fig tree and not be afraid. And that gives me great comfort.
I mean, what is the meme that I was known for a while, for saying, consider the lilies of the field, who by worrying can add even an hour to their life. There's no point us sitting around for hours worrying about the future, about things that we can't do anything about. So this attitude of being worried is just unhelpful, pointless emotional toil that we're inflicting upon ourselves. It's not saying that there's no use in taking a step back and calmly analyzing the situation and looking at the map and saying, okay, these things are happening, I'm going to move there, I'm going to make these prudent decisions. But the ultimate slow motion collapse that we're watching and living within, we should try to be emotionally detached from and say, okay, this is the geography, this is the environment that I was born to live through. It's happening whether I like it or not. I'm just going to plow forwards with my own kind of strength of will and forge my life in the path under my control. We all have great agency locally, even though the giant global events happening seem interesting, that we fix our eyes on it way too much, in my opinion.
I puts me in mind of two little images. One of them is just one that came to me one day as I was like writing in my journal and thinking about what I was pissed off about. And I just had this image of this old man, with like straw in his hair, white beard, sitting in a field, like you'd expect some half village idiot to be doing, or like you'd expect somebody who'd spent the night under the hill with the fairies, got all fucked up, drinking their stuff, thinking that he was going to have a good time, woke up with dust in his belly, right? That kind of misfit who had suffered misfortune. And he's looking at a flower and it's yellow, and he's just shouting furiously with his old brows wrinkled up, saying, blue, blue, right? Like, you can't change that shit. Anyway, that's probably going, way out into the strangeness of Oliver's mind, somebody shouting at the flowers to be a different color. But I thought it underscored what you said. And then the last point about just facing it and like, and being resolute about it, or even taking it further and being of good cheer about it. There's a line in the Hagakure where the samurai, and Tim always used to make fun of the Hagakure, because he's like, never forget that was written by a samurai who never really saw combat, and it kind of shows when you read it, remembering that. But he points out quite rightly that the samurai who has to cross the courtyard in the rain, he's going to get wet. So you can either mince and caper about and run from awning to awning, as though you're going to have some sort of major impact on the amount of rain that hits you, or you can just walk straight out into it without running and cross purposefully the space you have to cross in order to get to the other side.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's all good points. And
please go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you think about collapse in like a urban area or whatever, what does that look like, right? And I guess, kind of like a bad scenario for us would be kind of, sort of what happened to the US or to Russia sort of at the end of the Soviet Union, right? So you had shortages, you had basically mafia enforcing like street justice and mass looting of the country and nonsense. But as terrible as that was, most people lived through that. It was extremely unpleasant for like basically the whole period of the 90s, but they managed to come out on the other end of that, which kind of goes back to what Lambda was saying, that even though things are shitty, doesn't mean it's the end, so to speak. And here in South Africa too, I mean, like 6 months ago we had massive riots, probably the biggest they were probably the biggest riots since probably in like 20 years. They were huge.
The KwaZulu-Natal or whatever.
Yeah, and the amount of property damage and just like senseless looting and destruction and whatnot that happened, it was some real shit. And what you saw ended up happening was that, particularly in like suburban areas and even in urban areas, people with their legal and illegal firearms and pangas, machetes, they basically are like, all right, guys, time to bow up and like get ready for some shit. And and they did. And then as soon as, whoever, like the rioters came by, they're like, no, like we're going to kill you if you like try to get in here, like literally. And it got real hairy. But, a lot of these people through, again, organization, an organized group in the face of a mob can basically punch way above their weight. And that's exactly what happened. So if you're able to, I would say, even if you are sort of stuck in a town or a city, I agree. Like you definitely don't want to live in like these megapolises or anything. But if you're able to sort of coordinate and get together with like-minded people, whether it's in like your church or like people you meet online and whatever, and just do some basic, like, basic preparation shit, make sure you have some extra food, make sure you're sort of you got sort of a bug out location, make sure that if there's an emergency or if things go down, that you have sort of a plan and whatnot. And if you do that, and you do have that connection of people, of sort of being able to furnish mutual aid and protection, you're already ahead of like 99% of the people out there,
just by having somebody to call. I have to insert
Exactly.
a plug here. There's a recent interview that bears on what Mr. Patriarch is talking about, and it's Alex Kashuta talking to Robert Dwegan and Conscious Caracol Ernst Zil, and it's, you can find it if you go do a search on Twitter, or if you look at like Conscious Caracol's Twitter channel or whatever. But Alex Kashuta is talking to the two of them. It's a long rambling discussion, but it entirely corroborates what Mr. Patriarch is talking about in terms of the value of networks, of simply having friends to call. Not getting all crazy and talking about like bunkers full of fill in the blank. It's just to have a network of people to be able to call on in adverse circumstances. And at any rate, I just wanted to plug that stream, because it's a very, very good one, and they cover a lot of points. And I've had them on as guests, and hadn't caught some of these things like that Robert was talking about at length. So it's definitely one everybody should go check out. Sorry, Patreon.
Yeah. No. That's actually a good point. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a combination of me living in like a very isolated place for most of my life, and then like moving to South Africa, like in the middle of a failing state. But I don't know. I just feel kind of zen about this stuff a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Like, because I feel like South Africa is kind of the future of parts of the West, not all the West. I do not believe so, but you will see the South Africanization of pockets of America. And that's not a good thing. And by which I mean sort of lawlessness, corruption, increased violence, so on and so forth. That sort of thing is going to happen. But when there's basically a breakdown in order here, in like a real fundamental sense, it gets asserted communally, because essentially people here can't leave, most of them. And so they just basically have to find a way to basically not get screwed over every day. And they do. So if I keep that, just sort of keep that in mind, I guess, is sort of a white pill that, things will get bad. I have no doubt about that. And I think we're all in for some hurt, in the next decade or so. I have no idea, but it doesn't mean it's, I guess, sort of game over for us, so to speak. Even in extremely difficult circumstances, people are able to not only survive, but often, thrive. There could be like a market. Like, I mean, a while ago, we had some water shortages. And the city of Cape Town was basically like, yeah, we're going to run out of water, maybe. Please don't panic and don't take showers like every other day, basically. And I'm like, okay, well.
Those two instructions seem to go against each other.
Yeah. So, and during that thing, I'm like, okay, so let me go through my Rolodex here. Let me get sort of my bottles so I can sort of store up water. Do I know a guy who has a private well? Yes. Has he agreed to sort of let me use it? Yes. Is this sort of a discrete situation and not a lot of people are going to bum rush him to get water? Yes. Okay, I've made a plan.
And can you keep it discreet? Yeah, in the course of executing it.
Exactly. And can I get sort of, I live very close to the coast. Can I get like, a solar still and just like throw it out in the water? Okay, I can buy that, so on and so forth. So there's things you can do. And, just in my own small way, like when all this lockdown stuff happened, I didn't know what was coming. So I just bought like, a month's worth of, canned goods, essentially. I mean, I didn't have a lot of resources, but, it's kind of like, all right, well, I'd rather have it than not. And again, like it's not massive preparation, but just the mere fact that I have it when most people don't already, again, sort of puts me ahead of the game.
Yeah, rat traps. Rat traps are good to have. Buy yourself 4, 6 rat traps and sock away some peanut butter, which squirrels like. You can just nail the traps up. Now, I'm not talking about like this is legal to just be like trapping squirrels off the trees. I'm not talking. People do not go out and decide to hunt squirrels with rat traps. I'm talking about a life and death survival situation. Right. You can
it's like if you're lost
on the trunks.
It's like if you're lost in the forest in like a plane crash, burn that freaking forest down, because that'll get attention, Same sort of thing.
Now, on the subject of being prepared and ready for any eventuality, can I throw in a curveball? I've got a parable, a short one, and I'd like to hear responses.
Surely, sir.
Okay. The land of a rich man produced plentifully, and he thought to himself, "What shall I do, for I have nowhere to store my crops?" And he said, "I'll do this. I'll tear down my barns and build larger ones, and I will store my grain and my goods. And I will say to my soul, 'Soul, you have many ample goods laid up for many years. Relax, eat, drink, and be merry.' But God said to him, 'Fool, this night your soul is required of you, and the things you have prepared, whose will they be? So the one who lays up treasure for himself and is not rich towards God.'" So there's the parable, and I can't help but think that in some ways the prepper attitude is the attitude of like, we can survive because we're a little bit wealthy and we can store up, food that won't perish, and we can have a couple of plans for a small amount of eventualities. But like Mr. Patriarch said, we really don't know what's coming in the future, and I think there's a limited use to being materially prepped. There's only so much we can individually do to manage the possible risk. We need to. What do we say to that?
Yes, it is true. I don't really think if you're spiritually prepared to survive hard times, you should be able to do it in pretty much any situation. Of course, you can put yourself in a situation to develop that capability, which is, I think, partly why prepping is a good idea in terms of buying rural property and developing it. I mean, I think developing your property is a necessary step in that sort of spiritual development. So I don't really think the prepper concept is like purely material.
And you can get in a situation where you you become too materialistic. There's ways in which, like, I remember seeing some sort of documentary about a woman who had just given birth to a child, and had some sort of pathological reaction, but that in its roots was quite natural. She wanted to wash her hands in order to keep her baby clean and to keep things around her. And because whatever wires had gotten crossed, it went over the top. And the net, as they like to say, was that she was freakishly worried about washing her hands and became something of a germaphobe and these sorts of things, but truly to a pathological extent. Her hands are bleeding and this kind of thing. And I think to a certain extent, the business with prepping, where it's just like cans upon cans of this and mountains of ammunition, and I've got, fish antibiotics that I can trade, or, I've decided that in the coming barter economy that it's going to be whiskey. So I've got, like, it just by coincidence, this Irish guy has decided that the barter economy is going to be whiskey. Like, they got bootlegging in their souls and smuggling.
It's like this, right? Come now, you who say today or tomorrow we will go to such and such a town and spend a year there, and trade and make a profit. Yet you do not know what tomorrow will bring. What is your life? For you are a mist that appears for a little time and then vanishes. Instead, you ought to say, if the Lord wills, we will live and do this. As it is, you boast in your arrogance, and all such boasting is evil. Sorry, I'm feeling like these verses are a lot more aggressive towards the stream than I realized.
Lambda's telling me not to buy land. Shut up. No,
I'm not saying don't buy land. I'm saying it's the self-sufficiency of the attitude that we can.
I totally agree. Agree, Lambda. No, it's
even
this
even
idea
Eastern
that...
Orthodox and a Baptist can agree on such things.
Yes,
look at this. Look at this convocation here we got going on. There we are.
Ecumenism at its finest. The non-global homo ecumenism. No, I totally agree with the spirit of that, Lambda, because I think it comes from this sort of, okay, so an analogy. Like, I was listening to this guy, and he was just like a guest on the show that I sometimes listen to, and he's like a MGTOW guy, and he's talking about just sort of like all the risks. He's controlled by fear, and he doesn't even know it. He thinks he's a badass. He thinks he's got it all figured out, but his mindset is controlled by fear. He makes all of his decisions based on all the bad shit that can happen to him. Right?
Yeah,
that is no way to live.
Right?
It's just not.
And it was the spirit of fear that got us into the whole COVID ridiculous situation in the first place.
Exactly, right? And that doesn't mean he's like wrong about everything, and it doesn't mean it's wrong to be prepared or whatever, but it also doesn't mean that leave your family behind and you need to have 3 tons of rice and a bomb shelter or you're a faggot. It doesn't mean that either.
But there is the thing of prudence, and it's a virtue.
Yeah.
So I'll step away from your bearded Eastern Orthodox priests with rifles over their shoulder and their gilded icons, and these mad Protestants, and like the non-Christian I am, I'll run over towards the Catholic side, and hang out with them for a minute. And the virtue of prudence is hardcore. Like, I'm always tweeting about it and I'm always talking about it because it's one of the few that I've understood the iconography for. And when that happens, it's a weird thing. It's like lights come on. The aspect of the Christian mysticism that interests me is related to the art of memory, and it is the idea that within the soul there are these things, and they're in eternity insofar as they participate in the soul. And in some sense, I don't want to get into the theology of it because I'm not qualified to ferret my way through that. But in some sense, there seems to be aspects of Neoplatonism that made their way over into Christian thought. Not least through figures like Dionysius the Areopagite, but there are many threads of that came in. And in some sense, certainly in the Renaissance, you had the idea of the world soul, which is a Neoplatonic concept, and the idea that it acted in some way as a kind of thing that overlapped with the eternity that is God itself. at least in some of its aspects or faces, if you will. And the idea is that within the soul, you have these images that can have the light of consciousness shed upon them, and they come to life. They awaken, and they're eternal. And we can try in our own contingent ways to represent them in manifestation with a particular set of iconography or imagery. That will always be contingent and secondary, rather than this sort of ideal thing. Remember, I already granted at the outset that this is totally a conflation of Christianity and Platonism, but it's real, it's there, and it was a part of the thinking for quite some time. And the virtue of prudence is all about looking into the past in order to see the future. Hence the form of it. I've said it a million times, so I'll just say it briefly. You have the image of the best way to go find it is do a image search at Nantes Cathedral for the grave of Anne of Brittany, because there's a sculpture of it there in white marble, I believe, quite a beautiful one, and it shows an old man who has, depending on how you look at the statue, it'll be a young woman looking at herself in a mirror with the back of her head being an old man. But if you look at it from the other direction, it's an old man who for the back of his head has a young woman looking into a mirror. The point is that the old man is someone who is wise, who's alive in the world. And the woman looking out at the back of his head, because that's the orientation if you want to look at it from earth to that which is eternal, rather than vice versa, which is the other direction. The old man who has experience of events and things has this beautiful virtue within him that's an aspect of the soul, and so shown as a beautiful woman. And that beautiful woman is looking into a mirror in order to see herself reflected there. But only when you look at the whole image itself, where you have the old man looking forward and the soul manifest in the virtue of prudence as the young woman looking backwards into memory, that which has already transpired. And yet she's looking at the mirror, which means, in effect, by looking backwards, she's seeing over her own shoulder, so to speak, into the future of the old man who's going forward. And so on the one hand, you can say, and it's absolutely true, what do you stand upon other than all that is and could be? There's nothing else to stand upon. Build your house on rock, not on flaky sand, blah, blah, blah. However, the virtue is described and has come down to us as a part of our tradition, that prudence is a real thing. And even if you don't go with all that classical world stuff, I mean, look at Cromwell himself saying, trust in God and keep your powder dry. So don't go pathological with it to where you're just hoarding everything like a freak, and you're so borne down by, you're like Midas, where everything he touches turns to gold, and he thinks that's going to be an advantage. You're going to carry your 6 pallets full of tuna with you as you flee on your bicycle, past the flaming McDonald's. No. So don't go pathological with it, and recognize that there's a certain limit to what you can do. But by the same token, prudence, as they say, is a virtue.
Yeah, indeed it is. And on that note, I will say it would be prudent of me to go to bed right now, because I got some congestion and I just realized it's almost 3 a.m. So I was on here a lot longer than I thought, but I had fun talking.
It was good to see you, Mr. Patriarch.
Thanks for coming in, man. I know it's very, very late there for you. And everybody go check out Mr. Patriarch's channel. As I understand it, he's got a new video coming up. What was that on again? It's going to be coming up soon?
Yep. Video coming out tomorrow. I think it's called Modern Marriage is Gay Marriage. And I'm also going to be trying
with the algorithm.
Yeah. And I'm also going to be trying to
any video with gay marriage in the title has got to be promoted, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like subverting the subversion here. And I'm also going to be trying to arrange a stream with Matt, who is on King Pilled, who did a stream with had Charlemagne on as a guest. So I'm thinking about maybe having a discussion with him about orthodoxy and stuff, and kind of maybe a little bit less political and more sort of just religious in nature. I'm not sure, but we'll see. So anyways, thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Happy Thanksgiving, and God bless us, everyone.
Good night, man.
Right on.
But Lambda, to give some thoughts on your parable that you had listed out to us. Mr. Patriarch just leads, and I'm sure he'd be delighted to know that over the last several months, I have been moving and attending an Orthodox church that's not too far from me. So I think that Charlemagne's right, that you can't just be materially prepared. You also have to be spiritually prepared in that instance. We will not ever know what the day may bring. And we oftentimes pontificate and try and predict based on what we can see that's around us. But if the good Lord says that something else is going to happen, it's going to happen. And I can't help but think that, as much as we'd like to prepare, that also requires us to be prepared spiritually in the company of like-minded people. And throughout my own personal journey, as I'm sure many on this channel and others who follow me know, that I've had a kidney transplant within the last 5 months. And what came to great comfort as I started getting out on my own again and started being able to drive and things like that was the comfort of knowing that I could go to church again. I could be in the company of people that shared a similar opinion. And, we mentioned Conscious Caracol and Robert earlier, and he and I have fostered a very close relationship, Ernst and I. And we talk about it often about like South Africa being this model. And he's just like, listen, if you don't have community and if you don't have organization, all of your preparations, all of your, stockpiling or building and putting up land will not mean much if you are not in the good spirits and company. And I've talked in private with him. I said, there's a lot of difficulty when you're being told to walk, not run after such an event, but knowing that there are others around you that can offer that comfort and prayer means more than anything. And I can't begin to tell you how much it means to my spirit as a sort of rejuvenation going in every Sunday to divine liturgy, and just knowing that despite everything around me, I am in a company of a small group of like-minded people, both in the real world and online. And, I can talk to people and know that I'm not alone. And I think that that's the most important thing. I'm not alone in general because the Lord is with me, but I'm not alone in the fact that I'm talking to those in person and online that share a very similar worldview, and knowing that I am prepared.
Yeah, obviously prudence and I guess wisdom and prudence are closely tied together, right? Is a good thing. It is clearly a pattern. If you act prudent, if you act wisely, your life is more likely to go well. But there's this really interesting little passage that I just wanted to get to, which was, so I turned to consider wisdom and madness and folly. For what can the man do who comes after the king? Only what has already been done. Then I saw there is more to gain in wisdom than in folly, as there is more gain in light than darkness. The wise person has eyes in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. And yet I perceived that the same events happen to all of them. Then I said in my heart, what happens to the fool will happen to me also. Why then have I been so very wise? And I said in my heart that this also is vanity. For of the wise as of the fool, there is no enduring remembrance, seeing that in the days to come, all will have been long forgotten. How the wise dies just like the fool. This is from Ecclesiastes, really fascinating exploration into how everything that we think, provides this ultimate meaning turns out to be meaningless. So for concludes that saying, I hated life because what is done under the sun was grievous to me, for all is vanity and a striving after the wind. It's like even prudence and wisdom has a limit to eventually, you die and you pass on even good things to your children, and then your children end up being stupid and squandering it away. So
how's it go? Like to the falling of a star, or as the flights of eagles are, or like the fresh spring's gaudy hue, or silver drops of morning dew, or like the wind that chafes the flood, or bubbles which on water stood. Even such is man whose borrowed light is straight called in and paid tonight. The wind blows out, the bubble dies, the spring entombed in autumn lies, the dew dries up, the star is shot, the light is past, and man forgot.
Wow. Is that Shakespeare? No. What is that?
Metaphysical poet. I think it's Henry Vaughan. I have it memorized, so I couldn't resist.
That was a good poem.
It's that's the vibe, right? I mean, everybody's going to take the dirt nap, right? Everybody's going to cough up dust. They get death scuttles up and punches you in the chest. That's how it happens.
I wish I'd memorized more poetry in my life. Maybe it's not too late to start.
Try the Psalms, and there's actually a great mnemonic that was laid out. And one of these scholars who has done quite a bit of study specifically into the medieval and Christian art of memory, rather than the later sort of Renaissance and Hermetic type of it. She's an author named Mary Carruthers. She's quite a scholar. She's got a book called The Book of Memory, and a couple more, but the Book of Memory is the first one. And in it, as a part of her own research, she took one of the medieval mnemonic arrangements and recommendations for memorizing all of the Psalms. And she used it, and she said it worked great. And she now knows all the Psalms by heart.
Whoa. Do you know any Psalms?
Myself? No. But I do have another one that fits.
Yeah,
and
please.
I will lay it on you. I will lay it on you because I'm going to back up from the more Protestant take, but I'm also going to scoot forward from citing the scripture itself, and I'll give you Boethius, who is part of the Christian canon, and he's all screwed. People who don't know about the consolation of philosophy, he got put in prison, and he had lost his at least one of his children. I can't remember how it all went, but he was falling on hard times. And there's the whole allegory at the beginning is that he's lounging in his prison cell, and he's surrounded by these muses, and basically the crystalline bitch reason comes in and drives out all the muses who are helping him to wallow in his sorrow. And it's worth a read, obviously, on its own. But there's just this one paragraph here that's where philosophy has come in, and she's attempting to address this man who's just been moaning there. She literally, when philosophy or reason comes in, she drives out the muses associated with things like poetry and the rest, and calls them a bunch of whores, right? Who have been like lingering at the bed of a sick man. And she starts by talking about how he's fallen into darkness. I just thought this fit because of what we were talking about before about don't be how do you say this? Don't be swallowed in the darkness of it. Be cheerful and recognize that, you're going to have to march forward and do it. So she says, alas, how this mind is dulled, drowned in the overwhelming depths. It wanders in outer darkness, deprived of its natural light. Sick anxiety, inflated by worldly winds, swells his thoughts to bursting. Once this man was free beneath the open heaven, and he used to run along heavenly paths. He saw the splendor of the red sun, the heaven of the cold moon, and any star that pursued its vagrant paths, returning through various spheres. This master understood by his computations. You must remember, Boethius was a learned man for his day. She goes on, beyond all this, he sought the causes of things, why the sighing winds vex the sea waves, what spirit turns the stable world, and why the sun rises out of the red east to fall beneath the western ocean. He sought to know what tempers the gentle hours of spring and makes them adorn the earth with rosy flowers, what causes fertile autumn to flow with bursting grapes in a good year. This man used to explore and reveal nature's secret causes. Now he lies here, bound down by heavy chains, the light of his mind gone out, his head is bowed down, and he is forced to stare at the dull earth. That's a bit of Boethius for you, ladies and gentlemen, just to encourage us all not to be, staring down at the dull earth.
I'm reminded about the conversation, that we all bite the dust at the end. And I've had that conversation a lot recently because the medications I'm on for anti-rejection and such, I know will have some life shortening effects on me. But I think it's Psalm 39. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. I used to know a lot more when I was younger in my more Baptist upbringing. But something along the lines of, behold, thou hast made my life a few handbreadths, and my lifetime is nothing in thy sight. And I guess it's been something that I look back on to sort of take comfort, right? Is because why you're gonna die, just take comfort in the fact that even though there's all these material things that we wish to pursue, that it's almost like that line from Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, my soul is prepared, Dr. Jones, how about yours? And I think there's great comfort to be taken that despite everything that's around us and despite everything that we can see, like this, freight train coming at, 90 miles an hour on the tracks, we're getting ready to derail. that, we are prepared both physically, mentally, and spiritually. And if there's anything to be thankful for, right, besides what is in front of us in our lives and our family, it's just like, hey, I've got people I can talk to at any point in time on a group chat or on Twitter or on a YouTube stream, and I am comforted, and I am definitely thankful in the spirit of the holiday that things are good.
Yeah, that's a great psalm. It ends with, "Look away from me that I may smile again before I depart and am no more." What a way to finish a poem.
Oh yeah, some of those they're
so
hardcore.
bittersweet.
They're
Yeah.
clearly inspired. I mean, I realize how outrageous of me it is to say that, oh, this part of the Bible seems clearly inspired, but to my ears particularly so, I should say, in the translations that have come down to us.
Yeah, the translation is a good point, because of course any poetry is always more majestic in its original language, right? The original author penned it with all sorts of in clever allusions and language use, which is just impossible to translate. So even the version that we have in English, the best translation, must be but a pale imitation of. I just wish that I had spent the time to learn the original languages.
You're still young, boy, and this is the focus of your attention. So Hebrew and Greek, I don't see why you couldn't. I'll say that, having only fiddled about with Turkish and Ottoman. Yeah.
I've done 4 or 5 streams of learning Hebrew from scratch, so I'm making a start.
Yeah, I'll tell you, on the subject of poetry, there's a great book I recommend it to everybody if they can. It's an academic work, so if you're used to reading academic stuff, you won't have any problem with it. It's called How to Kill a Dragon, and it's by this guy Watkins. And I think I've talked about it in streams before. I know I have at least one. But with comparative and historical linguistics, they'll do reconstructions. So if you go look at an etymology dictionary these days, you'll have you go back far enough down the chain and you'll find the little stem or whatever of a word from Indo-European, and it'll have a little asterisk in front of it, indicating that it's a reconstructed Proto-Indo-European word. We have terms from the languages that came out of what we hypothesize as its origin, but we don't have direct attestations of the earlier word. But we can reconstruct it with a fair amount of predictive value, because some of these words that were predicted since some of these languages have been written, evidence of these languages has been discovered, and they've seen that, yeah, it was as we hypothesized. So it's solid. It's not just, humanity's bullshit. Anyway, this guy, instead of looking at the business of reconstructing words, he's taken fragments of poetry that are scattered far and wide in Indo-European traditions and hypothesized an earlier text that forms some of the how shall I say it, something like conventions or tropes, not quite. It comes down to the actual phrases, because he's looked at subsequent poetry and seen the ways in which particular, like, just think about all the ways that we have things from the Bible that have sort of made their way into English, but now we say them, and they'll in turn make their way into parts of poetry and all the rest. So basically what he's trying to do is to, instead of reconstructing words, he's reconstructing short passages of poetry by looking at all these different ancient types of Indo-European poetry. And man, reading that is a trip, because he'll have an English phonetic transcription, which is, hard to find anywhere else. So, if he had Sanskrit on one side and he had the English translation of the little passage on the other, that'd be all cute. But I can't read Devanagari or whatever the damn notation system is for Sanskrit, or would have been. I can't remember. But he's transliterated it into English. And so what that allows you to do is you get the sense of like how an ancient Irish poet would have written this one phrase, the actual sense in the form of the English translation. But next to it, instead of the original text that can be hard to figure out, there's an English transliteration. And so I got to look at things like, weird old Indian poetry or some of the Irish stuff. And, some of those old Indo-European languages are syllable timed instead of stress timed like English. Anyway, I'm going way too off into autist land. But the cool thing about it is that you can find out how they would just echo vowels. Just syllables would intend to echo each other rather than to like flatly rhyme. Like this whole breadth of what you could do with poetry and even things that could be applied to English that aren't, but that you see reflected in all these parallel and earlier traditions. It's like lots going on with poetry.
By the way, Nemo in chat says, anyone that is interested in the real teachings of Rabbi Jesus of Nazareth, read the Gospel of Thomas. Well, I've got a stream this coming Saturday with Simon Gathercole.
That's a Gnostic one, right?
That is, yes, one of the Apocryphal Gospels. And he's just published a collection of his translations of the Apocryphal Gospels. And I'm having him on to talk about them on Saturday. So we will definitely talk about the Gospel of Thomas. And he's for sure one of the primary scholars of the Apocryphal Gospels in the world right now. So Nemo, come and join us.
If you want to, definitely everybody check that out. And you can see I'm pitching everybody's channels. Definitely check out Lambda's as well. If you want to look into that symbolism, with the doubter reaching his hand into the wound, there's quite a bit that comes out of that survives in Christian traditions in Europe. One of them, if I remember correctly, in the Moravian church, which became big in the 18th century. And apparently Blake became part of it. And I think it bounced off of Swedenborg too. But there's this crazy whole tradition that comes out of it where the wound of Christ gets juxtaposed with a woman's sex. And a whole crazy sort of set of allegories is developed. And I won't go any further into it than that. But yeah, the Moravian Church and Blake and the Gospel of Thomas, and then just maybe, if you use like wound of Christ as a keyword, there are a lot of strange traditions that, I don't know if they were just sort of retrospectively imposed by people who wanted to claim authority for whatever their crazy idea was, right? Or if there might be some survival of some of the weirder Gnostic traditions coming off of, and you're quite right to distinguish, it's apocryphal. It was picked up by Gnostics, but shouldn't be qualified as such. But maybe they were just looking back in order to justify their crazy beliefs, or maybe some of them survived, but you might find it interesting to look at, Lambda.
Yeah, there's all these interesting sort of not canonical works. I mean, Skelly Priest mentions the word deuterocanonical. So an example of a deuterocanonical book is not the Gospel of Thomas, but the Book of Judith. And I mention that because I have a stream tomorrow night talking about the Book of Judith. So I am covering everything. It just so happens. Not to plug my channel again.
No, indeed. Plug away. Prudentialist, Charlemagne, what do you think of all of this?
I'm glad that somebody is doing this work. I know that there's so much diversity of ideas and religion in here. I mean, you have someone who's non-Christian, you have Protestant, you have a Catholic, and you have someone who's with the Eastern Orthodox Church in here. I think it's nice that someone is at least sitting down to discuss these things, whether it's history or apocryphal gospels. I'm happy that Lambda does these things, and to see him on and show up with the Lotus Eaters and talk about it made me even more happy. So I know, shill and plug away.
Even
Big
Carl
time.
getting in on the scriptural action. Everyone wants a piece. The Bible is a hot commodity.
Oh man, we need D in here capturing some of these quotes. Definitely.
But no, like it reminds me of like just this sense of optimism, just even this discussion, and it reminds me of this poem by Emily Dickinson, who is one of my favorites, despite some of her more eccentric aspects. But she says that hope is a thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And the sweetest in the gale is heard, and the sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb of me. And I find that very pertinent as we try our best to be more white pilled, so to speak, and a little more optimistic.
Optimistic indeed. Charlemagne, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm just I'm sitting down in this chair, not moving after eating lots and lots
Oh,
of
that's right.
potatoes.
Yeah. See,
I'm
because I
just
didn't
like,
because I didn't have the big family dinner. I forget about that. Everybody's in a fucking food coma, man.
I'm just enjoying this fascinating discussion. I don't really know anything about the apocryphal Gospels, so that will be pretty interesting. I should probably start watching the Lambda Bible Studies channel more. I haven't seen the Lotus Eaters video as well, but that's very cool that you've I don't know, what do you call it, come out of the right wing closet or whatever. Very
Yes.
brave step. Very cool to see people start to do this. But yeah, so is it is it naughty for me to read the Gospel of St. Thomas? Can I read that?
Yeah. I mean, as I say, do come and listen to my stream on Saturday for a full take. But basically, the Gospels that are not canonical are all written significantly later, and partly the value in looking at them is that you can see some of the history of the discussions that were going on in the early church. So people were still trying to figure out the theology of who was Jesus, was he God? And I mean, we talk about Gnosticism, the concept that could Jesus really have had a fleshly nature? When you look at these other Gospels, the way that they portray Jesus is, they're all quite different from each other, and they all reflect these different early Christian groups that went off into different directions before the kind of reassertion of the
orthodoxy.
Of orthodoxy. Yeah, you see the councils come together and say, well, look, we're going to denounce this as heretical and this is heretical. But they didn't just arrive at these decisions out of nowhere. These discussions all had to happen. So seeing these
over centuries. Yeah. And that's why, for example, you could look at the business of the fleshly nature and see how, seeds or aspects of that discussion would unfold as Arianism later, or
Yeah, and it's fascinating. Not to say that the fact that it took a long time to be discussed means that it was fabricated, but these are very complicated issues. I find them fascinating. I mean, I love this stuff. But yeah, that's one of the really valuable reasons. I would say don't read the apocryphal Gospels and expect them to be inerrant truth. I wouldn't hold them to that standard in the same way I would with the canonical Gospels. I think, in fact, a lot of it is just later invention. But as we will see from talking to Simon, there's all kinds of very fascinating things you can get out of looking at them. I mean, apart from anything else, you can just see the very obvious difference in literary style. It's a different genre. The later Gospels tend to be a lot more mythical, and they've got pictures of Jesus like bursting out of the tomb, and he's 100 feet tall, and there's 12 crosses that come out after him, and there's a choir of people singing in unison. Yeah, all of this crazy, like, wacky stuff. And to contrast it to the Gospels that most people know, which are quite clearly historical accounts, and the literary genre of realistic fiction didn't really exist at that time in history. So it's just interesting. I'd say if nothing else, read the apocryphal Gospels so that the features of the normal Gospels jump out. It's like how if you've never traveled, you don't really know your own country, right? If you think of all the people who've never left America, and they don't understand what America means because they have no point of reference.
Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the world. Yes, absolutely. Good metaphor. Indeed, a very good metaphor. I like the part where the Catholic asks the Baptist about what, the Protestant about what he's allowed to read.
it's not naughty to read. I mean, I actually think we should be free to read whatever. Like I've got a copy of the Quran somewhere.
The heresy is strong with this one.
Yeah, the forbidden texts, right?
Yeah, I have read that too a really long time ago. It's very unlike the Bible.
Yeah, well, exactly. And people who've not read both books don't understand that.
The Talmud is the same way. I read it in college, and wow, that's a different read for sure.
Can you learn how to decrease your interest rate from that book?
No, but I can learn how to swindle you out of money.
I see. I better be careful.
If you want to get called a grifter, go read it.
I do. I say we should be free to read anything. Maybe I should put a caveat on that. The things that we spend our time reading will affect us as people. I've been spending a significant amount of time this year in Proverbs, and I believe it's made me a wiser person, almost as a mechanical result. You just can't avoid it. So like, it's as simple as, if you want to get wise, go and spend time meditating on wisdom, and it's just like a simple machine process. You will become more wise. So don't think that you can spend your entire life reading nonsense or evil or occult things or whatever it is, foolish ideas, and it won't also affect you in a negative way.
There is a price. It's like that. It's like the witch woman says in Conan, there is a price, barbarian.
Same applies to your YouTube diet, right? Think carefully about what you're spending hours and hours imbibing. Like, you can imagine your soul being steered towards the people that you spend your time with, and that includes these parasocial relationships.
Yes. That reminds me, when we were getting started, I was working on editing some video, and I open up Twitter as I do, and I'm like, yes, I've opened up the demon so that I can waste my soul on the Twitter demon, because that's just what you do.
Was it Semigog? Was it you who no, I think it was Distributist who who reappropriated the Dune quote on Telegram and said Twitter is the mind killer.
It is,
of,
man.
Fear.
It's insanely powerful. It's insanely powerful the way it operates. I've been looking at it the last few days because I noticed that I wanted to follow one particular thing. Normally, I don't have anything on my phone, but I had to install, give my telephone number over to have a Twitter account. And so it sort of followed me over there. And and I find myself, normally I can walk away from my laptop, and that's intentionally why I still just use desktop for all this crap. Everybody's like, just install it on your phone. And I'm like, no, fuck you. But I find myself, I'd carry the phone upstairs when I'm cooking, and I'd take a look at Twitter, and I'm like, this motherfucker's following me everywhere, man. It is a monkey on the back that is like, it's formidable. Like, be warned. Warnings have survival value. And I used to think to myself, the guy would come on and he'd say, oh, I ran away from Facebook because, I saw how it affected the dopamine receptors, or, whatever. It's really a bad thing for kids. And I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. I guess maybe, I don't know. And then I look down, and it's kind of like that lit cigarette, that you can't remember lighting. You're like, how did the Twitter screen follow me up to the stove?
We talked about Psalms. What is Psalm 1 verse 1? Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked, or stand in the way that sinners take, or sit in the company of mockers. Now, could Twitter be described as the company of mockers?
Yes,
wholeheartedly. That's a rhetorical question, right? There's almost nothing else that happens on Twitter than people mocking other people. And the only time it deviates from that is usually to be wicked or sinful in some other form.
It's like mocking, wicked or sinful. Yeah. C, all of the above. Yes. Check out Righteous Lamda on Thanksgiving. Check him out. Right. bringing the good word, into the Semiagog channel. Go on, sir.
Yeah, well, I hope I've not overstepped my
Not
my
in the
mark.
slightest. I was not being tongue in cheek. This
Good.
is
Well,
Thanksgiving, right? And there are a whole bunch of people who are Christian viewers as well.
yeah, wholesome stream, and I'm very grateful for you being so welcomed to your Christian brethren, and I wish you the very best on this Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, in the old days, I used to be worried that they'd chase me around and throw rocks at me until I stopped moving. And then, you know, the entire situation changed. And also, it's kind of like when I started hanging out with my friend who is a guitar freak. And I'm like, wow, why didn't I find more mentat guitar freaks back in the day growing up? I mean, I thought I was hanging out with all the lefties, and it's like, it's all about art, you know, and it's all about like thinking and pursuing these interesting puzzles. Next thing I know, the guitar freak guy, who's super bright, total mentat, brilliant musician, great guy to talk to, really knows his subject. Everybody he hangs out with, they're fucking like engineers and math students that I like never would have met before. So I have a much more open mind now, having escaped some of the inbuilt aspects of like where you're supposed to go to find interesting people. You know, like Charlemagne talking about the middle class. I very much got brought up in that realm where, you know, don't you know where the most interesting people are? Surely you do. So yeah, a lot of that got got beaten out of me by circumstance.
Yeah, well, I'd say in general, whichever part of the world you find yourself in, whichever group of humans, whatever their religion, you know, not to be a terrible universalist Protestant stereotype, but most people are deep and fascinating and conflicted individuals who have both great depths of evil within them and also incredible sparks of light and reflection of their creator. And to write off anybody, any group as a whole, and say there's, you know, I've understood them completely and they're simple and this is this is all that they are, is folly in the extreme. We're all these gnarly, interesting mixes of vice and virtue, and to know even oneself is impossible. So how much less can we ever really truly grapple with another human in their full complexity?
Cool. I'm loving this.
Charlemagne just cool. Yeah. He's chilling. Tryptophan Charlemagne, right?
Post food baby Charlemagne is just so chill, and I love chill Charlemagne. I also love, I mean, one of my absolute favorite streams ever was Wired Charlemagne right after the election night, when everything seemed up in the air and it was just this buzz of energy. I love all versions of Charlemagne.
I like to imbibe the vibe and flow with the group mood. Just let it all flow into you. You know, live the moment.
And I see my friend
Very
Mr.
fleeting moments.
Mr. Ixme is in the house. If Mr. Ixme, if you wanted to come on and just talk shit with us, you are very welcome to. Just DM me, and I will send you a link, since I know you have now made a YouTube debut.
Oh,
but
can you plug his channel?
She does not have one.
Oh.
She does not yet have a channel, but perhaps that will change. I do not know. There are perhaps some hints. There must be more channels. There must be more channels. Everyone must speak. Do not hide your light under a bushel basket. Do not bury your talent, right? You're supposed to do something with it. And the other thing is that the more people that are talking, the harder it is for everyone to pretend like they ain't hearing it.
Nemo is claiming that 99.99% of people are pure evil. Wow, that's a very dark claim.
Yeah, that's pretty black-pilled. I mean, plus it's also like if 99.999, that would mean that all of humanity, and he just qualified pure. It's like that's unmixed, right? So that means 1%. Where in God's creation, anywhere else? Because as not a Christian, I still acknowledge a God. Indeed. Where anywhere else in God's creation do you see where it's 99.99% evil? Now, I'll grant you that if you were going to look for a high concentration of it, mankind would not be a bad place to, like, speculate. But come on, 99.99. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's much closer to the Solzhenitsyn, the line between good and evil runs not between continents, but between, crossing every man's heart. There is the good and the evil within all of us. I would agree in that I think the ultimate destiny of the majority of people is in a bad direction. I think the number of people ultimately saved is a minority, but those who are saved have their own darkness within them as well. And as long as we live in this sin-stricken world, we will never be free of our own fleshly desires, but we're ever in a battle against it, and so we should have nothing but compassion. I mean, I even look at the darkest individuals who've ever lived, the mass murderers and the torturers, and I mean, we often talk of the paedophile elites, the just stomach-wrenching evil that exists in the world. And I think even those people have a tragedy to their existence, and the more I grapple with my own sinfulness, the more I can find empathy even with those twisted individuals and want them to also repent and be saved, which is it's a tough thing to reach. And I think even for those people listening who aren't Christians, who I still think is the right attitude that we should have, not to lose touch with the deep humanity of our enemies, that the thing that's caught them is a pathology of evil, and that there's still somewhere deep down within that image of ourselves, the mirror reflection of humanity, that even though they're perpetrating these terrible deeds, there's something of us in there. There's something that, had we been born in different circumstances, it could have been us doing those terrible things. And the real tragedy of evil is that it's done by people like us.
Always so much so like us that we're all like one big happy family. Not to get involved too much in I guess what you could call an instrumental mysticism, but that's where I've run up with my fundamental problem with Christianity. Can we have a Thanksgiving moment where I just explain to you what the biggest issue for me with Christianity is?
Great. Yeah.
Well, since it's my channel, I'll railroad it through anyway.
No, please.
And I mean this in the most friendly spirit. You understand me? Between men of goodwill, all differences are small. So this isn't me being like, I want to have an argument. But the idea of the tiny little window, this gnat's life, literally like a fucking mayfly of manifestation, and the way in which everything is brought to bear on it in particular ways. So, all of us have had to struggle with the idea of, well, to what extent is free will real? How have different things conspired over time to create a set of circumstances where I seem to be exercising it, but maybe I'm not, all these kinds of things in such a tiny span of time. And then all of eternity of punishment or paradise on the other side. And for me, this is not at all to say that I think that Christian teachings about it are incorrect. I think that Christian interpretations of them are, and this is why I'm really the worst kind of heretic. Like, you guys would have to throw rocks at me, because there are ways of depending on how you conceive of time, duration, manifestation, there are, shall we say, esoteric ways to read the existing scripture, pardon me, that allow you ways around that. There is room, for example, in Christianity, depending on how you want to interpret it, to have reincarnation. And I have heard from some saying that going back to the Old Testament and some of the Jewish traditions encompass a kind of reincarnation. And I remember there's, I am Elias, come again, or I am Elijah, come again. Well, come again how? I have not thus far seen it in Islam. But fundamentally, you're talking about the way in which each of us, you actually had a quote a little bit earlier where you were talking about what was it about? How am I wise when in fact, the same things will happen to me? And it almost sets the stage for the idea of a great grand Indo-European mandala of thousands of manifestations. And within those, this is why you can say there's simultaneously, it only happens once, and at the same time say it happens over and over and over again, because each one of us manifest as we are. So it seems to me, I offer to you for your consideration, not imposed in any way, in a friendly spirit. Each of us comes here and will be as we are only this one time. And there will be a moment of judgment. If you go back to the Zoroastrian stuff, or Ahura Mazda, and you've got a thing called the Chinvat Bridge, where once you die, you have to cross a bridge. But in the crossing of that bridge, you must face on the other side of it, proceeding as though towards you, your twin. And there is the idea of how, like Dante even plays with the idea, though it's implicit, not explicit, that the condition of sin is the punishment itself. And so as you are, swallowed by rage, if someone were to see the interior of your soul, it would seem to you as though you were shrieking and screaming and fighting with each other in a swamp, bubbling up in the mud, or if you were always trying to see the future, if one could see the shape of your soul, it would seem as though your head were twisted about, looking backwards as you wandered, through the lower bulges or pockets of hell. There are allegorical ways to interpret it that don't require the strict understanding that you will exist one time. And if you fail to accommodate whatever this belief is, not accommodate, but fully accept and bear witness to, in a more genuine way than anything else in your being, that in this tiny window of time you would disappear into whatever your fated deserts are. I don't know. That was kind of all over the place, but that is where I come up against the issue. What, from a mystical perspective, to put something that is eternity, that's infinite, and that implies some participation in Godness, which is infinite, right? Which you could consider your just rewards in heaven, right? To set that against this mayfly's life of free will that in many respects seems contingent, it raises all sorts of questions for me. There's still like a brilliant light that shines from it, because sort of in that gnat's life, you recognize that Nicholas of Cusa talks about this. He talks about the infinite minimum and the infinite maximum. He's a Catholic philosopher. Because both the infinite minimum and the infinite maximum share as their common denominator infinity, that which is smallest and least participates in that which is largest and most great. And that's sort of the mystery of Christ's incarnation in itself. I mean, something as simple and low as man, right? So perhaps in that respect, you could say that there's a deep mystery in that this place that is of the least, that is most full of what you would call sin and darkness, there still is that opportunity to seize upon a choice And even in that, it's like passing through the eye of the needle, right? I mean, it's a narrow process, and it's a short band of time, and it's full of challenge and the rest. I just somehow, without reincarnation, it doesn't make sense to me. That's probably what I should have said at the outset.
Wow.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna go get a drink.
All right. Well, please do come back if you like.
The way you think and the way that you articulate and is so, you know, deep and beautiful, and you're touching on so many truly mysterious and unknown things that I certainly wouldn't want to hit back against what you've said in the form of a rebuttal, because I think many of the things you touched on are are mysteries in which there is true lack of human ability to grapple with. There's things that you've said that are subtle and complicated, and I think I just would respond by throwing more thoughts into the mix.
Please do. And all I wanted to say was don't fear rebuttal either, because I won't take it that way. We're talking, so however you can get your point across is very welcome. But go on. Sorry.
I think the concept that people often imagine is that we have this, as you described, gnat's lifespan, during which life is a test, and then after the test is over, it's like hand in your papers, and now you're going to be graded, and you get your paper back, and you feel aggrieved. Like, I didn't know the mark scheme. If I'd have known, I would have.
You get to hear ignorance of the law is no excuse, right?
Right. But I don't think of it that way at all. And I don't think that matches the way that the full picture in the Bible. And I don't know how significant this difference is, but to me, it makes to me, when I realized this, it changed my feelings about the grand narrative here, which is when people in the beyond, once they're judged and they are set on that eternal negative path, the path that leads you away from God, they are not regretful of that decision. They're continuing to double down and triple down, and it's almost like it's like their soul is on this trajectory, this swirling whirlpool of inevitability, where hate and anger unchecked just spirals. And you describe how sin in this life is a curse upon yourself, that actually that process continues beyond your death. And if you are given the ability to continue to live out your increasingly wretched self-imposed punishment, that is an entirely justified but awful existence, that you're not having this external judgment cast upon you. And it almost, you could imagine this even within the framework of reincarnation, that some beings are on this ascendant path towards divinity, and some, as they continue their trajectory, are just going more into their own bitterness and their own hatred, and that there's this free will, I think, is almost an unhelpful concept to throw into the mix, but I don't think it's relevant to the discussion. Almost we have this group of people who are ultimately going to end up, storing up their treasures in heaven, and that means that once their soul departs from the body, they reach their paradise. And then you have the group of people who store up their treasures in the short term. They're involved in the lust and the desire for immediacy and reward, and they get their reward immediately and then suffer the consequences later. And I think that's a much more attractive picture than the kind of gotcha moment that,
right. And gotcha is of course that's very much an adolescent sort of reactive or resentful framing, and I'll grant you that, certainly. But like to come around, see, my thing, and this is why I'd have to have like a settler's lament in here who'd like want to fucking like burn me or like kick off the auto da fe, because you're necessarily going to be so you're a Protestant, so you're going to be willing to at least listen to alternative theories, according to the old dictum. There's no Baptist sect too small not to schism yet again, right? So you'll be willing to listen to all sorts of types of heresy, quite pleasantly. Thank you, by the way, for indulging me. Let's come at it from a different direction. Then I'm going to jump over and grab my.
If I don't mind, if I could butt in for a second, because I came back and on the discussion of reincarnation, I kind of wanted to throw in a couple of maybe some monkey wrenches, if that's okay with you both.
Yeah, certainly.
So
I'm gonna while you're doing that, I'm gonna shoot over and hook my buddy Mr. Ixme in. So go on, Prudential.
Oh, awesome. No, so there's a couple of things that have come to mind, and I think I said this when we finished the AA Fellowship of the Stream discussion, because I think this was after the show. But I've been tagged in this conversation of studies and tweets a while back that was talking about that transplant recipients of hard organs are suddenly coming to terms with memories or sensations of the person, of the deceased, of the donor. And there are quite a few people that have talked about it. And it's odd because a week or so prior to me being tagged in this, I think I got tagged in it maybe 3 or 4 times, was this memory or this dream I've been having. It's happened once or twice now for sure, of a very visceral accident. Of a car accident. And I've never been in a car accident that visceral. I've had some close scrapes, but nothing like that. And I couldn't tell you where it is from. And that immediately comes to mind of the idea of other lives or past lives, or I wonder if others can have a similar sensation. But the second thing, and this is maybe from the Eastern Orthodox perspective of theosis, which is a little more Gnostic than, say, Catholic tradition, where that to be a theologian, maybe that you come into this union with God through revelation, meditation. It's a little more based maybe on spiritual insights of the saints or mystics of the church than, say, rationalism. And I think of the idea of Irenaeus, where he writes, I think it's in Against Heresies, that through his transcendent love become what we are, and that he might bring us to be even what he is himself. And I guess what comes to mind is that perhaps it's possible that there is some aspect of it. I know that you had talked about the pleasures of banking in all of what you have in the mortal life to where you achieve that, but I can't help but think that if it is possible to be in such a union, that perhaps, and maybe I'm more open, just like you, I'm open to listening to these discussions, that perhaps there is some room for it in within the faith. But I could be wrong. I'm still coming back to understanding doctrine and in scripture. I still have homework to do.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not anybody to be speaking for what the Christian view is, for sure. I, as you probably noticed, I read a little bit of it and study a little bit of it, but I am in no way qualified to opine on what its actual doctrines are for any denomination. I just want to welcome Mr. Ixme in. Hello, happy Thanksgiving. How are you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving. I'm doing well. I'm cooking up a feast here. I think I'm far behind the rest of y'all in terms of the time zone, but yeah, hanging out and cooking.
Excellent. Well, if at any point you want to jump in on this current thread we have going, feel free. We're just talking about things mystical at the moment.
Excellent.
I was thinking about reincarnation while I was away, and I always found it weird why some people view it as they sort of wish it were real so they could just keep living more and more human lives, which always strikes me as a bit odd. I think reincarnation to me is a lot like when you play Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and you get to the end and it's like, well, actually you didn't collect all the Chaos Emeralds, so you're just going to have to play the whole game again. And you're just like, well, that sounds awful, actually. It was a fun game one time around, but I don't know if I want to do this like 20 times until I get it perfectly right and then get the good ending, So I don't know. I find it weird.
Reincarnation is platform game metaphor.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I don't think reincarnation is really a very desirable thing. I am kind of confused though why you seem to, because at the end you kind of you made the point that it's I guess necessary to the view you had laid out, but since you didn't mention reincarnation till the very end, I can understand why you find the idea of eternity hinging on a very tiny span of time a very weird idea, but I'm not sure why reincarnation would actually be necessary to make sense of it. I mean, it's definitely one way of making sense of it.
Sure. And there are ways in which my mind, being the autist that I am, and very inclined, as you've probably noticed over the years, since you've been watching the channel, I'm someone who is very inclined to get tangled in my own underwear intellectually with too clever by half, too much subtlety or whatever. But that said, I'll get this out, and it looks like we got Furious Pertinax in here. I'll bring him in too. For me, there's a way that I could accommodate, or at least I would at first start to come towards sort of trying to find a middle position between what Lambda was talking about and my own. So I could say, for example, to myself, you guys can sort out why I would say this to myself. I'm just going to tell you what naturally comes to my mind. I would say, okay, then what is the nature of the experience of heaven or hell, and how does it manifest, right? And so you could go more into a Hindu direction, right, and say that you have a series of beneficent, instructive, upward trajectory, in quotes, so to speak, incarnations that would lead you more towards the unity and the understanding of grand compassion or whatever it is, some quality of Vishnu or Brahma or Shiva, blah blah blah. Or you could have it be something that is a type of disintegration into rage and vices, in sort of a trajectory of vitiation, right? As you hurtle towards the outer darkness at ever increasing speed, sort of weighed down by the unresolved aspects of rage and hatred and sort of what you would gloss under like refusing the Holy Spirit, like refusing to accept that you are even a part of this other process and to take your roles and responsibilities in that course of experience or manifestation, right? And so from that perspective, you could say that each individual incarnation that you had was decisive in the sense that the opportunity was always there before you to, in the Christian context, seek salvation or recognize the reality and imminence of Christ or whatever. And I don't say or whatever to be dismissive. I'm just in the course of organizing my thoughts. And if that were the case, then you would truly have that opportunity in that one little minuscule life. That potential would always be present there. That's the great gift. Like at any moment you could seize it, right? And then insofar as you had seized it, you would participate in something that was true and eternal and continue to have your access, so to speak, to that which is heavenly. And if you failed to, you would continue on the downward trajectory and be existing in hell. So that is just perhaps too subtle by far, but just another way to view that perspective. Then as you moved on to the next life, you would once again be confronted with the same choice, right? And it would damn you eternally in the sense that until you seized a rock in eternity that was something other than this, anyway, I'm going too far with it. I'm going to bring Furious Pertinax in, but I don't know if that answered your question, Charlemagne, of like why reincarnation would have to be present. I can't account for what I see in people over time that seems to be of them and from before. People just have too many facets of their characters and their ways of being that just are redolent of other times and of a kind of baggage that they brought with them from elsewhere. And there's no way for me personally to explain my own experience of people that only takes into account this one life, because there's so much more that seems to be sort of radiating out of them in just them being what they are, how they walk, or what they bow their shoulders at in fear that they'll be struck, or what they bound forward for happily. It always seems to tell some story that's bigger and longer and older. And in my nostrils, it just smells like something more vast than just one set of choices and experiences that damns you or saves you one way or another. Sorry, Furious Pertinax in the house too. So we got Miss Ixme and Furious.
Oh, hello everyone. Thank you, Simi. Good to be on your channel.
Happy to have you on, sir.
And hello everyone else that's here today, chat and all.
Hey, how's it going from Camp Williabonga Binga?
Yes, the clown colony, the prisoner island, is tolerating it day by day. Nothing better that could be expected, considering that, you know, I'm sure you've all seen footage of camps being erected and people being shipped off to them under the cover of the army. So yes, I'm just trying to live my best life despite all that.
Except it's the cringe side doing it this time.
Pretty much.
Oh man, Charlie just had to throw that in as a little Thanksgiving sprinkle.
Indeed.
And where are your sprinkles for Thanksgiving pie?
Nein, don't put me in the truck. Nein. I don't want to go to the country camp. Nein.
Stop. Yes.
Actually, sorry. I have to say I was totally forgetful. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our fellow Americans that are here tonight. I would hate to be remiss in not mentioning that.
Of course. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And a happy Thanksgiving to you, even though it doesn't apply to Ockers down in the upside down place.
Quite frankly, if I got a free turkey, I would be happy. So thank you very much.
I want to ask you, do you acknowledge that dinosaurs are real and that the Pilgrims killed them?
Oh, I do.
If true, then based on behalf of the Pilgrims.
Cool.
I mean, ultimately,
if
you think about this, right? If you think about this, I know this sounds kind of retarded, but you know, when you pluck poultry, right, they do have a resemblance to the fact that, you know, how do I phrase this? Poultry and bird life are essentially the closest thing to devolved dinosaurs that we have, if you think about it.
Speaking of dinosaurs and pilgrims, do you mind if I share an image real quick?
As long as it doesn't touch me where my bathing suit covers.
Of course not, and it's never a touch me on the doll situation. Here we go. Speaking of dinosaurs and the pilgrims, I had shared this image on the group chat earlier, but this is history, and if anyone says otherwise, they're wrong. This actually happened.
Yes.
Pilgrims killed the dinosaurs, and here's why that's a good thing.
Amazing.
Where did you find that?
I found that somewhere scrolling through the various Telegram chats that I'm on, and I thought that image was too perfect to pass up, so I did the whole right click and save, and I shared it around.
Quite a gem.
I think this will have to be a little special episode, like a late Thanksgiving episode for the Pastor Posse. So we're going to have to hypothesize that after the last ice age melt of the planet, you know, 10,000 odd years ago, essentially East Asiatics went across the Bering Strait, repopulated North America, and killed all the megafauna. They killed the woolly mammoths, etc., etc. So then, when the Pilgrims landed in New England in the 1500s, 1600s, they then finish off the dinosaurs. Is that what we're sort of stipulating today? Is that the historical?
Can I please get a 3-hour lecture from you guys saying why that's true?
only if it covers the critical role that seed oils played in the demise of those dinosaurs. Yes.
seed oil poisoned.
No,
basketball.
no.
I actually really like this idea. In my custom Dungeons and Dragons setting, I actually have a secret continent where the dinosaurs still live. So maybe for some future campaign, I can actually just reenact this myself and get some players to actually fight dinosaurs. That'd be pretty cool.
I love that your world building extends to places that's literally impossible for the players to ever reach.
Yeah, well, you have to have a really good concept of what's actually in your world for it to feel what is it called, verisimilitude for the players.
Now, I must go. I'm very sad to say, as I have to get up early for work tomorrow. But it's been a delightful stream to be a part of, and I'm very grateful for you having me, Semiagog. And
anytime, man. Anytime.
Lovely to see all the rest of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for bringing in positive attitude, which we all must have. And before you disappear, everybody go check out Lambda Bible Studies. You can find it. Lambda has recently basically outed himself boldly without any hesitation. And he's got a couple of good upcoming live streams, one of which, if you're just coming in now, one of which is going to be on the Gospel of Thomas. And what was the second, Lambda?
Yeah, tomorrow we're looking at the book of Judith, and then on Saturday we're looking at the Gospel of Thomas. Normally I stick to good canonical biblical texts, but to show my breadth, I'm straying beyond the canon, and I think we're going to find some interesting things.
Well, come back anytime, man. And
thank you very much.
Thanksgiving to you.
And to you. Good.
Well, hot damn, that was it. Look, all the color just went away. It's all dark and gray now.
So someone in chat was asking about seed oils. The whole seed oils thing I've actually discovered recently. But what's going on there is pretty simple from what I learned. It's basically that, the reason you die is because you effectively rust because your cell walls, which are made of lipids or fats, oxidize and fall apart. So, your stuff just breaks. And, so to make new cells, you need fats. People used to eat animal fats only, really. And to some extent, unsaturated fats like olive oil. And seed oils are basically produced in this 40-step industrial process. And they produce a type of lipid called a polyunsaturated fat. And these rust even easier. In fact, they're already rusted in the vegetable oil bottles on the shelves. So basically, if you eat seed oils, your cells will just be made of stuff that breaks down faster, and it just kills you more quickly. And that's pretty much it from my understanding of the seed oil thing. That eating butter is like building more resilient cells because they're more resistant to oxidation. And same for saturated fats like olive oil. As long as you don't let it rust by leaving it out in the sunlight, oxidize, it'll actually cause it to taste different. That's also better than seed oils because it's like the middle tier building material, right? So it seems like a pretty straightforward thing to me and not like any sort of conspiracy theory thing.
Yeah. And, certainly feel free to go ahead, Furious, because everyone here has, including those listening, have put up with me trying to talk about why I can't be a Christian because reincarnation. So if you want to talk about seed oils,
you'd like me to have a transcendental conversation about nutrition. Okay, well, Charlie kind of did cover most of the main bases there. There's a few other things that add on to that, which are good to know. Charlie mentioned how bad oils essentially rust you or accelerate the rusting process of your cells. What seed oils also do is that the thing that essentially holds your DNA together is something called telomeres. If you could imagine them, like if you do your zip up on like a jacket or something, your telomeres resemble sort of nanoscale equivalents of zips. And these telomeres basically hold your DNA structure together. And seed oils, because they're highly inflammatory, actually have been demonstrated to show that they actually break down telomeres. So highly inflammatory foods and this is not just true of Cinders. This might even be true, say, if one is a celiac, as I am, and you constantly eat gluten, and you're constantly triggering inflammatory responses in your body, you will actually start breaking down your telomeres. So you're almost breaking yourself down at the level of DNA. Another thing worth mentioning, sorry, Semigog, were you going to say something?
No, go on.
Oh, okay. And another thing too is that I'm just going to make two more points. One, your brain is made up of approximately, if I'm not mistaken, about 92% white matter. And most of that white matter is made up of collagen and fats. And by going on a low-fat diet, essentially you are impeding your body's ability to replenish those naturally occurring fats. Now, if you consider that Charlie mentioned olive oil and also butter, and also this is also true of animal fats, we have been evolutionary conditioned and adapted to consuming these fats and utilizing for uptake in our body. A side point to that is that if you look in other species that are sort of similar to humans, obviously in this case I'm speaking about primates, they have much larger intestines and much smaller brains, because the two most blood intensive organs are the brain and the stomach. And so as humans hunted and cooked meat, our brains rapidly increased in size and our stomach reduced in size, which is why the vegan diet hypothesis almost breaks down at the evolutionary standpoint. We can't break down cellulose, we can't use it, and we can't break down oxalates, which are in green leafy vegetables. Anyway, what I'm alluding to is that humans have adapted over many thousands, tens of thousands of years, arguably hundreds of thousands of years, to utilize these fats. And these fats replenish our brain cells. Like I said, the majority of our white brain cells are made up of collagen and fats. If you go on a low-fat diet, you're depriving your ability to heal your own brain and to permit its growth, and then in old age, its repair and maintaining condition. Essentially, for people who get Alzheimer's disease or dementia, providing you don't have the genetic fault, because there is a genetic fault to this. For some people, they have a more pronounced disposition towards Alzheimer's disease, etc. It is essentially diabetes of the brain, and that occurs by not replenishing it. The other point about fats is that, sorry, going back to the digestive thing, is that we are highly adapted to eating these diets, and we have the bone, the oral structure in terms of our teeth to break it down. We have the gut enzymes to break it down. We produce all the stomach acids to break it down, and all of a sudden, the scientists in the 20s and 30s said, "Oh, these things apparently cause heart disease." And if you want to look into that, go onto YouTube, search the Ansel Keys dietary theory, which is a chart that he produced, I think, either just before or just after World War II. I think it's called the 14 country analysis, whereby he made like some really shitty loose correlation between heart disease and fat consumption, which is proven to be erroneous. And so this is when Cinders became big after the Second World War, and it hasn't been good for humans. Let's just say that. So heart disease and diabetes and obesity have increased dramatically as a result.
So yeah, I totally dig the thing about like good fat and bad fat. Like I see people who are all the time like, I'm eating my non-fat fill in the blank, and you look at them and their parchment thin skin just looks shitty. And they think somehow that they don't need any fat at all. Everyone is so mechanical. There's just a kind of stupidity that has emerged based on, I think, largely on people's on widespread numeracy. If it's only basic numeracy, it has led to the idea that everything can be reduced to a set of numbers. So instead of exercising to feel good and feel more powerful, they exercise in order to have higher weights or more repetitions, or like a CrossFit, thing where they're like, they have it happen in a shorter amount of time, or they think who's better, whose house costs more because I can reduce it to a price, who gets a higher salary, who lives in a higher rent district, who has a more expensive car. everything can be reduced to this fundamental system of numbers. And so people get very, very mechanical and kind of stupid. And they're like, oh, fat, bad. No fat, good. Less fat, okay. And so they deprive themselves of what they actually need. But here's my basic question for you. If I'm using olive oil and sesame oil, occasionally coconut oil, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. If those are the oils I'm using, will you and Charlemagne go ahead and say that you endorse that behavior as less likely to make me rust?
It depends on the nut, because always keep in mind that peanuts and cashews are not nuts. They are legumes, and legumes are very high in lectins, and lectins are highly inflammatory. If you're cooking in something like macadamia nut oil or almond oil, different story. They are actually
I just said sesame and olive oil and coconut oil. Those are the ones I mentioned.
Sorry, I thought you said nut. Okay, coconut. No, coconut's fine. The other thing I wanted to mention just briefly, because I'd forgotten my track of thought, but for people who are thinking, olive vegetable oil must, olive's a vegetable. No, olive is a fruit. Remember, anything with a pit in it is actually technically a fruit rather than
fruit
a vegetable.
Of the gods.
So olives are sort of technically a fruit, and they are very high in oleic acid. Oleic acid is a building block of olive oil. And funny that Charlie said the thing about leaving it out in the sun, because it does oxidize under certain conditions. This is why Romans and Greeks always transported olive oil in amphorae, basically terracotta containers. They could be stacked on ships, because if anyone who's read anything about like the ancient Mediterranean and trade, even way back when, be it southern Spain, be it Sicily, be it southern Italy, be it Greece, be it the southern coast of modern day Turkey, sort of Anatolia, the olive oil trade was huge, even in Bronze Age Mediterranean in the classical period. And even back then they knew, not via the scientific method as we sort of know now through sort of our ability to engage with science, but they understood in their own way through sort of, you might say, handed down wisdom, that having olive oil sitting out in the sun degraded it and made it taste rancid and made it go bad. So this is why they always transport it in terracotta amphorae.
But can I eat it?
Yes.
Yeah. So olive oil and coconut oil are both fine. Sesame seed oil, though, is a seed oil, a vegetable oil, and is not the kind of oil you want to consume. I think olive oil and coconut oil are really the only saturated fat oils that you or unsaturated fat oils that you actually want to be consuming, that I know of, that are common. And if you can use animal fats like butter or just actual rendered animal fat, that's the best.
If anyone was going to try to tell me that I couldn't have milk fat or butter, I would laugh them out of the room. And I was just checking basically on you guys whether or not you could stay on this live stream, because if either one of you was to tell me that I couldn't eat olive oil, them fighting words. But sorry, Miss Ixme.
Oh, yes, I have a good culinary tip, which is if you buy really good quality bacon, not the crappy stuff, but buy the good stuff, and then just take the drippings from it, put it in a little mason jar, put it in your fridge, and you can use that for cooking, stuff like eggs or wherever you need fat.
Very based.
It's a good one. Grass-fed butter, can't go wrong. Yeah. I kind of think of it as basically, I think Charlemagne and Furious mentioned this, but all of your brain is largely fat, and your cells themselves need fat. So if you're eating these weird kind of new seed oils and stuff that's industrially processed, it's sort of like putting a really shitty car, repairing your car with a crappy part that's just going to break right away. Your body uses it, but it just breaks immediately, essentially. So you don't want to do that.
Right. It's like the crap of like bad carbohydrate calories, right? They just get socked away for pure energy, but they accumulate as the bad kind of your own fat, right? And I've seen that where you know, even when I've gotten a little bit of weight myself, I've never gotten particularly heavy, but I've still had it affect me. And I've had friends who had quite a bit of weight on them that they had to get rid of, and they immediately go through this thing once they start getting serious about removing it, where they're burning up all that fat that was stored on them. And a lot of it is kind of nasty, and they literally feel sick in the process of burning off their own fat for a while because of what it, so to speak, pulls out of storage, right?
Of all the cells in your body, fat, because of the way your liver protects you, your liver and kidney, well, Mr. Prudentialist knows this all too well, but your kidneys and your liver serve as your primary filtration organs. And because your liver does the conversions from fats to ketones and also from carbohydrates to glucose, and then your body uses them from there, that is also where, for instance, if you have insulin present in the body, or well, insulin is the primary storage hormone, any excess calories you have, and especially so if it's fructose or to a lesser extent glucose, any unutilized energy that is present in the body will be converted to fat. So if it's the liver performing that duty, right, the easiest way for the liver to dispose of toxins is to dump it in your fat tissue. So like you say, Semigog, when you have guys who dump a lot of weight, and I don't know if you guys might have heard me talking with AA a while back, we got onto the topic of like weight and height and whatever. You know, when I was in the midst of my chefing, I was 140 kilos. I was a big boy, right? And I'm now 95.
What's that in pounds?
So, let's just say, I don't know, I'm going to estimate around 260.
Yeah, we don't like these neutered metric units in America.
Yes, metric fags. Sorry, I should say that.
So maybe 270 thereabouts. And I got
Right
down
on.
to like
Yeah,
240.
that's.
You said 140, right?
Yeah. What's the conversion? Someone said 360 actually. Holy shit.
308 pounds.
Okay, so
yeah.
Yeah, so 300
Damn.
pounds, and I would have got down to say, I don't know, 230.
Damn, you were hunting grizzly bear with a switch, man.
Yeah, and breaking a sweat after 5 meters of jogging.
Well, hell yeah, right on. And you
but-
cut it down to what now?
That's
we're gonna have like
220, 230.
Damn, right on, man. Right on.
So, like, but to agree with what you're saying, sort of to buttress what you're saying, yeah, after that, like initial, probably in the first half of that initial weight loss, I felt really bad. You know, like, not to get graphic or anything, but let's just say the body flushed out a lot of shit, and I felt really bad for a couple of weeks, and it was actually difficult to train through because those toxins get mobilized in the body because you're sort of metabolizing them out either through sweat or when you pee or whatever. And they sort of end up present in your body, and you sort of almost have to purge them. And you feel crap for a while, but once you do, then you sort of, it's like, you know, if you can imagine sort of, you know, trudging through a swamp, and you get halfway, it's like, oh god damn, this is so difficult. But then you sort of get to the end, you're like, oh, the hard ground again. It's a relief. That's kind of that process of, if you go through a phase of life where you're really overweight, or you're sort of obese, and you've had a bad lifestyle, and you drunk a lot of alcohol, and you've been exposed to toxins. When you go through that phase of then shedding it off your body, and you're melting that adipose tissue in your body, yeah, you go through a phase where it sort of ends up in your body, and you're trying to purge it, and you feel fucking horrible as a result.
Well, hell yeah, you pounded your way through a whole lot of it. Good on you. Isn't that what you Australians say? Good on you.
Yeah, good
right
on you,
on.
mate. Fucking top.
Seriously though.
So there's this thing people say about saunas, and that sweating helps your liver detox. And I never know if this is just you know, like a hippie nature dude myth, or does sweating really help you eliminate toxins?
Probably Prudentialist can jump in on it, but I want to throw in one quick anecdote. Miss Ixmi, you know I'm into like flamenco, and there's this dancer, Carmen Amaya, and she had like some sort of really bad kidney disease that afflicted her. So her body was not doing the kind of filtration it was, and or it would have been expected to, had they been working like they should. And they expected her to die very early. And as a result of, you know, not having the functioning kidneys, and she lived her way into her late 30s simply because of the requirements, the physical requirements or so it is said, I should say, simply because of the physical requirements of being a top tier flamenco dancer, which means, you know, several hours daily of very high energy dancing that yields just lots and lots of sweating. But what were you going to say, Furious?
Just because Miss Ixme mentioned, you mentioned saunas, did you, Miss Ixme? Is that right?
Oh,
Mentioned sauna?
yes. People say the
Yeah.
sauna is a great way to do that. Yeah.
Yes. So what saunas do is that they have two sort of primary functions. One, obviously, in the presence of heat and moisture, sort of, you know, like a hot water sauna, you raise your heart rate, which increases the body's ability to move toxins from the liver, from adipose tissue, and then you sweat it out. Basically, sort of an accelerated process of what I was mentioning about fat loss, obviously in a more constrained period of time, like it's only while you're in the sauna. And also what happens is, as you're exposed to heat in that context, what actually happens is you bring more blood to the surface. So here's a tip: don't go into a sauna after a meal. Make sure you go in on an empty stomach, because if you're digesting, you can't bring blood to the surface, and then you can't actually use the sauna for what it's meant to do. So you bring blood to the surface, and then that sort of accelerates that process further. On the topic of saunas, there's also, maybe some people have heard of it, maybe have Miss Ixme, I don't know, but there's also the infrared sauna. And what's really, really good about infrared saunas is that it actually activates mitochondria. And because of the light frequency and the fact that it's intertwined with heat, and it can penetrate through the skin, and it sort of goes right through to your body, it basically hits you at the cellular level, below the skin, even below the fat. And what it does, it activates the mitochondria, and I'm trying to think of the correct description of how this works, but essentially, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I've heard it affects like ATP, the stuff that makes your energy, or I guess the energy molecule.
Actually, I'm glad you interjected. Yes, ATP, your energy transporters that pass between your mitochondria and your cell walls. It's exactly what it does. And another thing, just because we were on fats before, is that basically your mitochondria and your cells are sort of surrounded by like the tiniest little films of fat. And so if you deprive your bodies of fat, basically your cells can't communicate with each other. And the ATP, as you mentioned, amongst other elements in the body, how they transport it between cells is, if you can imagine, if you're in a quarry and you're loading coal on trucks and you're pushing trucks through the quarry to get the coal in and out, how that stuff moves in the body between cells and between mitochondria is through cholesterol. Your cholesterol is basically your trucks, and that's how you move energy between your cells. So when they say, oh, your cholesterol's too high or whatever, no, that's basically bullshit. If you theoretically consumed zero cholesterol, right, your body makes it. Your body will actually produce cholesterol, which is why, you know, unless you're in a very particular medical situation. And by the way, this is medical advice. Just want to caveat this for Semigog's channel.
Yep, not medical advice. Yep.
But yes, unless you have a very particular circumstance in which you require like statins, or you require cholesterol medication, your body will make it because your body needs it. And the less cholesterol you have below a certain level, you're actually detrimentally affecting your body. But yes, it's interesting you mentioned the ATP, Miss Ixme, because that's exactly it. I just couldn't think of the word, but you got it. You reminded me. Thank you.
Yeah, the infrared saunas. I bought a little kit last winter, and I love it. I highly recommend the infrared sauna if you're into saunas. You know, it was like $1,200. It came in a kit. I put it together in like, half an hour by myself. And in the winter, I use it almost every day. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I would only use a nuclear sauna where it uses a fusion reaction to create a mini sun.
Nice.
Well, also you're in the place where if you go outside, it's where they say it's like walking in a mouth, yeah. You walk out in a mouth. It's crazy. Like you need a sauna, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But sweating,
right.
sweat. You right, bro. You right, bro. sweating is actually very, very good. I know it because my body does it automatically. Like, at least when I was younger, if I would get the first stages of alcohol poisoning from being out and just pouring lots of it in a short period of time, if it didn't go too far, a lot of people would start to have the spins and they'd have to go, yak it up. I could go and sort of like put my head down for a minute and I would sweat like crazy, and my body would thereby dump the toxins. And it was actually my buddy Tim. He was like, you can do that a certain number of times, but not over and over again. And I've also seen it with certain types of food poisoning. Sometimes there's it's a low enough level that my body can dump it, but like literally I'll turn green and I'll soak my clothes. Like my body will have this, and that came to me actually because of years of going to the sauna, because I was going to gyms for a long time. And so I got really into the kind of sauna. I don't know if it's fucking infrared, but you have a bunch of rocks and you have a scoop of water and you splash it on the hot rocks that are heated on the stove, whatever that kind of sauna is. It got my body, just years of doing that, it got my body tuned so that I knew how to sweat. I did it a lot and regularly, and so my body could kind of fall back on that as a way to dump toxins. And the only problem is that I now finally, in my late 40s, I actually had a heat stroke, or a bad heat exhaustion that was beginning to border on heat stroke. And it screwed with me in some respects now, because I used to use that technique of overheating the body. And now, because, once you've had a heat stroke, you're more susceptible to it. I'm trying to fight my way back up to be able to use therapeutic heat in that way without triggering the body's reaction. But yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. It's gotten better, but it's not, but I'm not back to where I used to be.
Bummer. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it sucked, man. I got screwed. I went out in the woods and I thought I could pull this deer cart that I had, and it had like it had, I don't know, 60 pounds of crap on the back of it. And I was pulling it as well as wearing stuff that was a little too heavy for the summer heat. And it'd just been a while since I'd been in the woods. So I was thinking, oh, I can just do what I normally do, which is, eat almost nothing and then go out and, be physically serious hauling this deer cart in and out of these gullies out in the woods. There were these washed out areas of these really small streams that have sort of cut over time. So you literally went down vertically about 6 feet, and then you cross about 7 feet to the other side of the washed out area. And then you have to go up almost vertically another 6 feet. So I'm hauling all this crap behind me. And I just got to this point where everything just said, oh, fuck you, boy. None of this is going to work anymore. So I started having the muscle spasms and, the bad cramps like appearing in just in my abdomen and my calves and in my back. And, I was lucky I was able to sling my little tent with me, because I was hauling everything out to be camping. So I had everything with me, but man, I barely crawled into that tent and just poured out sweat out the bottom of it for several hours into the night. And then the next day I was throwing up in the morning from, so it was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And then you lose the ability to use that heat. And that's what pisses me off the most, because I relied on that. That was a part of my keep myself sharp regimen, and now I can't quite do it.
The plight of the sweat lord.
Yeah, it is. It's the plight of the sweat lord. I'll take a super hot shower like I used to, and I'll feel it. Like my toes will start to cramp and I'll see them curling in, because the heat cramp is happening just as a result of the hot water going on your foot. I'm like, motherfucker. I will fight through it, by God. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Is it damage to the myelin sheath or what? What causes that?
Oh, that's rough.
That sounds crazy.
I actually don't have an answer for you, but just because you mentioned cramp, just for the benefit of the chat, don't be a low sodium cock. Seriously, your body requires sodium.
No, and that's why I was saved. I actually, when I climbed into that tent thing, I had a bunch of crap that I had inherited from my dad, and one of them, because he had been through all kinds of up to the advanced levels of first aid training. And so he had this old little kit that I remember from when I was a little kid. It used to be pinned to the inside of his Toyota Land Cruiser, on a little snap mount. and it was a first aid kit, and I had thrown it into my stuff. So when I climbed into my little, it's one of these hammock tent combinations, because I had just enough energy to sort of tie it up and collapse into it. I opened up my dad's old kit from like literally 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and no, 40. And there were a bunch of heat exhaustion tablets with the minerals, and they were old, but I had like 3 of them on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, I think you can always have too little or too much of something, but there's 2 things to consider. One, from a medical standpoint, whenever you get an IV of almost anything put into you, it's almost accompanied with saline, and saline is just filtered water and salt. Now, if it was bad for you, they would not do that. The second thing is, and this is sort of tried and tested by history, is that so far as soldiers go, and I'll try not to pasta posse this entire stream, Semigog, so I apologize beforehand, but Roman soldiers, as in the legionnaire, as in the late Republican and early Imperial Legion, was probably the most professional and most rigorously drilled soldier prior to the age of gunpowder. I'm talking like the Napoleonic period, right? Now, these soldiers were trained to march 15, 20 miles a day, erect not just tents, but an actual castra, a fortress. They were expected to pull down that fortress the next morning, march another 15 or 20 miles, and then erect another fortress, and so on and so forth. That is what Romans were, the soldiers were trained to do. So obviously they were physically robust and they had great stamina and endurance. But one thing that kept them going is that they used to have canteens on them, or what you'd call a canteen today. And the Romans used to drink something called posca. And posca is basically a lightly diluted sort of, if anyone's familiar with apple cider vinegar, it like a really, really lightly diluted apple cider vinegar, enough to kill any potential bacteria that was in water. And then they added salt to it so that it didn't sort of turn in the canteen. And Romans would, and only a little bit of salt, because remember, if you drink salty water, you'll actually get more thirsty. But the Romans would do this so that they obviously didn't understand the concept of electrolytes. But basically, with apple cider vinegar and salt, you basically got 95% of your electrolyte spectrum sorted out.
Based
and the
Romans
discovered this and stuck with it for. There's even recordings of Byzantine soldiers drinking an equivalent of posca. I don't have the name on me right now, but
but the term for the original drink is posca, Posco.
Posca with an A at the end.
Posca. Okay, cool.
Posca.
That's very good to know.
Yeah.
And we have another gentleman who is joining us. This is a Fiend, moderator on the channel. Check him out, appearing with a Max Stirner icon. I believe he comes from Norway. Fiend, welcome for the first time to the channel. If you can hear us,
he's blown away by the fact that the Germans, the Romans invented Gatorade.
Audio.
What? Audio? It seems like, you have something going on with that, but I can sort of hear you now.
YouTube audio, yeah.
Well, we can hear you.
Welcome.
Indeed, welcome, sir.
Anyway, I'm going to start drinking salt water.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get myself one more beer. Fiend, I think it's fixed. Yes. Oh, and we got a Mr. D in the background as well.
Maybe he could tell us some of the other things that go on in Asana.
My only problem is that I have a 6 maximum. So, Mr. D, if you can hear me, I'm going to have to wait until we have somebody drop out. God, can you imagine telling that to D? Oh my God. D, you'll have to wait. Oh my God, he's never going to fucking talk to me again, man.
I'm just going to go check the Twitter messages now and see what happens.
Right, see what kind of trouble I'm in. Okay, well, hopefully, Fiend, Fiend, we can... hopefully we can hear you again soon. Say hello, and I'm going to grab myself another beer, guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm just reveling in the fact that D can't join, so...
Should
got
we let
myself
him
a
in?
drink.
I could rotate out.
Sure. I mean,
Actually, why don't I'm gonna it's time for me to have my supper here that I've been working on for hours. So I'm gonna drop off and it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Good evening to you.
I just came running back, Miss. Excuse me, Miss Ixme. I just want to wish you a very, very happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you, and let's talk soon.
Okay, thanks. You too. Take care.
Enjoy your
Have a good
feast.
acquaintance. Have a
I
good
will.
Thanksgiving.
Good night.
Well, now Mr. D can join the sausage party.
Yes, he can. Dee! What's up, sir?
Thank God the
Hello.
woman's gone.
Oh, come on now. That's an old. That I know. I realize that you're absolutely required to do that, but I must say, Miss Ixme is my old friend, and I am sure that she just went away saying I knew D was going to say that. But yes, D.
I have to
Welcome.
see. I need to check. If she follows me on Twitter, then I like her. If she doesn't, I don't. Let's see. What's her
that's okay.
handle?
All right. Don't get me involved in this. Don't put me in the middle of this.
Let's see.
I
How
gotta-
do you
where's
spell
my-
mix?
Where's my bottle opener?
Yeah, I think I've seen her on Twitter before.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
she
she's-
used to follow
she's
me,
been
and
on-
I think she unfollowed
She's been on
me.
Women's Hour.
No, but she unfollowed me. I think. I don't know.
That's because
I'll
of your
have to check.
unbridled misogyny.
No, I'm not unbridled. All women should wear bridles. Anyway, I had a
Happy
nap.
Thanksgiving.
I've just woken up from a nap. I made a feast. I made a Thanksgiving feast as I do every year, and yeah. So
And what did tell us, plebeians, what sort of grand spread you had, given that you're capable of creating for yourself just about anything?
well, I'm not. I tend to like. I tend to like very well done versions of very sort of simple standard fare. So I'm not into, I'm not into Parmesan foam and with mango truffle, bollocks or whatever. No, I had a turkey. I had a very large roasted turkey. Although I don't roast it whole because that's just the recipe for disappointing bits of meat. So I deconstruct it. I disjoint turkey and take it apart and do it in pieces. I stuff the leg thigh. I debone, take out the thigh bone and stuff the thigh, and then I do the breast separate and the wings separate. And then you can sort of put it back together on the serving platter, and it looks it looks decently like a turkey, but everything is well cooked that way. So
And
I
more
do
evenly
recommend
cooked as well, right, D?
more evenly cooked, and of course yes, because of
Yeah.
the breast and the thigh leg meat, they're
Mm.
just completely different types of meat. So yeah, I mean it's a bit of a challenge if you've never disjointed a fowl before, but you do get the hang of it, and it's quite fun. So I had that, and
No, go on, please, D.
let's see, what else did I do? I did cornbread, stuffing with
Base.
sausage and sage and leeks and 3 types of onion.
Ooh, yum.
Then I did cranberry sauce with orange, lemon, and bourbon whiskey, and I did mash, as you do. I usually do. So there's a chef called Joël Robuchon, who is very famous. I mean, he was a great chef, but he's very famous for his recipe for mashed potatoes, which is a kilogram of potatoes, 250 grams of butter, and 250 grams of milk. So basically, it's half milk and butter and half potato.
And it has to be, but I was just going to say it. That is the recipe, that right there.
Yeah.
But with one of the proper old school, like heavy aluminum potato mashers, not one of these
Yes,
wimpy,
yes, of
crappy
course.
stainless steel ones.
Yeah, I mean, potato ricer is absolutely necessary. I mean, you have to use the right variety of potato, which is a contentious issue. And
Nothing too waxy.
Nothing too waxy.
Fibrous.
Yeah, nothing too floury though. You want something that, and you need to cook them correctly. I do something called retrograde starch, where you cook them at a very low temperature for an hour, and then you let them cool, and then when you're ready to serve them, you dice them and you bring them up to a high temperature, and then you quickly drain them and rice them, and they're perfect. Not gluey at all, but it's a bit of a hassle. You can certainly just do it the normal way.
Look at me, I'm such a fucking plebe. I called it a masher when it's a ricer. I'm so
well.
ashamed.
I mean, ricer's a bit of a ridiculous word, because of course it's not. It has nothing to do with rice at all. So I masher is a better word.
No. One must use the correct terminology for one's special craft.
Mine is an Italian. It's an Italian potato rice for some reason.
Based. Yes.
Even though I've never had mash in Italy, but
you know what it is for. D is Italians use rices in order to break down the potato for gnocchi.
Gnocchi, yes.
It has to be super fine.
Yeah. The gut bomb gnocchi, man. Many are the times when I ate like 4 servings of gnocchi and then jumped on a trampoline and tore my stomach loose.
I never did that. Wait, what?
I'm joking about how heavy that shit is when you eat it. The beautiful thing is that like good gnocchi will prepare you for quite a bit of drinking.
Well, it's certainly true. I mean, certainly an American Thanksgiving meal will also prepare you. Speaking of,
yes.
I'm just saying, in honor of America, being a crypto-American myself, I've got some bourbon whiskey. So
bourbon, yes. All I've got left is gin, and I'm not sure I can drink it anymore, as I was saying earlier. I've got one beer left now before me, and then I'm going to have to move to gin. And I think I have some tonic water and a lime, but that's...
Enjoy your drinking, you bastards.
Yes.
Oh, no!
Prude, we weren't saying, we were just saying, man.
Oh, I know. I terribly miss whiskey more than I could ever describe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what time is it in the icy north with the fjords, Fiende?
Well, it's time for old fashioned with Bullets bourbon.
Ooh,
excellent.
Excellent.
Yes. And what sort of alcohol did you get, Charlie?
Pretty much the same old fashioned with bourbon, 4 roses. I'm doing a lemon peel instead of an orange peel.
Curse you all! I'm gonna have to go drink a fucking gin and tonic, man. Furious? Is it too early in the day for you to be drinking now? What's going on there?
Yes, it's breakfast. Well, actually, it's brunch time. It's just before midday.
Bloody Mary.
Mimosa.
That's a perfect time to start drinking.
Yes, but I'm a good boy, Mr. D.
Oh.
I'm
Define
actually
good.
Well, actually, that being said, I'll make his laugh, because actually I used to be a really heavy drinker, and now I sort of drink on birthdays and Christmas, and I'll only ever drink with my dad. I'll often have, like, say, a cognac with him, or a brandy or something, or maybe the odd glass of red wine, because my dad loves a wine. My dad's a real Roman, actually. He was born within 200 kilometers of the city, and he can't get it out of his veins. So, I was at a cafe recently, and I live like on the border of what you'd call like a center right suburb, and then like a really, really left wing suburb. And there's a bunch of cafes that sort of straddle these two suburbs that are really quite good to eat at and whatever. And I was there with a friend of mine, and I've acquired a habit now of drinking kombucha, because I find it's really good for digestion, and it's just really tasty. And I was literally at the table drinking my kombucha, and I had someone from the Australian Greens Party come up to me. He's like, "Oh, are you interested in politics?" And I went, "Yes." And they said, "Hey, do you want the pamphlet for the Greens Party?" And I just said to them, "You cannot possibly fathom how much I absolutely despise Leon Trotsky." And she just looked at me blankly and walked on. I was just like, imagine being that fucking presumptuous,
Yeah.
Judging someone on their drink. Ugh.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I mean, I also immediately associate kombucha with leftists, but
Same.
Kombucha.
I don't know. I kind of feel like there's a legit maybe you're just unaware of the association there.
No. I'm aware of the association, but like I think we should just, in the same way that the left absconds things off us, we should like abscond the few healthy things they do. Like, forget the veganism, but let's take the kombucha. Like, it's actually really good.
Yes.
You can leave you can leave like the soy, the tofu chicken thing with them because that's crap. But I'll have the kombucha. That's really good.
Well,
Yeah.
we've kind of taken some of the best healthy things from the left, haven't we, when it comes to the last 2 years?
True. Good point.
But since you're all
Well,
drinking, I'm going to honor Turnip and his hatred for the Mormons by making a cup of coffee.
Post them. If you're going to honor the Mormons, it should be post them.
Post them. Ugh.
But I have to say, D, that menu does sound magnificent. Actually, I think you've done an exceptionally good job. It's nice to see that our ilk are able to hold up the culinary end of the political spectrum.
Yes. Well, there was more actually. That wasn't even all of it.
Oh, sorry. Keep going then, please.
No. Well, this is sort of sweet corn and wild rice, which I like because it just seems like something Indian-y to eat, even though I don't think they ate wild rice at the. So I've read. I actually have some facsimile copies of various books that are the primary sources for the original Thanksgiving meal, and they mention 3 foods. They mention wild turkey, so they did eat turkey. They mentioned venison, which of course is the very base thing to eat.
Venison
And they mention quote Indian corn, which we don't know exactly what that means.
That could be potentially Andean corn because I'm sure D, that they grow a massive number of variations of corn, like in the Andes and in South America. And I would take a guess that it was probably something along those lines, like a Bolivian or a Chilean variety. That was
I don't think
exotic,
Pilgrim Fathers would have had that though. I think it was very sparse. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think the trade routes would have gotten up there. Certainly not at that time. I mean, this was I mean, they were living in basically mud huts that first year. So,
yeah, fair enough. I suppose it depends, like, which way things were going from South America to Europe. Because if it was going via New England, maybe. But if not, then I guess you're correct. I'm just taking the punt because I would know otherwise. I'm just having to guess.
Yeah, there is a lot. You're right. There's lots of corn. I mean, the problem with corn, with maize, is that it has to be processed correctly, or it's not terribly nutritious. So there's a process which you can do to corn.
Right, best with like hominy, right? Lime.
Yes, with lime. Not lime the fruit, but lime the substance that you can you can obtain from various sources. Yes, it's called nixtamalization, I think. A bit too late, and I've already started to drink, so I'm never going to be able to.
I love it when D combines chemistry with cooking.
And 9 martinis.
Oi! No,
he's not to 9 yet. He's not to 9. I'm starting to get an ear for it.
It's bourbon. I'm very ashamed of myself because I was sitting here trying to think of what the proper chemical designation for lime, but of course it's you're right, it is a mineral. I mean, it's basically a calcium oxide. I think calcium hydroxide. Yeah.
Yeah.
The worst part is that I use it in my studio occasionally. I've done some like mobile frescoes which you do on wet lime plaster. So I'm quite ashamed of that. Slaked lime, it's called.
Slaked.
Yes.
That's another good word, along with verb. Slake and lope. Both of those need to come back into. He was loping past. Say good words. We need to bring good words back. So I want to ask, just because we have a new guest, Fiend. Who the hell are you? Introduce yourself.
Well, I'm just a lurker. I'm odd.
A lurker.
Yes.
a lurker and a moderator for the channel, and guy who's been around for quite some time. Thank you very much for helping with things like moderation. Just wanted to invite you on and say hello, man, and thanks for all the help.
Cool. Yeah, I dance a bit. I teach it, and I run a dancing club in Norway.
Oh, wait a minute.
Norway.
Now.
Yeah, I was trying to place the accent. Okay.
Stylish dancing, right on. What do they how do they dance in Norway?
Well, the folk dances aren't really in vogue. It's more like the ballroom and the standard Latin, the salsa and the boogie, and yeah.
Nice. And so you do these things? Do you teach this?
I teach it. So I teach in waltz and tango and the good stuff.
Based waltz. Does anyone else here dance? I dance a bit. Anyone else? D? Surely you must know a few. A gentleman.
Yeah, I mean, I
do.
I had to learn some dance when I was at boarding school. So I mean, that was back when they still did that sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm terrible at it because I'm quite clumsy. You know, so certainly with my feet, I'm very agile with my arms and hands and fingers from doing sculpture and painting and such. But I'm terrible with anything to do with my coordination with my feet. So I can dance, but woe be to my partner because I do have rather large feet and I am very apt to step on other people's feet.
Yeah, and also because you sort of have two left feet and you're quite tall, right? And
yes, I'm quite tall, and yes, I have size 15 feet. So
yeah, the beneficial part here.
That's what D leads with. By the way, I have size 15 feet. Yes, sorry. Sorry, Fiend. Sorry,
I'm the Abby Shapiro of the Post them feet.
So you're the Khazar dancer then, D.
Yeah.
I know, my tits are not nearly as large as Abby Shapiro's. Can I say tits, Shenigog? Is that all right?
Oh, yeah. I prefer teats these days. As I get older, I find that teats, like what a lovely set of teats, it just works much better. It really does.
I'm fond of the British slang BAPS.
BAFF?
No, BAPS, BAPS, like Bronze
Baps.
Age pervert, BAPS. Yeah, because BAP is what you would call a bun, like a roll. What you would call a roll, yeah.
So they're like warm rolls. Yes.
BAPS.
Yes.
I've always been partial to knockers.
Swingers.
The problem with teats though is if you grow up on a farm, you're quite used to referring to like female sheep as having teats or cows, and you sort of think of like you get it's a bit of a mental combobulation between it's like, no, I need a specific word for actual female human boobs.
Well, I suppose your neighbors in New Zealand have no problem with that.
Well, no, that's why New Zealand. No, but that's why in New Zealand they invented a Velcro, because the sheep got used to the sound of the zip. So,
All right. Well, this is Thanksgiving. I'm going to go ahead and do this to D. D, you can feel free to mute me, but I am going to share a poem in the spirit of Thanksgiving. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, you understand me. This is by a Serbian poet, Charles Simic. It's called Breasts. So as I said, D, if you need to, you can go ahead and I don't know, play something very loud in the background.
No, I'm fond of bodacious tartars myself. So.
Oh yes, bodacious set of tartars. This one is called Breasts. I love breasts, hard, full breasts, guarded by a button. They come in the night. The bestiaries of the ancients, which include the unicorn, have kept them out. Pearly, like the east, an hour before sunrise. 2 ovens of the only philosopher's stone worth bothering about. They bring on their nipples beads of inaudible sighs, vowels of delicious clarity for the little red schoolhouse of our mouths. Elsewhere, solitude makes another gloomy entry in its ledger. Misery borrows another cup of rice. They draw nearer. Animal presence. In the barn, the milk shivers in the pail. I like to come up to them from underneath, like a kid who climbs on a chair to reach a jar of forbidden jam. Gently with my lips, loosen the button, have them slip into my hands like two freshly poured beer mugs. That's an infelicitous line. I don't like that line. Anyway, I spit on fools who fail to include breasts in their metaphysics, stargazers who have not enumerated them among the moons of the earth. They give each finger its true shape, its joy, virgin soap, foam on which our hands are cleansed, and how the tongue honors these two sour buns, another infelicitous line. I put that down to him being from the Balkans. Sorry. For the tongue is a feather dipped in egg yolk. I insist that a girl stripped to the waist is the first and last miracle. That the old janitor on his deathbed who demands to see the breasts of his wife for one last time is the greatest poet who ever lived. Oh, my sweet yes, my sweet no. Look, everyone is asleep on the earth. Now, in the absolute immobility of time, drawing the waist of the one I love to mine, I will tip each breast like a dark, heavy grape into the hive of my drowsy mouth. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Amazing
Yes.
poem.
Yes. Knockers. Milkers.
I'm gonna have to comment now for someone later who's watching this VOD and be like, at 3:18, Semiagog reads a poem about jugs.
Right. Put it in the comments section. Yeah. Thank you. No. Hopefully this will be long enough that, all of these sort of moments of me embarrassing myself will be hidden. I always imagine that to myself after we do like a 3 or 5 hour stream, that somehow no one's ever going to hear it because there's just too much to go through, right?
I picked out a companion poem.
Oh dear.
Oh, yes. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should just exercise the veto at the outset.
I don't think I will read it because I may get your
no.
channel shut down. But let's just say it's by Arthur Rimbaud and Paul Verlaine, and it's called Sonnet to the Arsehole.
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, if he reads it, we can just turn our cameras on and he'll get kicked.
Well, wait.
Well,
wait
I know I've got a new device credentialist, so I can handle it. I can handle the camera.
No, D, you are perfectly welcome. Like I said earlier, everybody put up with me saying that I couldn't deal with Christianity because reincarnation. So everyone is free to indulge the worst aspects of their character. So go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I really can't read this. It's written properly.
Rimbaud?
Rimbaud, yeah.
Yeah, it's two French guys.
The purple carnation that trembles nestled amongst the moss.
Oh, you're taking me straight. I'm like rocketing from there straight over to William S. Burroughs talking about like boys on roller skates and their like anal mucus. It's like pow.
God's
Sorry.
sake. But by the way, this is from a book that I've had for many, many years. It's a paperback book called The Penguin Book of Homosexual Verse. So
that was the point at which you actually thought to yourself, maybe you don't want to be gay anymore. The point.
Well, no, as soon as I saw it, I was like, "This is the most ridiculous book I've ever seen." I have to buy it. But it starts out with the Romans. It starts out with Sappho. But it's got basically selections from everyone you could possibly imagine.
So a celebration of gayness.
Well, let's just say that the appellation homosexual verse is used rather loosely. Because many of the pieces are not. It's quite a leap of interpretation to say that these were written as any sort of homosexual verse. I mean, for instance, Homer. There's like a bit from the Iliad here. Well, actually, okay. Never mind. But Christopher Marlowe, Dante Alighieri, you know.
So basically, they really wanted it, so they decided to turn everything into that in order to be able to celebrate its long-standing presence.
Yes. Although now that I'm looking through this, I mean, most of these people are complete homos. So.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Lord Byron, come on.
Someone in the chat goes Mr. D story hour.
No.
Yeah. That's
no.
not someone in the chat. That's Fiend who's here in the discussion.
Oh, my bad. I just saw that and I just read it and I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got Mr. Ixme saying that we need to bring back Lambda for his wholesome okay, that's what we're going to do. D, since you're a larger than life character, what should we, since you have some portion of America in you, don't
Right.
and
vice versa.
For
and
that
more is yet to come.
he is talking about moving back here. Given that is the case, let's bring
Of
it back
course.
around to Thanksgiving. D, because you are a man of some depth, a character given to abstruse considerations at times. What would you say we should all remember on this Thanksgiving?
What should we remember? Well, I mean, it's certainly good to remember. I mean, was any sort of a feast day, whether secular or otherwise, you know, to thank God for the bounty that that He's given us, and how extraordinarily lucky we are to have all our nutritional needs tended to by the grace of God. But I mean that counts for every meal as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, just being alive and surviving. I will say it's hard in 2021. It's very difficult to look around and say, boy, I'm very happy to be alive. But if you think back, I mean, like we live in this bubble where we sort of assume that life was easy and life was good, and it really isn't the case. I mean, in history, it's always life has always been on a knife edge. So we're actually experiencing the reality of history for once, in generations. So I suppose there's some fortuitousness in that, but
So
but
it's sort of
I
like
have to say some days it's difficult to
So it's like the old thing of may you live in interesting times being cursed. You're saying perhaps it's not a bug but a feature.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think if you look back in history, I mean, almost everyone lived in interesting, unstable, terrible times, transitional periods. I mean, there certainly have been far worse situations. Even now, I mean, even in this miserable, I mean, the problem is that we just live in a in a labyrinth of lies, and there's, I mean, being in the middle of a battle, being in the middle of sort of real hardship, that is different than living just in a complete, being lost in a labyrinth of lies. And there's something kind of awful about the situation we find ourselves in, because we can't take action the way that people in the past could have done. I mean, if you're you fight or run, if you're in a battle, you learn to survive, you deal with enemies. We can't do any of that at the moment, so we're just sort of stuck, and there's something terrible about that. It's a bit like purgatory in a way.
Well, purgatory at least carries the promise in some sense that, there is a light at the end of the tunnel that is not an oncoming train,
Yeah.
I guess, but depending upon the amount of prayers and intercession, you receive. Yeah. Let's open this up. What do we all see coming? And try to take a, if not a positive view of it, at least try to look for maybe parts of it that aren't awful. Like each of you, I'd ask you, coming from your different places and circumstances. As we're about to enter the holiday season, we're officially allowed to start putting up Christmas trees and this sort of thing. What do you guys think is coming?
I see a lifetime of opportunity in a modest parcel of land in a small community. What more can you really ask for?
Well, yeah, a woman to go out there with you, but yeah, otherwise
That's a given.
Sorry, D. So
when you get up
others?
there, Charlemagne, are you going to put up a giant sign and by your cabin that says "Wives Wanted"?
Depends on the current e-girl I'm harassing. But yeah,
Oh.
basically.
No.
Actually, I kind of like D's dismissive enunciation. Like he's got like 3 of them that I've noticed, but one of them is yeah, and there's another one that's kind of like more like is there
I hate you, Oliver. I hate you.
No, they're good. They're very good. I like them.
You hear too much.
Yes, too much. Charlie, did you see that thing that was going around on Twitter? I think I shared it. Somebody shared it, and it was that weird little newspaper clip from like the 1830s where the guy was like, "I got such and such number of sheep and so number of acres. I'd be totally willing to take a woman, and I'm more than willing to like buy her pretty dresses and lace and things like that. And I'll even take a widow." And he was like, "I'm 20 years old and I've already built this for myself." Have you thought about taking out like a newspaper ad?
Oh, I don't need to do that. I mean, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to find a woman up there.
Isn't that what Twitter's for?
I kind of don't really try down here just because, everyone's just like got a nose ring, is fat, is a libtard. It's like, it's kind of hard to find someone who doesn't have at least like 2 of those. So,
yeah, it's a jungle out there, sadly, for guys our age. It's very much like you're sort of wandering the sparse deserts, trying to find an oasis. It's like you say, Charlie. It's a sleeve full of, it's a tattoo sleeve. It's a septum ring. It's a kid or 2 or 3 or goodness knows what else. It's it's a difficult task.
Yeah, but once I move up to white people land, it'll be fine, I think.
Yes. Well, certainly improve your odds. That's a beneficial thing for sure.
I hope D is capturing quotes yet again, because as soon as I move up to white people land is a good one too.
Yes, that's very good.
Charlie seeks his own Hyperborea.
I mean, I'm not. It's not a joke that I am very interested in mating eugenically.
Everybody in the chat who's listening should be mating eugenically. If you're not, you're being unwise.
Yeah, the problem is that sorry, Fiend.
Well, by definition, it's dysgenic if you're not conscious. So,
indeed, being aware of these things. I have mentioned it on a few occasions. I can go in 2 directions. I can either go in the fair direction of what I received from my father, because he's got the like angled upwards cat eyes, had blue eyes, fair complexion. And or I can go in the direction of my mother, who is more like dark and Mediterranean. And in retrospect, looking back at the different kind of relationships I had with people, they pretty much fell in those 2 categories. I was like, I can mate in direction A, or I can mate in direction B. And with a concomitant confusion in my personality, because I've sort of got Mediterranean and Northwest European kind of thrown in together. So yeah, bringing it to consciousness, Charlie, I've met you, and you're going to have to find some weird ass. You're probably going to do well with some weird ass old Italian bloodline that has like a bunch of Gallic in there from way back, as well as sort of weird old Italian bloodlines, man. You scream some weird old Roman gens. When I met you, it's like some weird, crisscross Roman gens kind of vibe.
That is actually true.
I don't know if you're going to find it up in in the general region of the Rockies, but you never know.
Well, long ago, Charlemagne doxed his nose, and from his nose, I could tell the same thing. Semigod. That is a very distinctive nose, and yes, it is very much of the kind of romantic.
Wait a minute, you've never seen what he looks like?
I have seen what he looks like, but
okay. Because I was about to say, why would you be chasing him so hard?
At that time, I only saw the nose.
The nose.
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, a mighty nose
after that
actually.
weird moment when AA called him beautiful on the Scar stream.
Oh, AA, he had his little moment.
He's
right
in love.
on.
He's in love with Charlotte.
That's all right. Charlemagne's stylish. He's
I'm
righteous.
fine with that. Yeah, I need a haircut though. Got some dead ends going on.
Don't touch your fucking hair. Fuck all that hair.
Oh, just a trim, not
Yeah, just
not
a little trim, to
Okay.
keep it healthy. Apparently, that's a thing you have to do. I guess.
Yes.
I don't know how this works.
It's
Split
it's a
ends.
twofold thing. You either, on the one hand, you shave your head so that when you're in battle, no one can get a purchase on it, which is based. The other option is that you grow it long, and then you just have to make sure that you tie it back properly or braid it. So most importantly, it doesn't get in your eyes when you're fighting. But also, it's a really bad thing to have long hair and get in a bar fight, because you can be dragged all over the joint in ways that are not going to seem fun at all. So yeah, tie it up, or at very least wear like some kind of hat, like I do, where they grab it first and first the hat comes away. So you have you buy yourself time.
Yeah, it's like the shield in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, where you get hit one time and don't lose your rings.
I did not expect that.
This is the second time that you've referenced that.
Yes. Well, it is a mighty Thanksgiving. What take the lead, gentlemen. Is there anyone here who has a good topic to propose? Because I sense that we're arriving at that point where we should have a mighty topic emerge.
I actually had one earlier, but it slipped my mind. I might be able to scroll through my... Oh, yeah, I remember what it was, actually. Turnip isn't here anymore, but maybe some of the others can fill in on that. Prude is still here, so this is good. But I saw some people tweeting about Lukashenko and Belarus, and there seems to be this... I don't even look at what he said, but he said some stuff against the Globo Homo, right? And everyone's like...
I watched the interview. Yeah.
They're like, oh, yeah, he's so based and everything. And I saw one of the guys in our circle who runs one of the channels that with the text-to-speech books. And he was like, Lukashenko, like, he might seem based, but, he's basically spent the last 25 years taking Russian money to build a fake country that just destabilizes the entire region. And, like, after what we've seen... happened with Viktor Orban, where he's like, yeah, you're gonna get the medicine or die. It's like, okay, I mean, at what point are we gonna stop pretending there's any leader of any country anywhere in the world who is like in any way helpful to our cause? I don't know. What do you guys think about this?
To be honest,
oh, go on, Bruce.
Oh no, go ahead, Mr. D.
Well, I've always sort of admonished people about this. I mean, who is that man, Duarte from the Philippines?
Duterte.
Yeah.
Duterte. I've
Very
warned people.
similar.
So I warned people about him right away. Because first of all, he comes across as just a complete lunatic, and everyone's like, "Oh no, base," because he's sending out paramilitary squads to to kill drug dealers, and all well and good. But I mean, you can't. I mean, it's just like when people get some scrap. And they just cling on to it, like, oh, it's the same thing when conservatives, say, oh, look, a based black man, and they just go completely mental. And then, of course, the inevitable happens. It's just like people are so desperate for some sort of affirmation from some powerful person or some leader or politician or whatever that they just fall for all this and always comes back and bites them. And so the guy in the Philippines did the same thing. He said, if you don't take the vaccine, we're going to come around and stick it in your ass. With me and my base police force. It's like, okay, well, that's what I said. I warned you. The same with Orban. You just can't put any faith in anyone currently in the power structure because they rose there for a reason. No one that with the sort of correct ideas, i.e. the ideas that we sort of generally are promulgating in our circles, they're not going to be able to rise at the moment in this particular power structure because it's it's just antithetical to anyone like that. I mean, unless they were really clever So yeah, everyone they get so excited and then they get bitten in the ass every time.
But to channel the spirit of Lambda and thereby to not allow ourselves to fall into the well of despair that yawns before us by design, by malicious design, we can rely upon God, however it is that we construe that, it, him, however that is construed, and we can rely to some extent upon ourselves and our friends, and we should give thanks for that. So despite the fact that I think D is entirely right, yes, it's we should meet our circumstances with philosophy and some form of resolution. No,
Yeah, and also just look at all the dumb shit they're doing lately. Like the mask is, if it even was on, it's been slipping so much, right? And that has to be something to be really happy about, no?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain point at which they just cannot put more makeup on the corpse, right? There's only a certain amount of scented candles you can light as the body decomposes in front of you. And I think increasingly that some aspects of it must become apparent. But I recognize now that I too am in my own bubble, and because of the nature of our current circumstances, I don't get out there around a lot of other people. When I do, I'd say for every one thing that I hear from someone that is encouraging, that suggests they might be becoming skeptical, I'd say I probably hear 5, maybe not that much, 4 other things that just suggest to me, everybody is asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, but also it's sort of like people are socially savvy enough to know to make the accepted noises. So you can't really. This is all the revealed preference. So you're not going to get accurate information.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, what does it look like in Norway? As I understand it, Sweden hasn't had the same. Sweden is sort of the poster child for supposedly not doing the lockdowns and the rest, but the reality is they probably just don't need to. People simply do it anyway.
Yeah, you don't
Denmark
need to do it
Denmark, by contrast, is a place where they're beginning, so we are told, to remove migrants, right? So they seem more sensible in some ways, at least on the surface, in terms of information that reaches me. But you know what? I hear very little about Norway. Very little. Can you tell us what's going on there?
I mean, the media is making noise, the same as everywhere, and also the Norwegian media is CNN. So yeah, you know how that is. But on the ground, I've been living life. Like in 2019, I've been holding dance classes, for fuck's sake. No masks, some sanitation, some alcohol, hand wipes, just so people have it as a totem. No one's thinking about it. And people are making noises again, but I don't know.
So basically things aren't all that bad either in Norway.
Well, we do have the conformist streak where whatever the leaders are saying, and that's just a feature. So if our wise elders tell us to do something, we're going to do it. But yeah, on the ground, like I haven't had to deal with COVID since I don't know, Easter perhaps, like in a real affecting my day to day. So
well, good. Good on you.
Awesome. So far, it's only actually caused minor inconveniences for me, and also alienation from some people to a degree. But yeah, I think a lot of people have actually been pretty lucky. Like, unless it gets to the point where you're going to lose your job, it's kind of surprising how little everything actually has materially affected a lot of people. despite the totalitarian push.
Yeah, and where I am, if I mean, it's destroyed my income because I was, I had to operate in multiple states, to fly to different places and go into people's houses and that kind of thing. So in that sense, I'm affected by the kind of restrictions that can be put into place vis-a-vis travel, and airports and the rest. But other than that, on the level of just being in my state with the kind of requirements that they put into place, I mean, basically, just when I go grocery shopping, I put on the stupid mask right before I go through the doors, and then take it off when I come out. And I think now I don't even need to do that. So, compared to how other people have been affected, that's not too bad, Geez, Australia, man, furious. I don't even know. What is that? Is that not as bad as it sounds because it depends upon which region you're in, or is it just really bad everywhere? And is it actually affecting you?
Me personally, it's affected me insofar that the few times I've been out, you might say, on the town, you basically can't enter unless you download the app thing and you QR code yourself in. And I've literally done that twice because because frankly I sort of had to for the thing I was invested in doing. But immediately after both events, I just deleted the app off my phone. I sort of logged out, didn't bother with it again because I'm like, yeah, get the hell out. I'm just not having a bar of it. I'm not going to be treated like chattel, to be frank. That aside, no, I haven't been terribly inconvenienced, but what I have seen is a lot of family and friends sort of capitulate to either fear or to sort of like some what you might describe as social coercion. And people whom I may have judged as being sort of intelligent or clear-minded or possessing common sense or even to some degree a cynicism to power, most of those whom have disappointed me have I'm going to say disappointed me. I guess you can't be too like you can't be yourself affected by what other people do. There's a bit of a Stoic principle there, but just in order to describe it for yourself, Semi, and for the panel and for the audience, disappointed in that you expect better of these people. You think they have better faculties, better capabilities of judgment. But I think, and the chat's actually been saying it, that yes, Australia's a testing ground. And for those who have listened to me on UO on the 2 times I've mentioned it, yes, Australia is the perfect demographic for this to be tried, because we're highly, highly urbanized and our cities are in quite remote, distant places. And yes, people have bent the knee to the system and to the what we might call the cathedral or whatever. And I don't know what it's like in America, guys, or in the case of D, what it's like in Britain, and we got Fiend here, what it's like in Europe. But whenever, and I don't watch a lot of news, I do it for my own sanity and just because I can't be bothered. But nearly every time the news is on, it's COVID. It was COVID stats a year ago, and it's COVID stats now, or it's this policy, or it's that policy, or this premier did that, or this politician did this, and it becomes so tiresome. And so, for my own sanity, I steer away from it. But when I hear about friends of mine, because I fortunately don't live in Victoria, I don't live in Melbourne. Victoria's really copped at the worst. Like Victoria literally spent the better part of 8 months almost under lockdown conditions. And like say with Queensland has been another state which has been quite peculiarly governed in this context, whereas the state itself hasn't been too illiberal in terms of being able to traverse Queensland if you're a Queenslander, but good luck getting in or out. And that's also true of Western Australia. Getting in and out is very difficult. But just the fear that is instilled in people is gobsmacking. And for those who are following my friend, my fellow Australian friend, Jacaranda Plus on Twitter, he's actually, he lives within, sort of a stone's throw of actually one of the camps that they've built in Queensland. And they're very, very willing to use them. ostensibly for purposes of the quarantine period. But what's transpired in the last 2 weeks, and just to put you guys both in the panel and for those in the chat, we in Australia, because we, a bit like America with the Native American Indians and with Canada, the Inuits, we obviously have the Aboriginal sort of pre-European peoples here. And there's a tradition of them living in what we call the remote communities. So they live far out of the cities. They're sort of on their sort of heritage land, and they live in these towns. And there's a whole bunch of socially complex problems that are in those towns, and they pertain to heavy drinking and high rates of diabetes and high rates of STDs and pedophilia, and it's really terrible in some of these places, right? But nonetheless, they live of their own accord, and they live mostly as they wish, for better or for worse. But what's transpired now, for those who follow the queef lady Claire Lehman, she's basically gone from Quillette liberal sort of queef lady, she's gone from centrist liberal to, yes, I endorse these Aboriginal people in remote communities being transported by the army and police to these purpose-built camps because the vaccination rate amongst Aboriginals is less than 20%. It's the amount of mental gymnastics and sort of intellectual contortions that have gone on to justify this stuff. And this is just the beginning. This is truly just the beginning. I'm gobsmacked. I'm almost, despite my ability to sort of ramble, I'm actually lost for words as to how this is going. And yet I, like everyone else on this panel and probably most people in the chat, know that this is really just the beginning. This is just the taster. This is the appetizer before the main course. We have seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw this in there. I was trying to raise it earlier, and the damn full screen function.
Oh, the leaked records, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know if this is genuine, but this is supposedly, again, I do not know. This could entirely be something false, but apparently something was leaked that was it's basically a mock-up of the information that would be gathered as a part of the, registry related to the COOF and everything else. Again, I do not know if this is genuine. Your mileage may vary. Check it out yourself. But you can just see here that it has sex, ethnicity, birth, height, weight, eye and hair color. It's got marital status. It's got your political registration, citizenship status. It's got a number of things related to COVID. And then I guess in order for them to be able to cross-reference it against your other attitudes towards vaccines, you've got, that's what I'd use it for. You've got, polio and flu vaccine and herpes status, HIV status, how many suicide attempts you might have had. That's important for everyone to know as a part of tracking COVID, right? Known allergies, gender identity, that would seem to be very, very important. You couldn't abstract all sorts of other things from this database based on such information, could you? Whether or not they're a smoker, heaven forfend, whether you've got a firearms prohibition, sex offender registry. But there's an interesting one here. It's the pre-crime index, and I'm not quite sure what that is. I Hypocrite tweeted this out, focusing just on this aspect of pre-crime index, which certainly seems like what was that damn science fiction movie where they gave you a rating based on the potential
Minority
that you
Report.
could, right? Number of bankruptcies, pending civil litigation, your credit score, community service hours you've performed. All of this really does seem critical, if genuine, to tracking the business of COVID, doesn't it, gentlemen? Doesn't it? To the point that Furious made, that it could likely get worse.
Yes. I don't know. Kind of seems fake just looking at it, but I think it kind of doesn't matter if it's fake. One of the interesting things is how we've all seemed to have very different experiences with the actual lived experience of the last, 20 months. I wonder if this is part of the strategy, how it becomes difficult to even relate to each other's experiences in dealing with this. And then also the fact that one of the things that really strikes me is that it seems like if you're one of the people who have personally really experienced very little in terms of actual problems, like I don't know, it's bizarre to see how many people, I guess, have caved into effectively nothing, because I haven't caved into anything, and I've experienced really no negative repercussions whatsoever, other than some social annoyances and impediments. So it's kind of bizarre to see how I guess easily people are manipulated. But I guess that speaks to like the book referenced earlier, the crowd. I don't know. It's just weird when I actually reflect on things and see how at no point I would say have I really actually been tested at all in terms of resisting anything other than that at the most basic level, which is just not buying the whole narrative wholesale, right? So it's just weird how essentially no pressure other than propaganda pressure got people to just kind of go along with the whole thing.
But with this weird sort of lateral feminine aspect to it, I only see it. I've thought about tweeting about it, but it would have taken too damn long to type it up. And then, I thought I'd save it for being able to talk about it in a circumstance like this. And so this fits. I walked into the post office and I was, going to do something. And of course, it's the damn post office in a very liberal city, black staff. And I'm waiting there to get something done at the post office. There's a woman behind me and she comes in and she knows the woman at the counter. And so they start to, kind of talk around me doing the friendly thing. And they're just, oh, did you get your latest vaccination? Yeah, I just got my booster shot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problems at all. I felt a little under the weather for one day, but it was just absolutely fine. No, I got mine too. Just got my sticker yesterday. Absolutely fine. And then one of them brought up something about how they knew someone whose husband had had a problem with it and was really sick over the weekend. And then, they started to talk about, oh, no problems like that with me. Like it just became this strange social ritual of acceptance. And there's a certain point when you're watching this stuff go by on Twitter and you're like, okay, yeah, yes, it is all about humiliation. And yeah, there is an aspect of the masks that is where they talk about how it signals friend versus foe, and it has to do with all the aspects of acceptance of the program, the ritual display of one's acceptance. But then you get to this point where you're like, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But then, man, you run into situations like that one, and you hear the sing-song tone of, again, not visually, this time verbally, or whatever it amounts to, their speech, the clucking of chickens in many respects. But you can see that, again, the ritual signaling of the acceptance and the willingness to go with the program. To your point, Charlemagne, it's like nobody went out with a bang. They all went out with a whimper. It's just the enormous oblique power of consensus, and manufactured or not, the pressure it puts on the group for conformity, man, it's a powerful thing. And tawdry for all that. It brings to mind the old title. I can't remember who did it, but the banality of evil. Just freakish in many respects.
Arendt,
yeah, Hannah Arendt said that. If I could just come in maybe from the top and just come down, like with the Lukashenko thing, right? Like, as Semyagog and I talked about it, and as some conversations I had about 2 weeks ago with some Polish gents, I do not understand the obsession with like conservatives going over any sort of Eastern European leader, democratic or not. I don't get it. Their situations are vastly different than ours in, say, the Western Europe or in the United States. Like, oh, cool, like they did this one based thing, but then there's like 50 other problems that tend to happen. And as the polls like to tell me, that even their right-wing based peace and justice party is very similar to the situation of, say, the GOP and the Dems here in the United States, which left me with a rather like, wake up and smell the coffee beans kind of deal. Like, yeah, like the similar, same shit, just different country. But I think that it's funny with what we've seen, especially where everyone's sort of like agreeing and nodding and trying to say, "Oh no problems with me," because everyone bought into it, and now they're entirely afraid that because of their fear and their default trust, they've now put themselves into a position where they might be wrong. And I've gotten pressure because I go to a transplant clinic every month now, and I see on a rotation it's like 3 different nephrologists that come in. And they all tell you the exact same thing, the exact same opinion, and there's no deviation, there's no second opinion, despite 3 separate doctors. And they'll all tell you, you should go get it. You should definitely go get it. Your protection is limited, but you should go get it. And virtually everything out there says that, well, if you're on immunosuppressants, these vaccinations aren't really going to work. Yet they're going to put you at risk anyway, because I'm a male who's physically active and under 30. Like, there's no way in hell that I'm doing it. And I'm half tempted at one point in time just to now lie. It's like, I sure did. I got it because I don't want to be treated like a belligerent. And if something were to happen to me, I don't want you making the executive decision to kill me because I didn't do it. And I think that there's so many people out there that got wrapped up in what I think is one of the most effective sort of propagandistic campaigns, because in the first opening weeks of what started about 20 months ago is this discussion over like, wow, the Chinese hid this from us, how dare they silence reporters. And then you can almost tell at the exact point where the sort of the psyop began, because with the snap of a finger, if you were to go on like Reddit or Twitter or anything like that, it would just be like, oh yeah, like look at how, like look at them shutting things down, look at how good the Chinese are at handling this. And you had all those videos of people like collapsing in hospitals, all those videos of people just going nuts in the street. And I think it was done exactly intentionally to instill fear and to just scare the shit out of the West. And so, and of course, people in charge are like, this is a wonderful opportunity to really maintain and seize control of the reins of power, because as they saw from 2015, 2016, and this sentiment of politics, whether it's in the UK or the United States, that, our thumb on the scale of power is not putting enough pressure as it should be. And it frustrates the absolute hell out of me, because I think that, of course, with the prudence of hindsight, right, we can kind of see like how things have played out. But even then, for all of this talk about totalitarianism or authority, all of which, people bought into the fear, people bought into the narrative. And it's strange because I don't think I've had to worry about it at all. The only times I've been tested were just recently because my mother got it, and the 2 times that I was into the surgery for a potential transplant. That's it. But and even my mother had it, and it knocked her ass out on a week because, she's a bit overweight and not very active. My grandmother, who's 82, had it, and she felt like she had the flu for a couple of days. And it's just absolutely insane to watch my, blue-pilled younger brother just buy into the fact that, this is a seriously dangerous thing. He would come and visit us and wear a mask and keep his distance around everybody. And it was purely for this political performance. And to watch so many people transform into these just mentally ill mongrels out of fear. And what else could it be is that you have purposefully not infected yourself with, the actual disease. You've infected yourself with a mind virus. And the only thing that you've got left to do is to assume that you've done everything you can to inoculate yourself against this virus for people like us. But for them, it's just like, this is it. This is their life now. This is their lifestyle. This is what they think about. And that kind of absurdity is what we have to deal with. And we will see things like in Australia, where we're literally watching something that, liberals would have lamented, 15 years ago. Oh my God, look at what they're doing. They're putting Aborigines in camps. And now they're like, yeah, fuck them, put them in camps. This is where we're at. And I've lost respect for people. And as I think Lambda and others would say, like, evil is real, demons are real, and these people are fucking demonic.
One thing it's interesting, you made a sort of a Christian analogy just there, and it's almost as if on one hand, I've seen a few sort of tweets pertaining to this, and people want, and I'm speaking euphemistically, I'm not speaking in a literal sort of sense, but people want an easy route to a kind of sainthood or to righteousness that does not come with the cost, the bearing of sufferance, the endurance of a pain or a tragedy or some kind of loss, be it material or immaterial, be it physical or spiritual, that actually comes with that notion of righteousness or that notion of sainthood. These people literally want to walk into a clinic and get a needle in their arm so they can socially signal to their friends and to their peers and to their political adversaries how good they are. You know, these people as well, not all of them, but there is a segment of those people too who are completely degenerate spiritually and morally and mentally in many ways too. These are people who are have no sense of self. They are in some ways a human beings with quite limited capacity, who have been sort of given this almost like a reverse indulgence. They can just walk into this clinic, get this jab, walk out, wear their mask, show everyone how moral and good that they are, because they have complied to a regime. And for those of us who know better, I guess that's what is in part sad, because we probably know a lot of people that we love and we care about who have unwittingly actually done this. I mean, there are those monsters. I refuse to call them people. They are creatures and they are monsters who have done this, who have orchestrated it, who have facilitated and enabled it, right? They're a bit different. But those amongst us who've been caught in, you might say, the ideological crossfire, the true victims of this, the people who are victims of their own ignorance, you know, they will come to realize maybe in time what this is. But I guess what has certainly myself feeling quite aghast is the ease in which the powers that be have rolled this over. You know, Comrade Andropov would be chuckling in his grave at the notion that the capitalist West so easily capitulated. But I guess, you know, when you consider some of the stuff that we've been reading in recent, you know, whether it's you know, Moldbug, or whether it's Juvenile, or whether it's you know, Evola or Moscow or whatever, you know, it the last 2 years has made it, and it includes the events in America, obviously politically speaking, and the non-president. It involves the coup. It involves a whole bunch of things, right? That really sort of liberalism and the Bolsheviks really are the two sides of the same coin. And it becomes more and more undeniable by the day. I guess the tragedy is that for those of us in the chat and on the panel here, we probably have friends and dear friends and family who've been caught up with this. And, you know, it's amazing, even for me, I can probably count on my 2 hands the people who resolutely will not be jabbed. And the vast majority have. And that's sad.
You know, I had a conversation about Spengler's Decline of the West, and I had this back and forth with someone in the chat. Just there's this concept that Spengler discusses, which is called second religiousness, and it's when you're in that sort of towards the end civilizational state, that precluding and leading up to what he calls Caesarism. There is this rehashing of the traditional and founding religion of that civilization. And in the United States, I can't help but think about like the last 20 some odd months. And, you know, when Derek Chauvin got convicted for, you know, an overdose death that I don't think was his fault at all, literally at the spot where George Floyd overdosed, there were baptisms, revivals, and religious, you know, celebration. This, you know, current medication that is being forced on many people in the West is that it is treated like some sort of sacrament, almost as if it's the anaphora, more or less, that this is your pathway to salvation, is that if you were to take this in. And I can't help but think that here we are rehashing sort of wearing the skin of the old religion of the West, you know, Christianity. Yeah. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is where we're at.
Oron's quote. It's perfect. Yeah, exactly. They've skinned our sacred thing and they wear it as a trophy. It's disgusting.
And so that's exactly where we're at. Is like what comes next is a biomedical security Caesarism, wherein this centralized authority, where we have these leaders and consuls determining what we should be doing, whether it's Dan Andrews or that awful Brooklynite that's running things here in the U.S.
Yes, quite.
Well,
Right.
I also think that people shouldn't be surprised. I mean, the path of righteousness and truth and honesty is a very narrow one, and I think for any issue, through all time, it's always been a very solitary and dangerous path to take. Because most people will capitulate to almost anything. It sort of reminds me of um, the passage in Matthew where Christ says, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore wise as serpents and harmless as dove, but beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues. I mean, basically, it is a warning that if you pursue, the path of truth and righteousness, whether it's in a Christian sense or it's in COVID or anything else, you will be pursued and people will try to call you down, because that is what happens. You're up against structures of corrupt power, and brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents. I mean, people will betray you, people close to you, your friends, your family, people that you know in your neighborhood, your government, all of these people that you thought you could trust will at some certain point, in the current trajectory, they will deliver you up to the council. And you've got to be ready to fight, to deal with that, to make contingencies for that. It's a terrible thing to have to accept, but most people cannot resist capitulating to even unwritten laws, as so many of you have talked about. I mean, this has mostly been successfully organized and complied with through social pressure alone, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah,
Completely.
I mean, oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to have a slight anecdote from my life. Like during summer in 2020, those dreadful electric scooters popped up right in the middle of a pandemic. Has anyone seen hand sanitizer next to this? Did some hard power put these
No.
companies behind bars? No. Did people use these electric scooters, which have hand-to-hand contacts? Yes. Draw your own conclusions. It's all soft power. He is right.
Yeah, and whether or not, because I certainly have a mind that turns towards conspiracies as having explanatory value, probably to my detriment. Even leaving that aside, the minimum that what you're talking about there reveals to us is the absolute absurdity of any pretension that measures are being taken in any rational or scientific sense. I mean, we all know that. I mean, it's just like, it's like, jogger, please, like, just fuck off. Like, I'm grown up.
For it to be scientific, it has to be falsifiable. It has to have a fail state. I get to hear one.
Yes, I mean, basically, if you try to falsify it, you're branded as a heretic. I mean, the thing is, of course, there is nothing. I mean, assuming that everything that we know about COVID is true, and I'm certainly willing to accept. I mean, I had it, a month or so ago, and I survived, even though I have conditions which make me, a vulnerable population. I have asthma, but assuming that all we know about it is true, there is basically nothing they can do to mitigate it. There has never been a successful mitigation of a respiratory virus like this, as far as we know in human history. You cannot contain this sort of virus. It's not like smallpox. It's not like Ebola. It is extraordinarily transmitted. It is like influenza. You cannot stop influenza. You cannot stop this. You cannot stop the common cold. We've known this, virology has known this for a very long time. We had very sound, very sensible public health measures all over the world. I mean, they have been studied and analyzed and put forth for years and years and years. And basically, in the past 20 months, we've just thrown them away. All these things that we knew. Again, most importantly, that you cannot stop this type of virus. Masks, they do not work. I mean, I remember the early days of COVID when they hadn't yet understood they could seize upon it for a huge grasp of power. I remember them telling people not to wear masks because they give you a false sense of security. They don't really prevent you from breathing in virus particles. And it also takes away the supply of masks for people who actually can need them. In
and
sort
it
of medical
hides
settings.
beautiful people. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, well, and of course they realize that the mask, as others have said, that it becomes this symbol of acquiescence. So we've completely thrown out everything that we knew about casual masking, and now it's verboten. You cannot question it. But the thing is, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing we can do. COVID is, as far as I could tell, is endemic in populations at this point, and it will be with us. Just as influenza will be with us, it will wane and wax, just as all these other respiratory viruses do. And there's nothing people can do. But people they do something. They want people to do something. Politicians need to be seen doing something. Whether it's Trump, whether it's a Republican, whether it's a Democrat, they all can't speak the truth. They can't tell people what I've just said because that's not going to be acceptable. So they have to cook up all of this shite to make it seem as if they're doing something.
It reminds me of what C.S. Lewis said, that when man abandons God or destroys God, that they will invent another one. And I feel like that's somewhat where we're at. And Semiagog, I'm going to share this with you. I tweeted about this, but it certainly reminded me of what you had said, of your conspiracy minded self. And don't worry, they will forcibly treat you for this. So just a reminder that this is real and backed by almost every major insurer.
Yeah, this whole business of there's something about the attempt to within some vaguely scientific framework pathologize an identifiable pattern of behavior and thereby sort of drag its carcass across the line over into the domain of public health. It's really kind of horrifying. The more I look at public health itself, so much, only if you're particularly autistic about language and phrasing and those kinds of things as I am, perhaps will you smell the stink underneath the stink. But the very notion of public health is fucking horrifying. The paths that it leads down through the sort of ineluctable logic of its own assumptions, they're horrifying. And you could talk about how you want to outlaw things like oversized drinks, right? Or you can talk about how you want to remove pornography. And these are all conversations I'm perfectly willing to have. However, underneath that banner of public health, it's the one ring, because the assumption is that for the good of all, this must be mandated. And I'm a realist insofar as I recognize that's always going to be the system. There's never ever been any other system. It's always, so to speak, already the system. But man, you have to be careful. And the current crop of them, such as they are, man, they are attempting to do everything under that banner. Every kind of fucking horrible imposition imaginable, they're justifying under that banner. And again, I'm now old. I recognize it's always been that way and human beings will always do it. But in this case, it has just produced, again, this strange like I was talking about before, with their sing-song rituals of submission and the vaguely feminine way in which it's like emotional signaling. I've talked about it in the past, how men, they're out hunting and they're like on the trail of some particular quarry. And so they pick up the actual shit of the beast and they look at it. It's called fumets, and the hunters would carry them in their horns, and they would have to be very specific. It's not like, oh, how I felt about something. It's what side of the tree did you see the trace of the animal? Because we're pursuing it now. It's been wounded, and if we don't catch it, we can't run it down. We don't eat, right? So men care about that. Women signal to themselves, as I've talked about before, in groups. And it's not that women can't be rational or whatever, or use speech the same way we do. It's a predisposition to which I'm referring. And that is that they sing a song to each other as they're about whatever it is they're about. And it signals either sort of emotional complacence or a state of alarm of some kind, whether it's like some looming thing. Oh, well, Linda sounds a little odd. Maybe things aren't going well with her and her husband at home, to, oh my God, there's like that house over there is on fire. So I'm screaming and indicating alarm. They sing this song that's like a harmony amongst themselves. And the way in which this idea of public health is being deployed, it's very much this song of compliance, where somebody comes out and sings the whatever, it taps the tuning fork for whatever the orchestra is going to tune to, and so compliantly, all of them begin to twist their knobs and adjust their instruments to make sure that they're in the same key. It's really creepy because it's religious, but and everybody has observed this in the past, so I'll shut up now. But essentially, because it's religious, and yet the vertical dimension has been removed, so all that's left is this sort of saccharine, sticky, emotional, like quote unquote validation, and then just raw materialism.
Well, yes, and I think it's another reason to hate the Germans, the post-Enlightenment Germans, because because the entire discipline of psychiatry and psychoanalysis came from German post-Enlightenment scientists and whatnot, including Sigmund Freud. And the problem is that once you start trying to pretend that you can, quote, scientifically quantify every aspect of the human experience, including things that we don't understand, that we still have no idea about, the workings of the brain, the workings of the mind, then everything is open season. Public health it basically encompasses the entirety of the human experience, and so everything comes under its purview. As Oliver said, can become a completely totalizing control of everything that you do in your life, because health is psychological, it's spiritual, it's physical. Everything can be justified in the name of public health, and once we started to pretend that we could drop a lantern on a string into the depths of the subconscious and light the lights down there, then then it was easily co-opted for the most nefarious ends possible.
And look at how they masquerade under feminine concern, because it seems to be at the opposite end of the dialectical spectrum from the totalitarian state that we've all had hammered into our heads as the one that we must fear the most, right? Black wool uniforms, de rigueur, right? And someone who shows up in a leather greatcoat and asks for your papers, right? All these old, but at this point, quaint symbols of granular imposition and surveillance, from the state on the population. And these people still play these same games talking about your papers, please, when like literally everything that we touch is tracking us in every regard. And somehow they have counterposed against this caricature of the overbearing masculine and all their talk of toxic masculinity and every attempt to fucking vitiate that fucking archetype, and to counterpose it against it, Mutter Merkel or this saccharine again, sort of cloying, devouring mother feminine, where motherhood and understanding, and hence with the psychology, you get the thing of well, how were they raised? Because it really goes back to how you raise them, right? Did you treat them right? Did you nurture them properly? Maybe what you need to do is come in at this late hour and nurture them, at 50 or whatever fucked up state they're in, like myself, right? You're not going to nurture me out of me at this point. And somehow the public health, just to end my rant, is like the feminine obverse of that coin, as though you hold the coin up to your eye and you see the bound fasces and the rampant eagle, or whatever the heraldic term is for when it's got its wings shot out and both taloned feet shooting out beneath it, and it's holding fasces or rampant, something of the sort. Yes. And if you flip that coin on the other side, you've got a fucking, like a Play-Doh fun phallus. Play-Doh fun phallus. Jesus Christ. I'm never going to live that. I'm never going to live that one down, D.
I think I've used one of those before.
The idea is something soft and ridiculous that's all cloying and cushiony on the other side of the coin. And I don't know where that came from, ladies.
Speaking of the feminine, check the group chat and Twitter, because there's a perfect image to describe exactly what you're talking about.
Are you talking about this angry girl image?
Oh yeah, because this is what's coming, right? Because it's not we can't be nurtured at this age, but God knows they will. And just like the Tumblr people and the lib of TikTok people, those people end up dictating policy, language, HR, government. And if they're going to look like that at age 8, then God knows what terrible evils those fuckers are going to do to you when they're in fucking middle management.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that little girl.
They understand. Children of there's a reason that there is a tradition of child soldiers, because in Lord of the Flies, children are absolutely vicious, because they especially if you can catch them before civilization catches them, and that is what they're doing. That is what government schools do. That is what the entire edifice that interacts with our children does. It is turning them into soldiers. And it's again goes back to that passage in Matthew. The children will turn their fathers over to the council. That little cunt may certainly is going to throw you into the fire.
Yeah,
and Oliver is right. We've been had it beaten into our heads that of course the apex of terror, is the conquering masculine oppressive spirit. But it turns out that that's not true at all. The most dangerous force is the pathological feminine motherhood, detached from any sort of reality, detached from the bearing of children, and loosed in the world. There is nothing more dangerous than that, because it is the smothering, to beat them all.
Well, it goes back to what I said earlier about that shared religiousness, or second religiousness with Spangler. It's just like, okay, if we're gonna rehash Christianity, I look at this image and I'm like, cool. So all that we're doing, right, is another children's crusade, except it's fucking feminine and awful.
It's the secret source as to why these subversive ideologies have done two things. One, successfully sought to and then did subvert and undermine essentially the suppositions, the founding principles of Western European, what I would call Occidental civilization. And then B, and this, I'm gonna stray the line, but I'll be as clean cut as possible. If you look at propaganda from the pre-World War I Marxists, or certainly the pre-mid-century Marxists and the Bolshevists, right? It's an appeal to class, and although there are sort of some strong figures of the proletariat revolution, etc., there's no sort of specific targeting of women. However, when you look at interwar Italy into war Germany, and you look at those, you might say, third position ideologies that attempted to refute the evil aspects of the Bolsheviks and tried to find something more wholesome and less materialistic than, you might say, capitalist democracy or republicanism or whatever, parliamentarianism. Women were and children were a central part of the German notion of Volksgemeinschaft, and were a center point of even Italian propaganda in fascist Italy. And a small part of me thinks, and this hasn't been extensively wrote about, this is just a hunch, and this is sort of me listening to my grandparents and great-grandparents who obviously lived in, who were in Italy at the time, and for those who listen to UO and who have heard even some of the pasta posse stuff. Like, I had both my grandfathers serve in the Second World War, so I mean, I have direct connection to this time period in question. And it's almost as if after the Second World War had ended, the smarter left-wing intellectuals went, wow, those regimes in Europe actually gained traction amongst the populace, and they sort of mobilized something within their followers, and they had a great deal of success with women and children. We have to echo that and make it work. And then if you look at, say, the methodologies devised by the Frankfurt School, Adorno and Marcuse, etc., and then later on, the more subversive work sort of masterminded by Andropov and the actual sort of Soviet driven subversion of the West, they've wholeheartedly, unremittingly gone for the women and the children in the non-Iron Curtain West, what we would call it's not, in inverted commas, the liberal democratic West. And as we have seen, as the greatest generation have died off, and as the sort of boomers are getting older, and as we've had a quite a massive generational shift, we've seen the rise of the HR Karen. We've seen the rise of the female academic. We've seen we've seen what happens when this, like what Dutton calls, like the female sort of upholder of a civilization's value has been turned on its head and has become the spear point of the subversion, the spear point of the new regime. The results have been catastrophic, and we've only been, a few decades into this. God forbid what exists beyond us now. But again, like I say, and I hope, I don't know who else might listen to this, but whether it's Ed Dutton or whether it's even AA or whatever, there is something to be said about the leftist orientation towards women and children. It occurs. There's a much strong emphasis after 1945. There's something there. They noticed that it was successful in Central and Southern Europe, and they turned it on its head. And we're seeing that bearing fruit now. We've been seeing it bear fruit really since the 70s and the 80s.
I think that there's something going on with the extension or extrapolation from Freudian psychological theory, because you have the basic idea that there are domains of a child's life that have as the primary figure, for example, quite intuitively, you would say that the mother is the dominant figure for the child in the primary phase. I mean, the kid is literally up inside the mother, right? And so can experience different states of consciousness just depending on how the mother herself feels, and then the kid is born and is, of course, nursing, gets all those important things from the breast milk, has the scent bond with the child, right? And then you have the sort of conventional things, or things that we think of as conventional now at this point, having had this in our background now for quite some time, where we assume that after a certain age, the man enters, like, he goes through male initiation or becomes a part of a hunting party, or you say that, he has to leave the home and so enters broader society, or you say that the father becomes a more important figure because of discipline associated with adolescent rebellion, or however it is you construe it. You've got the idea of these different phases of life and different figures that are central to all of that. And we have sorry, Radla just appeared, and I realized we've got 6 people. So let me finish this thought, because I don't have I'm a cheap ass. I don't have the paid for version of StreamYard. So let me get this thought out and then we'll figure that out. So you've got different levels and layers that people go through as they're growing up, and the mother followed by the father and the rest. And I think something has happened in terms of this whole picture we're talking about, where that has been extended and the assumption has been made that the mother is temporally primary and therefore ontologically primary and therefore much more important than the male who only has who only has an important role for the child later, and therefore it would be assumed to be less significant. And I think it's been projected all the way back to people like what's her name in Romania, studying the Vinca culture or whatever, Maria Gimbutas, where every statue is always of a goddess because a goddess must have come first, just like the mother must come first. In some sense, that particular type of psychology seems to dominate this new worldview of ours. And I would say that it is more a Freudian psychology than, for example, a Jungian one. Jung, of course, has the different archetypes, and he would, I would imagine, from what I've read of him, he would assert that, the sequence is important and the rest. But I don't think you would see a Jung going so wildly and madly out of balance as we see with what's happening here, which seems to smack more of a Freud figure. The end.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I shut that down, didn't I? Damn.
Yeah, but also going into, you have the Islamic tradition, right? That the child is with the mother for the first 7 years, and for the next 7 years, the child is with the father, and after that, the child is an adult. Or even like in modern, how do you say it in English, pedagogy with Piaget, which probably Mrs. Radcliffe can talk a bit more about. Like all these things exist. So, yeah. But still, that was a bit of a big mic drop.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know what it was. I was just ranting as usual. Fiend, I saw that you very kindly offered to be benched in order to bring Radlib in. If you really are willing kindly to do that, I'd be happy to bring him in. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very, very much for coming on. Thank you, as always, for the help with the moderation. And in future, maybe we do something where I have you on if you're willing to tell us kind of what's going on in Norway and all those kinds of things up north. Maybe that's something we can work out in future.
Maybe so. And also upload the clip of you dancing flamenco. I want to beat it. I want to do it better.
All right. Shit. That's the Sevillanas clip. All right. At some point in future. Now you've called me out, man. So I'm going to have to think it through. I have to make sure I can show myself in the best light. But thank you again, sir. Thanks very much for coming on. And and we'll see you again soon.
See you.
Bye-bye.
I may be the only person in our circles who has read the complete collected writings of Sigmund Freud.
I haven't.
I thought you were going to say you're the only one who's seen Semiagog in his best light.
Oh,
wow!
Easy now. Whoa! Yeah, I'm way past my best light, guys. Man, I'm an old man now. So I'm gonna turn that object of Charlemagne can carry this banner of the attention gatherer at this point as a bold young man. We have Radlib. And it appears that we have the Mr. and Mrs. Radlib in the house.
Yeah, I was surprised.
No,
Heather wanted to jump on as well.
Good evening.
Greetings.
Hello, Mrs. Radlib.
I'm not a chef, Mr. D, but this is an apple cider bourbon cocktail that I made for my wife and I and our guest. So that's what I do.
I like to put Calvados with apple, with American apple cider. It's wonderful.
Absolutely. Yep. Or Laird's straight apple brandy is also nice.
Excellent.
Calvados is mighty.
Yes, I always buy the Pomme Prisonaire, which is a bottle. So they do this thing in France with the Calvados, where they tie the bottles to the tree. So they slip it onto the branches, onto an apple blossom, and they tie it on, and then they let an apple grow in the bottle, and then they cut it off when the apple is grown, and then they fill it with Calvados, and it's magical for me. I've always loved it, so I tend to get those if I can find. They do it with pears, poire, pear brandy and such. So.
See, part of it is how you were first exposed to it, and for me, I first had Calvados when I was in Istanbul, and I met this Norman guy whose name was, I shit you not, Olivier Perrin. Or no, no, he didn't have the last name. He just had the first name. It was Olivier. It was Olivier. But we had the same name, and I was just talking to him and chatting, and he said, "Yeah, you got the same name as me. Of course, you have to come over, have a drink, man." So I went over and sat on his terrace. He was a proper Norman. He made coffee and introduced me to Calvados and coffee, and it is mighty.
Yes.
But were you going to say something there, Radlib? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, just happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, as well. To all.
My wife has been working very hard, so this is we're done. Guests have gone. Twins are supposed to be being put to bed by me, and instead we're over here talking to you for a few minutes.
They're getting their pajamas on, presumably.
And is that outrageous sunset going on behind you, like a giant poster that you ordered off of Amazon?
No. It's a green screen, but I don't have. I'm on my new Mac. I don't have everything transferred over. So
man, I was
part of the door. But
that's one of my photos.
I use my wife's photos as background.
Oh, very nice.
Because I was about to say that you are literally that. It kind of looks like the American dream. If you guys are like just sitting out on the porch right now, waiting to go back in.
Less than 3 miles from our house where I took this photo.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I mean, the background makes it look like a very modern version of the American Gothic.
Oh, right. Do you have a pitchfork?
I actually do own a pitchfork, believe it or not.
You could reenact Grant Wood's famous picture. I love that picture, by the way.
Yeah.
So we, just having a Thanksgiving just for our family is no joke because there's 10 of us, right? Mm-hmm. And then we invited we had a few guests. So
wow.
Yeah,
we had 14 people and then a 15th at the end.
Right, 15th for dessert.
Which is actually light for us.
Yeah, that was small.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I mean, it brings back my days as a personal chef. I mean, it's very hard. I mean, to consistently cook meals for 12 guests. So hats off to you.
I cook meals for 10 people 3 times a day.
Oh God!
And
amazing.
Homeschooling
and homeschooling as well.
And I'm not one bit stressed. Cheers, right?
No. Nice. Excellent. I have actually forgot my manners because we are just chilling out and talking here. But it is my obligation to point out that Furious Pertinax is very often a guest, and he's a core part of the Pasta Posse over on Apostolic Majesty's channel. I should also point out that Radlib himself has a channel, and everyone should go and check it out. All kinds of interesting things related to economics, economic theory, and history as well. So all sorts of interesting stuff happening over there. Mr. D appears, as almost everyone at this point knows, over on Unpopular Opinions. He sometimes has been teasing us recently with the possibility that he will be producing a channel of his own. And of course, Prudentialist and Charlemagne, everyone should know, have channels of their own as well. So if you're just joining us, consider signing up and checking out their stuff.
Yeah, was Turnip on sometime in the last 5 hours or however long you've been going?
Yeah, Turnip was here, and I am very sad to say he had a bad connection. So he was on and then off again. He got booted, then he came one more time, and he had to bail. So the force of Oklahoma is not represented in the House this evening, but he'll be back. Okay,
yeah, just mentioning that Turnip has been bringing the history to the Radlib channel lately, so that's been really great.
Well, since I've gone through the entire Apostolic Majesty back catalog. I've now begun listening to the Radlib back catalog on whilst I'm working in my studio. So
oh dear.
yeah,
How's it going?
It's somewhat more extensive than the AM catalog, but
Really? Oh, I thought
oh
he
yes,
was producing quite a lot.
he does good. But I mean, you're no, but amazing stuff. I feel humbled to be amongst all you august content creators. So.
August, yes, August.
You sell yourself short because I mean the Warhol series of streams is one of the best artistic documentary series I've ever seen.
Yeah, Mr. D, just a small world connection here. I have a picture of my wife in front of the Warhol museum.
Yeah.
From
wait, do you have that?
Way back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when I first went there. Yes, I think the year after it opened, 95, I suppose.
Oh, that's probably when I was there.
Yeah.
It had just
In
opened?
95, in 95, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah.
See, you met her at the Warhol Museum in '95, and you don't know it, D. I'm convinced I met D in London in '94. I probably didn't, but I've decided that I did because it makes a great backstory.
Do you want to know some?
Yeah,
do you want to know some?
Pittsburgh,
This is
Pittsburgh, right,
right?
Mr. D?
Pittsburgh, yes, it
I got
is.
a fantastic sandwich right there by the river. After visiting the museum, it was amazing.
Oh yeah, it's right at the
everything in the sandwich. There was French fries and coleslaw and just everything packed into the sandwich. It was really delicious.
Yeah,
When
that's
this really tall, like ginger-haired guy came walking by, and you noticed that he had large shoes, and you were
I don't
like,
think so.
"That's him." No, come on now, you got to work with me.
Yeah, so I got to go there with a friend of Warhol's.
Oh, no kidding.
Which was quite a treat. So yeah, I mean Warhol is. I mean, strangely enough, I mean the reason I do have very deep connections to him for various reasons. So yeah, there is. It's not just the kind of artistic admiration. I mean, it certainly goes way back. By the way, Semigog, I just wanted to give you a quick bit of deep lore. Well, actually, not just you, but everyone. So
yeah, it's about to say public.
My claim to fame. Well, what are my claims to fame is that I appear in a Smashing Pumpkins live concert video.
What? So you're saying we can
nice.
dox you if we study every bit of footage of Smashing?
You'll never figure it out. No, you'll never find me. Yes,
I met Billy Corgan in Istanbul at Topkapı Palace.
No,
So,
really? Oh.
Yeah.
Was it coincidental or was that? Did you
Totally
that?
coincidental. He just happened to be at some swanky party, and because my buddy is a gallerist, we were at the party.
A gallerist in Istanbul.
Oh yeah, my buddy, his dad's like probably the most famous painter there, and and he represents him, and he also does the art fairs and all that stuff. Yeah, man.
I have some. Okay, no, not going to say it, but yeah.
All right, yeah.
I may have crossed paths.
It is entirely possible. Yeah. I knew that our spheres must have intersected.
Yes, I've been to Istanbul quite a number of times. So.
I mean, Mr. D, given what you told us about you, the fact that you are still anonymous is absolutely remarkable to me, because it's not like you're a blend into the crowd kind of a guy, right?
No, it isn't. And there's things that I've revealed about myself that I wish I hadn't. So, like the feet thing. Yeah, but
forget
anyway, yeah. For people who are interested, it's the forgotten the name. The London Astoria, which is no longer there, but that is where the Smashing Pumpkins concert was, and I believe it was in '94. So you can see a dissolute and immoral John D before he found the light of. Did
you ever wear greatcoats?
I have worn a greatcoat.
Did you ever carry around a flask in your greatcoat?
I never without a flask. There you go.
Okay, all right. Did you ever have cuffs that hung out of the sleeves of your greatcoat?
I like a long cuff.
Did you?
This is the best game of 20 questions I
What
think
is-
I've ever
Alright.
witnessed.
What are you
All right. Then the
getting at?
last one is: Have you ever? Did you ever hang out in Soho?
Soho in London or Soho in New York?
Soho
Both.
in London.
Yes,
Both.
both.
And did you ever go to a place called Cafe Nero?
Yes.
You did.
Oh my!
All right.
Found out.
Enough.
It at least sounds plausible anyway, right?
Oh,
We'll go ahead and keep.
That would be terrifying, wouldn't it? No.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
You would remember. You would remember because I would have been. I would have attempted to importune you at some point.
Did you ever?
Myself.
Oh, sorry. What was that? I'm sorry. I
Nothing.
talked over you.
Sorry, that was for him.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
Right. So yes, you met him at Andy Warhol Museum eating your sandwich, and I ran into him in Soho. Absolutely, that's the official story.
But you have to forgive us. Well, I don't know about us, but me, because I'm like half a bottle of bourbon in. So
have a bottle of bourbon.
Wow.
yeah.
Man. So
I'm
I want
just
you to know,
3 beers.
I want you to know, Heather, I'm very impressed with Mr. D because he may not have given up bourbon, but he gave up something,
Okay.
and he claims at least that he has completely stuck to sobriety in this area.
Okay.
He gave up fighting.
I did.
Wait, what?
Right? Right?
What? Yes. So when I was younger, I used to really enjoy physical altercation. I used to like literally get into fights, and I stopped because I realized that it was certainly a terrible thing to do. I mean, I'm not talking about like justifiable like self-defense. I'm talking about going up to people.
Fights with people.
Yeah, outside a pub and just starting a scrap for no reason at all.
Absolutely
You know,
terrifying.
I mean, just shoving people against the wall. You know, I realized, of course, that I did this. You know, there were probably a multitude of reasons why I engaged in this behavior, and it was a destructive behavior. It's a terrible thing to do to people. And so I decided I needed to stop this because, you know, I would say that one of the more shameful, I mean, not that I have many shameful aspects of my character that I'm constantly trying to work on, but, you know, I think my belligerence and anger really troubled me because you know, in the end, I said, I think I wrote this in the group chat, in the Twitter group chat, because I feel like the kind of misanthropy that AA, not to pick on our dear friend, but
yeah,
he loves to be the misanthrope, and I sort of am quite uncomfortable with that position. I feel like if all men are made in the image of God, then there's a base dignity that we should give to each other, unless there's some reason not to. Someone has embraced the path of evil, you know, or attacking us or whatever. But you know, and so I realized that this was a weakness in my character that I could address and that I should address, which is that I don't want to hurt people. You know, it's a terrible thing to do. And I will admit though that I still, of course, attack people, you know, with words on Twitter and elsewhere, and that's
sublimation.
Well, it's not a good thing either. You know, I mean, as much fun as it is to dunk on people, it's also quite caustic and destructive to our own soul. So that may be the next step, but it's difficult in these times because, of course, you know, there's a lot of pressure on everyone, I think, and
that's one of the few outlets for it that you can
Yeah.
at least claim is constructive, is mockery. You
Yeah,
know? It's
now-
definitely
now,
better
Mr.
than the
D,
alternative.
I realize I never made this connection between us before, but I've mentioned occasionally that I gave up arguing. It just wasn't such. It seems like you had a point where you like made a decision, and from that point on, you didn't do this anymore, right? Whereas for me, it was just like I don't remember what happened exactly, but I used to engage in debate a lot when I was young, and I really enjoyed it. And at some point, I just stopped enjoying it. And so I think that's the reason why I'm not getting in fights with everybody constantly on Twitter and so forth.
Mm.
Is I like to make points and I like to listen to people, but I don't particularly like to have like conflict and call each other names and things like that. It just I lost the taste for it at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I wonder if it is a thing with maturity. Yes, exactly, exactly, Oliver.
Right.
Because I don't. I mean, like there are people who seem to they go on Twitter specifically to have these endless arguments. Well, it's like again, not to pick on our dear friend AA, but you know, he loves to have a good back and forth with Lord Keynes Chew or Lord P-Fart or whoever it is. And I don't know. That just doesn't. I mean, Evelyn and Scrump and all these people. I mean, they're much younger than me. But I don't. I just don't care. Like I get people coming into. Occasionally I get a comment where someone is clearly trying to start a scrap.
And let me just explain.
I don't have time for it.
Let me just explain to my wife, Mr. D, who doesn't know how AA conducts himself on Twitter because I don't talk to her about these things. He will get into a debate on Twitter with somebody. Mm-hmm. It will go on for days and sometimes result in multiple videos.
To make his point.
Video responses back and forth. Yeah.
It's coming when he quote tweets. When he just responds, it's one thing, but he's sort of amping himself up when it goes to the quote tweet.
Yeah,
but a succession of quote tweets, moreover, like one after another, after another, after another.
It'll just be a thread of quote tweets.
It's just the barrage.
Yeah, I learned that technique from him because it allows you to constantly remain in a position of control over the dialogue frame. Because of the way Twitter works.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you're giving away his Persian secrets. Careful now.
Well, it is strange because it is Twitter is a medium that has very sort of specific kind of rules of engagement and win conditions. And Charlemagne, that's a very good point because as ridiculous as it may seem, there are ways that you can engage in that medium and
by foundations of rhetoric.
Yeah, by foundations of rhetoric.
One of AA's courses.
Yeah, a normal reply is I guess a friendly maneuver, but if you quote tweet someone, it's more aggressive. It's like you're bringing it to the foreground of your own profile, so your followers are going to see a window into this argument you've been having. So it's a really interesting dynamic.
And you can highlight the point of contention too with the refutation in the tweet that you're writing.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's also a great way to deconstruct your opponent's argument, right? Because you can do a quote tweet and then you can just do a lengthy thread, just utterly obliterating them, and they're going to see what you put out, not what the argument's been in the replies.
Right.
See, my
and they'll
method
come
is
swarming in.
I just pick something stupid. I'll just see something stupid, and I will write some caustic reply or some barb or jape about the person or about what they said. And then I quote tweet them, and then I block them. So I have no there's no back and forth. There's no replies. I just use people as a sort of way to kind of vent my feelings about a particular issue.
In particular, Heather, Mr. D will block people. He will post, which I try to be receptive to it. He will post a series of artworks. Mm-hmm. And you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes it's really traditional figurative stuff. Sometimes it's all modern. Sometimes it's a mix. It depends on sort of a theme he's got in his head or a mood he's in or who knows what. So it's really interesting, actually. Mm-hmm. But people will come along and say, this is crap. This is modernist crap or whatever. And Mr. D will insult them and block them, And he's like, look, if you're not going to, this is what I do here. Mm-hmm. I'm an artist. I'm sharing art that means something to me. Mm-hmm. If you're just going to be rude about it, right, then I don't want to interact with you. And so that's the end. So he's blocked like half of our friends,
I've blocked a lot of people, but I don't get many of those anymore. Occasionally I get
well, you blocked them all. Yeah.
I blocked
you blocked everyone.
Well, it's just like if you don't like, it's like with the Warhol thing. If you don't like it, that's perfectly fine. I understand. Mm-hmm. But why harp on me about it?
It's because they don't what is Twitter for if not that? It's like what Lambda was saying earlier on in the stream tonight. It's just a platform for mockery, and so everyone comes in just doing that. Hell, I do it half the time. It all comes down to whether or not you're in the mood to mock, you know. And most of the time, D, you appear to be more mature, like Radlib, etc.
Well, I like the idea of Twitter being something more than that. You know, like I mostly use it to, you know, to kind of paste my art, and I try to, you know, be amusing if I can find it in me, or, you know, I mean, yes, I do take the piss out of people, but, you know, I think it can be more than just savaging people, you know. And
absolutely,
most of
good conversations.
I mean, you do it as well, Semigold. I mean, one of the first things that attracted me to your, you know, to your channel and certainly your Twitter account is that you post wonderful things. I mean, many of the things that I love.
Yeah.
The kind of objects of historical objects and artworks and things. I mean, all the things that I adore, you know, I saw coming from your account every day, and so that was
because you have to have something else, right? There has to be something else other than this constant venomous, you know, something else.
Sorry, filling my wife in as we go. Heather Oliver will post, you know, a dagger from the 7th century Turkey or something, you know, something like that, you know. Or a crown that they just dug up from you know, the Druidic era or something, right? I mean, am I characterizing appropriately, Oliver?
Yeah, just a material culture that's interesting, you know. So if it's attractive to look at, so yes, everyone should follow all of us on Twitter if you're already in that hellhole. I saw
and Telegram. Right.
And I saw that 99 Iron Duke earlier was saying quite sensibly, you know, well, I'm not on Twitter. Strikes me as not a time sink, you know, which is actually quite prudent and wise. But if you are on it already, you know, consider following us over there if you want to hear more of this.
Here's my perspective on it. I stopped reading the news. I decided to stop reading the mainstream press. I'm not kidding. When I was 15. That included not just the newspapers, but like the TV news, right? So like the whole era of cable news, I've completely missed. So how do I know at all what's going on in the world? Where for me, I follow smart friends on Twitter and Telegram and stuff like that. And they bring to my attention the things that are of interest to me without, hopefully, being such terrible liars as the MSM. You know, the corporate press or the lackey media. I've been trying to use that term. It hasn't caught on. So anyway, that's what it does for me. And I love Twitter. I have a great experience on it. I've had like 3 negative encounters in all this time where somebody is like rude to me, like a handful.
Well, you're
on it for 14 years.
You're always very, very, very polite. So, I mean, I don't think I mean, I haven't been on there for 14 years, so, you know, maybe you came out of the gate like furious, you know, with fists flying or something. But yeah, you're about as chill and friendly as anybody I've seen on there. So yeah, what happened? Did we lose?
I'm sorry. It's been fascinating just watching, you know, etiquette develop over time of how to navigate people.
A new medium.
Right. It's a completely new medium. I mean, I'm coming from a, you know, psychology perspective and watching the etiquette actually develop in real time. I mean, I still remember, you know, starting grad school and the internet was just this new thing. And now it's just this amazingly complex way to interact with people all over the world, you know, and why not block people if you're not interested in hearing their feedback? I mean, in real life, you would just walk away from them, but you can't do that, you know, online. And so you block them because you don't want to hear their feedback.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, you don't have the walk out the room option.
Right. I mean,
it's
it's
cyberspace, because cyberspace is one big room that we're all in.
Well, and the news thing that you mentioned. I mean, what's interesting about you and I both is that I never watched the news. I mean, when I left home at 18, I was straight into college, and I was working not full time, but I was waitressing 4 and 5 shifts a week. I didn't have time to like watch the news. I was going to school 18 to 22 credit hours,
right?
You know, and then working and as a waitress to pay my way. And, you know, I just never watched it. I never watched TV really in general. So I think that was one thing.
And then she married me, and I made her give up TV altogether.
Well, you know,
Face.
I get you.
I really did.
I was.
He actually had his TV shot in the woods.
It wasn't in the woods.
Wait.
He wasn't in the woods? He took his television out.
I had Bob Regal shoot it.
Oh, sorry.
Amazing.
He had a friend shoot his TV for him.
Amazing.
So when we got married, he said, "No, Heather, I just want you to know I've given up TV, and if by marrying me, I just, you'll have to give up TV too." And I'm like, whatever. I don't, I mean,
she was sad to miss Friends, but then we watched it.
Not sad to miss Friends.
I thought you missed Friends.
That would be so romantic.
No,
Someone told me.
Seinfeld. Sorry, she likes Seinfeld.
No, you can't with Seinfeld's brilliant. I love Seinfeld.
Well, I was doing therapy from 2 p.m. until 9 o'clock at night. And then I had an hour commute home. So I'm in these intense, marriage and family therapy sessions because I was working as a therapist. And I just needed to decompress. And so I was watching Seinfeld reruns while eating my ramen,
while being
single.
Mind blown, right?
Right. So,
melted brain.
When he was like, you have to give up TV, I'm like, well, whatever. I've never watched television, really. I mean, just to decompress.
Giving up television. Can you imagine giving up television? It's so romantic. Requiring people to give up television. Absolutely, man. If some woman came up to me and said, "Yeah, we might be able to work it out, son, but you're gonna have to give up television," I'd be like, "Man, that is I mean, what else do you want? There it is."
There's so many other lovely things to do.
Absolutely.
TV.
Yeah.
And
I grew up. My parents had a very strict rule, which was enforced by my nanny, who I absolutely adore, which I could watch 1 hour of television a week. So it is very odd. A week.
How did you select what to do with that precious 60 minutes?
Well, I basically just didn't bother. I mean, I watched a few things. I would like watch Bagpuss or something. You know what that is, but
watch what?
Bagpuss.
Bagpuss.
Yeah, but
a kids thing.
Yeah, yes, it was a children's program in the 70s.
I'm gonna go look for this. Carry on.
Yeah, Bagpuss. So don't make me sing the theme tune.
There's a theme.
Yeah, Bagpuss, Finger Bobs. Mr. Men. But so it is difficult because it's funny because of course, back to our friend AA. I mean, he's very television obsessed, and he's a bit younger than am I. But it's difficult because I didn't watch most things in the 70s and 80s because I just didn't have any experience with television, and I never took to it. I mean. So what I will do is that if there's something that I'm interested in, I will kind of watch it in retrospect, like Seinfeld, which of course I didn't watch because it wasn't, it didn't air over here, but when it was, it was on. So in retrospect, I will watch it. But mostly, I've never been interested in it. Same with films. I mean, there's many kind of what people consider their sort of standard films that I've never seen. Because I don't like to be a captive. I mean, unless someone is a genius artist like Stanley Kubrick, I'm not interested in giving up my two hours or whatever, to be captive to their weird visions. Unless I've seen proof that they're, a consummate artist of some sort, I'm not particularly interested.
Mr. D, if I may say so, I think there's. If you consider, say, movies and cinema as being a portrayal of something dramatic, there's a distinction to be had between something which makes you captive, right? There's something of low IQ or low artistic quality, which is just drone and drivel, which is most television, right? Just because you mentioned Kubrick, this came to mind. There's a distinction between something being awing or something being, deeply moving from a plot context or a great to take for example something like the original Ben-Hur with Charlton Heston, like that there is a cinematographic tour de force, that there brings you in and takes you for a ride, and it's marvelous. But I had a friend of mine said, he's like, "Oh, you haven't been to the cinema in 5 years?" Like, yeah, I've missed nothing. I frankly don't care. Like, you know, like literally, I can't even remember the last movie I even enjoyed at the cinema. You know, there's nothing that's being produced that is made nowadays, by and large, that is actually that awes you in that same way. You know, and you mentioned Kubrick. You know, you look at any of his work. I mean, for me, I was always a fan of oh God, what's the Vietnam one he did? I've just gone blank. Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, not everyone's cup of tea, but Kubrick, you know, really takes you on a journey, and his movies are brilliant, and none of it treats you like a mug. You know, the movie is really intelligently thought out. The plot is you know, complicated in its own way, and it's a marvelous piece of work. It is a work in a sense. But, you know, 90% of stuff that's been made, and certainly in the last 20 years, probably 95, 97, 99% of it is like you say, it just occupies the mind. It distracts you from other more fulfilling things, and it's a complete waste of time. And the number of people who are obsessed with the television and the movies is frankly astonishing in that context.
Yeah. So I just wanted to slip in what we were just watching right before this.
Right.
One of those things that's become a Thanksgiving tradition.
Yeah. I would say in America, it's a Thanksgiving tradition
to
watch this film.
To watch It's a Wonderful Life
with Jimmy Stewart.
And, Elia Kazan, yes.
No, I don't think that's right. I think it's
Is it not Kazan?
No. It's shoot. Let's see. I'll pull it up. I know. My mind's gone blank.
Who did it? Yeah,
I'll tell you the main guy, but anyway,
George Bailey.
Yeah.
It's so moving.
It is incredibly moving somehow.
Gosh.
And
Capra. Yeah.
Capra. There you go. Frank Capra. Yeah. And it's all about mortgages, which now that Gary North pointed this out, I can't stop noticing it. It's basically about
pausing the film to talk about mortgages with our friend Mike, who was over, and I'm like, guys.
Anyway, so throughout the film, basically the lesson seems to be, if you pay attention to this angle of it, that if people don't get mortgages, then your town will basically become a large brothel.
What was the evil town called?
No, it's not an evil town. It's a town he loves, right?
No, the kind of vision of the brothel ridden sort of hell. Pottersville, yes, that's it.
Oh, did it become Pottersville instead of?
Yes. Yeah. Bedford Falls.
Instead of Bedford Falls, it's Pottersville.
It kind of a night kind of a Christmas carol. Yeah, a kind of ghost of Christmas future. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We've decided we're going to follow Donna Reed a little bit, who stars as Mary in that film, because we went at a Christian music festival, which was a real key place for my wife. She and I watched Picture of Dorian Gray.
Oh yeah.
Which had not just Donna Reed, but just to tie it all together here, George Sanders.
George Sanders, yes.
Yes. We saw it, and then there was a movie discussion about it at this festival.
I have to say, I'm either hearing coyotes outside or I'm hearing our children calling for us.
Ooh.
Oh, I think it's a rooster. Never mind,
no,
it's a rooster.
Yeah. We have a lot of.
I was about to say, I thought I heard a cat. I thought I heard a cat meowing.
What is he doing? Crowing at night. Anyway.
I had a surplus rooster that was recently turned into coq au vin.
Oh.
Coq au vin.
Wait, so you have some farm fowl?
Yes, I have some chickens on the property. Yeah.
Okay.
Did not know that. Okay.
Yes. Because I love eggs. Just like
quail.
Just like Mr. Strong. Oh, quail! Oh, amazing.
We get quail eggs, duck eggs, and chicken eggs.
They haven't been laying recently. I don't know what's going on. I need to figure it out. I love quail eggs. They're so
quail eggs are beautiful. Oh, amazing.
Delicious. We also have duck eggs.
Duck eggs are in the kind of history of French pâtissière. Yeah, duck eggs are amazing for doing pastry.
They're wonderful for baking. They really fluff up the pastry or whatever you're doing really, really nicely. Yeah. Yeah. So we have chickens, ducks, and quail.
And
goats.
And goats. Just got the goats. Don't
Love
have any
goat.
goat milk yet. That's next year.
We'll be breeding them next year.
And it looks like we have a pony coming up.
Yeah.
Wait,
Very
a
shortly.
pony?
Yeah.
All my childhood dreams are coming true.
Oh.
Pony.
Yeah,
Well-
we put in the horse fencing last year, Mr.
Yeah.
D, but we've had nothing in it all year.
Yeah.
And my wife felt from the Lord that we should not buy a pony.
Yeah,
we
we should wait.
We should not go out to the market. We should wait. And indeed, we ran into an old friend from the church my parents founded, and he said, "I have a pony, and my grandchildren are too big to ride on it anymore, and I'd love to give it to you guys."
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
The
well,
pony.
I have a much more cloudy
Nice.
personal history with horses. So
with
which I
with
won't-
what?
With horses?
with horses, yes, which I
Oh.
won't get into. But
No,
let's,
dear.
suffice it to say that my friend Panama Hat has tried to win me over to the pro horse side. And so when I was a child, I was bitten by a horse, and I've hated them ever since.
Ooh, a
That'll
bad
make
bite?
you do it. Yeah, that's how I feel about Cocker Spaniels. Yeah, I got bitten in the face, and I'm like, nope,
Face.
we're done.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we're done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up
But-
working
but
at a horse
ponies.
ranch. That was my first job when I was 13.
Oh, a horse ranch.
I worked at a horse ranch, and I was a lowly stable hand, and I
And gave tours.
gave like trail guide. I was a trail guide, and I would bring people out on the trails, and I did this for money under the table until I was about 16 or 17 years old.
Oh, very posh. You
Yeah.
have like
Is it?
do you have like gymkhanas in America? You have these horse rallies where all the posh girls sort of
I was
ride around
not
on
posh. I was
on their
extremely
like,
blue collar poor. And
okay.
I got this job so that I didn't have to take the welfare lunch at my school. I wanted to pay for my own lunch, and I wanted to buy clothes for myself. So at 13.
Amazing.
So,
Mr. D, I can tell you though that I have helped work at one of those more posh events of showing of horsemanship. Before the job I worked at currently, I was a fundraising director for a small nonprofit that handled therapeutic horseback riding for special needs children.
We have a friend
And-
who does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful work, and the
Yeah.
stuff that the kids can get from it is amazing.
Yes.
Whether it's the how riding a horse simulates walking gait, and the
Yes.
physical aspect of it is amazing, and
Mhm.
there's so many good stories I could tell. But there's this one event that is done out near in Fort Worth where they'll bring in all of our riders, so the kids that have the capacity to do it. And they'll show off their horsemanship skills, and they'll go around the trail and they raise a bunch of money. It's fantastic work, and I wish more people would get a chance to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Well,
is
one
good.
of the reasons that we hope to get this pony is that
Yeah.
I have a nephew who has some special needs. And so now he'll be able to come to our farm and have access to riding.
The benefits he'll get are endless, and I'm sure that you know. So
Oh, yeah.
that's fantastic.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I actually grew up with having a horse. Well, not grew up. Once I was a teenager, my family had a horse or two because my mother really loved horses, and so it's there from both sides.
That just means that Radlib is a right-on father, because like my good friend in Turkey, whenever he was buying things for his son, it was always what he really wanted, and he would always like kind of play it off as being, he really wanted this electronic drum set, and I'm like, sure he did, man.
Yeah.
But here we have
No, I wouldn't
Radlib.
say
There's
that.
no way he's buying the pony for himself.
I would. That's true. I can't be on it. It would hurt the pony. But our 16-year-old daughter, the one whose paintings I've shared on.
Oh yes, yes.
she's watching.
Yeah, she's saying wrap
She
it
said,
up.
wrap it up. We
She's
just gotta text her.
she's the one who's friend. She is the one who's had an interest in having a horse. So
Yeah.
the pony is not what she wanted. That's just how we're
Well,
getting
we're
rolling.
being gifted this pony.
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
being
you
gifted,
know.
and then we'll
Okay.
be in the market for a horse.
Well, that's certainly an interesting and dynamic subject for her if she wants to, sort of draw and paint the horse.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
well,
Yeah,
that's true.
great
We'll point
tradition.
that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great tradition of equestrian art.
That's true. That's true.
Also, I'm just reminded. Does anyone remember the Seinfeld episode called "The Pony"?
No.
I should,
Okay.
since
We
I
watched
just
the whole
watched it.
series.
We did.
It's a very early one, but yeah, he goes to like a sort of dinner party with like an elderly like relative, and he's making fun of like ponies, and then the host, who's this just very old sort of Russian Jewish woman, says, "I had a pony. I had a pony."
Yes.
Gosh, it's
No,
been
We'll have
years
to watch
since
that
I
one.
watched that.
Hey, before we go, is Charlemagne actually here, or did he pass out an hour ago?
Man.
I'm not
No,
sure.
I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
listening.
Just wanted my wife to hear your voice, you know.
Oh.
Since you're the only one here who I've actually met in real life.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good to see you again.
Yeah, I never told you the joke I played on Mr. D after.
No!
Not on air. I'll tell her later.
Well, I think we're discussing me coming in February.
Yeah.
To the event? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be celebrating 20 years of marriage.
Not that month, but
like
coming soon.
A couple months after. So we're thinking,
Right.
Hey,
yeah,
we can go away together for a weekend.
Yeah, well, it was quite remarkable because I was the one who was all geeked out on political economy stuff and going to the Mises Institute 4 times a year or 5 times a year, for every conference I could go to. And then I brought Heather and I got engaged. I guess that was the first time you came. We got engaged and I brought her to the Mises Institute and she was thoroughly into it. I mean, she was going up to the speakers and after the lectures and talking. I mean, she was totally engaged.
I had been I almost minored in philosophy. I mean,
Well, right.
So I had always been very interested. And, before we got married, I came to you because I was, I thought, well, I'm an adult now. I really need to understand what's going on so that I can vote, and I said, please, I don't understand what's going on. And so he handed me Hayek's book. And that was sort of my
Road to Serfdom.
Right. That was my sort of intro. And I remember reading Road to Serfdom and it was sort of a Damascus, scales falling off my eyes kind of experience. And I remember watching a debate soon after reading this book. And I thought,
just regular politicians.
Right.
Talking,
and I remember thinking, oh my God, I can understand what they're doing now. And I couldn't before.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I just thought these people are assholes. This is a fiasco.
Yeah.
They're not saying anything. Anyway.
Is that the Hayek book that Margaret Thatcher used to slam on the table and say, "This is what we believe"?
I don't know if it was Road to Serfdom.
No, it was.
I know the story.
It was what was it called? That book?
Where he lays out his program that's rather soft from our point of view.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The Constitution of Liberty.
Constitution of Liberty. Yeah. That's the one that Rothbard tore up one side and down the other.
Based Rothbard.
Yeah, he was like, this is terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, but Road to Serfdom, by the way, I know hardcore people like us tend to pick on Hayek, but I've returned to Road to Serfdom now and again. And it is really good.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. It was just one of those magical moments. You read it and you're like, there's a lot of great insight here. I mean, obviously, chapter 10, how the worst get on top, is huge, right? That basically he doesn't say democracy, he says like social democracy or something. But in a democratic system, the incentives are such that the most cruel, the most heartless, the most willing to sell out their grandmother are the ones who are going to end up in charge. Hayek did this in 1945 or whatever in chapter 10 of Road to Serfdom. I mean, it's a great chapter. It really holds up. And of course, obviously totally fits with what we see all around us, right?
Yeah, I remember reading that back in 2012, I think is when I kind of got more towards libertarian leanings with the sort of the Ron Paul revolution. I grew up with my father in the military, so being very politically minded at a young age. It went from this stark sort of just default family position of being rather pro George W. Bush. I'll admit my vices and faults. But reading Road to Serfdom was the sort of eye-opening moment for teenage me and getting more open-minded politically speaking.
I just would like to note, since I just did a series on how horrible democracy is, that Heather thinking about I should understand this stuff better so I can vote was an entryway for her to get into some serious ideas. Yeah. So there you go. I have to give democracy one tiny piece of credit there, right?
Well, and I think it's been a big influence. And I mean, I decided to homeschool. Yeah. And I think even purchasing our homestead, just becoming, we have the capability of going completely off grid.
Yeah, by the way, you guys, my wife is the prepper. between the two of us.
Oh, but I'm
she's the
not.
prepper.
Oh no.
I know. I'm just saying, if you had to pick one of us that thinks about it more, it's you.
Well, I mean, we have animals that provide food for us.
We
The
have a
goats,
huge garden.
We're gonna breed because we,
You know,
fresh
Mr. D.
milk.
We have a 7,000 square foot vegetable garden, right?
Oh.
Whoa.
Well, let me tell you this. You might be
And
interested in this.
they've planted almost all of it this year.
Okay. Well,
Zero dear.
with this. Okay, so my daughter started volunteering at a farm up the street, which is committed to restorative farming practices and sort of more traditional farming. And so she's been learning all manner of things. And they have a greenhouse, which I am going to have access to this winter. So I'm going to be able to plant all manner of seeds this winter in this greenhouse, in addition to the winter seeding that I do. I do winter sowing in jugs outside. So my garden is going to be absolutely full, and I'm not going to have to pay a dime for it because my daughter and I seed collect from our own garden. So
excellent. Yeah, and having a greenhouse is a key.
Well,
well, that is another one of our vision
I'm
things.
going to build one.
We want to build one in the 7,000 square foot. It's so big, Mr. D, that we can spare a little to have a greenhouse in that space.
My big project last winter was I turned my whole bay window in the kitchen into like a mini greenhouse, and I grew a couple dozen tomato plants, and I planted them all out, and I have been having fresh tomato soup, fresh tomato sauce. It's been phenomenal. It's
really yummy.
It's been so delicious.
Yeah.
So anyway, I love, we do have the capability of being self-sufficient here. And in the past year or two, I've planted more than a dozen fruiting shrubs and trees. Apple trees, I've planted service berries, gooseberries, blueberries.
Goosegogs, I love them. Yeah.
Yes, we've just been doing all manner of planting because I'm prepared for the collapse. Okay.
We're not quite there.
I mean,
we're working
I
towards
know, but I'm just going to be ready.
So Charlemagne, hopefully you see the division of labor here. I buy the land, and my wife comes up with things to do with the land.
Are you kidding me? I get out there and sweat and get dirty.
That's right. That's true. Yeah. And I sit at my desk job and be a programmer guy.
Mr. D, I think your carrot pill has been redeemed.
That's pretty funny because that's basically the exact same scenario I would like to set up, also being a programmer with a desk job.
Right.
I guess if we see each other in February, hopefully I will own a fairly large property in Montana, which we're planning on.
I was gonna say, there's land for sale right up the street from us for cheap. You could, we could visit.
No, he's already moving.
Montana, I could not.
I'll sow your seeds, Charlemagne.
Okay, time to get the wife off.
Trying to have a wholesome moment here.
By the way, Radlib, I wanted to ask you about the Road to Serfdom. Have you ever seen the comic? I think it was published in Look magazine in the 40s, under the auspices of General Motors.
Yeah,
strangely enough,
a comic version of Road to Serfdom, right?
Yeah, a comic book version, financed by General Motors. Which is amazing, yeah.
Right.
Wow.
I'll see if I can find a picture of it. Oh yeah, here it is.
Corporations had other agendas than they do.
The classic story in comic book form, courtesy of the Ludwig von Mises Institute. So
they have it there. Yeah. Also, there's a Batman comic that has Ludwig von Mises in it. I'm not kidding. Anyway, good night.
Thank you. Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good night, Mr. Wrestlib. Oh, boo.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and throw Skeptical Waves in here, too,
Hey!
who's been waiting in the background.
I would say happy Thanksgiving, but I'm late. I'm late by
Break
1 minute.
the leaf.
Oh, it's only 11 here, so.
I'm saying you're good. It's
5A1.
Burger Americans, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we got a leaf.
Thank you, Mr. Text-to-Speech Man.
Yeah, so in terms of gardening, my habanero plant has done pretty well, and it looks like I might get 50 peppers off the thing. They're big too, so that's going to be awesome.
The pictures you shared looked really good.
Yeah, I'll send you some more because now they're orange and I need to pick them, and it's like crazy how many there are on there.
You gonna make some sauce?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't grow habaneros. I usually grow them every year, but I didn't grow any of this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, my ghost pepper plant got killed by the hurricane because it got ripped out by the roots, and that was really annoying because that's the second one that's been killed, but I've got a ton of plants now and or peppers out of it. And I mean, I'm guessing I'm not going to be here for much of next year anyway.
Yeah,
maybe
and
I
soon
will
you
be.
can be scrabbling out your harsh existence from the rocky, waterless soil of the American West. So you're
Right.
you're going to be able to focus.
You need to be, you need to be encouraging.
Absolutely, I'm encouraging. Charlemagne's totally going to rock it, but he's going to have to
Yeah.
farm out in rough country, man.
I remember you duct taping Basil's plant. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was an epic saga.
That was amazing.
Yeah, so yeah, what was that, like 2 years ago? My
Did it
basil
survive?
plant. Yeah, my basil
Yes.
plant. It got crazy high. It was like a 5 foot, maybe 4 foot basil plant. I'm not even exaggerating. And the hurricane took it out, but so it got just split at the root. But I just used some duct tape to put it back together, and it grew for
And
the
it
rest of the
worked.
season. Yeah, well, if it when the wood splits, right, the green living part is still there, and if it's not totally torn off, if you just sort of kind of stick it back together, there you go.
It's a
Yeah, just
strong
like
plant will
splicing.
rebind itself.
And I was just going to say, since Skeptical Waves has just freshly come in, is there anywhere that you want to take this conversation? Since you have just arrived, is there anything you want to announce or share? I should do the shill. Skeptical Waves has an excellent text-to-speech channel. Check out that channel on YouTube and consider subscribing. He's probably in some other locations as well. He can tell you. But
Indeed,
if
I
you
am.
want to be able to listen to the books while you do other things, there are any number of very interesting titles that he makes available over there.
Perfect for the busy new father on the go and all those people who don't have time to sit and read, unlike AA in the lodge.
I can vouch for this. Anytime I drive to work, it is Mr. Waves' channel that I'm typically listening to for reading.
So, Skeptical Waves, I just want to clarify something. So the deep fake AA that I played on UO on Tuesday, that wasn't you. That was someone else.
No, I helped with that, but the code and the training work was done by Logos Ex Machina, that channel.
Logos Ex Machina. Okay, yeah. Because I thought I thought that was your production solely, but yeah.
And so, D, are you coming to this February event?
Oh,
He better. I told him I would buy him a drink if he came.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
All right.
Yes, he did promise me a drink. I mean, little does he know that how much I drink, how much I'm capable of consuming. But by the way, I've just finished a bottle of bourbon. So
I'll just cross state lines with a bottle of bourbon.
Yeah, don't
He
careful
crossed
about
state
crossing.
lines.
Yep.
Don't cross state lines. I've heard that's
Right.
like the worst sin you can commit in
I'll
America.
post
Yes.
I'll post some pics of my 2020 duct tape job.
Nice.
In the, DM
I
group.
love that.
And then we
I
can
love
look at
that.
them if you want.
Oh, I put my my overgrown excuse for a garden in the DM group as well.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've definitely got a lot going there if you clear it out. I mean, I know that's
Yeah,
an
I
old
mean-
pick too at this point.
It's a couple of years old, so I should do one. I mean, like part of the reason my garden exists is so I can go and paint in the garden. Even though most of the art that I'm known for isn't that sort of thing, but I do lots of painting from nature. So yeah, so I basically I took the Claude Monet pill, which is to have a beautiful kind of garden of my own that I could set up and spend the summer painting en plein air. So that's what I do.
The Claude Monet pill, very nice. Clear pilled, red pilled? No, I'm a Monet
No,
pilled.
Monet pilled.
Monet
I mean,
pilled.
that
Little
is
pastel.
a beautiful life. Yeah, if you can get
All right,
it.
well,
Just-
ladies and gentlemen, I must insert myself because we're going to aim for the 6-hour mark, at which point we will have ultimately surpassed Academic Agent's paltry 5 hours, 44 minutes and something seconds, or 43 minutes, something like that. So that gives us a little over, around 25 minutes. And this is a very important thing that I've learned in life. You must open strong and you can, meander about in the middle, but then you must close strong. This applies in all affairs of life, most particularly with relationships. So we have 25 minutes left, ish. And so I want to present to you guys this question of how we are all to deal on this Thanksgiving. This just came up earlier, and I was thinking, I could ask everybody for a good idea, but you know what? Fuck it, I have one. So I'm going to throw it in there. We're talking about different groups of people and people of different sorts having to live side by side with the coof and the rest. Sorry, I'm not bringing it to a Thanksgiving crescendo. I'm just throwing this last question out here. And we'll see, maybe something else comes up. But you've got a group of people. How do I say this? We have to live among people who, if they're not simply addlepated, are perfectly willing to lie. And it's a very strange thing if you're naturally a more or less honest creature. And I mean, it struck me many times in life and kind of slapped me around a little bit. Holy shit, that person's just lying their ass off. And it's a strange thing for those who don't want to lie, who really don't want to lie, to be confronted, to have to interact with people who are perfectly happy to do so. And so this struck me as related to COVID. It certainly, is borne out in any number of ways when we look at what's going on around us with the mainstream media. I mean, how many different ways could we right now just talk about lying? But rather than do that, we could perhaps come around to the idea of how people who don't want to lie are to manage themselves, conduct themselves in the face of those who are perfectly willing to do so. Sorry, Furious.
No. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I have just while it was on my mind, I have the perfect word of advice, and it might be applicable to what you're saying. Maybe not, but I've said this to people close to me for the better part of 10 years. I've refined it. It used to be a simpler motto before, but I always say this is that treat people as you wish to be treated, unless they give you a good reason to be treated in a manner in which they otherwise deserve. And if people have been mendacious towards you, then repay them with generous interest. That's it. That's all you can do. If people are going to deal with you in a malevolent or malicious fashion and are going to lie, whatever, I'm not saying stoop to their level, but don't be the fool that always, walks up to people with an empty can and being sort of made a fool of or being taken for a ride. In the end, if you want kindness in life, be kind. If you and not that it's even about getting necessarily what you want, but, communities and families thrive off a genuine and sincere sense of goodness, of authentic conduct, of just being a genuine, good-hearted person, being thoughtful and conscientious and generous and loving. But you cannot do that with people who simply will not reciprocate and people who are of bad heart and bad spirit and bad intention. And ultimately, if it means doing this to defend yourself and possibly doing this to defend people that you love and that you value, then never walk into a proverbial gunfight with a knife. In the end, if there are people who want to end you or who want to ruin you, then just be on guard and give it back to them plus some. That's all I can say. Treat people as you wish to be treated unless they give you a reason to treat them otherwise, in which case give it to them back with interest.
Very good, very good, and it sounds quite sensible as well. Who would like to say this next?
Well, in some sense, that's the classic evolutionary theory of cooperation with retribution for anyone crossing you. Assume that you can work with somebody, and then if not, then you have to make sure that everyone else knows that you can't work with them.
And what sort of shape or form would that take?
Well, this
is just striking to me from a Canadian, who are the most accommodating and polite people I've ever come across in existence. So that's why I'm particularly interested.
Well, I get a sense I get in some sense that the NPCs of Canada are a little more accommodating in general and a little more polite. But that's not necessarily a good thing when the government starts stepping on your face.
Canada.
Yes.
Has anyone been to Canada? I've been there.
I have. I've been to Toronto and Vancouver.
Yeah, I went to Canada. I went to Toronto solely to visit the grave of Glenn Gould.
Totally fucking unexpected. That's like a Sonic reference.
Yeah, I laid a rose on Glenn Gould's grave. So.
Yeah, I've been to Vancouver. It's very Soviet looking.
I absolutely refuse to have the end of my stream absorbed with vacation reminiscences of Canada.
Come on,
you all should just come to Montreal.
Sammy, I have the perfect
nicer.
ending for this.
Montreal.
Now I do want to see Montreal because I had a bunch of my Canadian ancestor peeps who settled in New Brunswick, and I think many of them ended up, heading down that valley system. So one day I'd like to see it, but not just yet. Not until something more significant changes. But what does anyone else have anything to offer on this theme of how?
Wait, what theme? What's the theme? I was draining my giant penis in the toilet.
Jesus Christ. Sorry. This is the theme of those who don't want to lie, who are constitutionally disinclined to be liars, who have to live amongst those who are inclined to lie and are perfectly willing to do so.
Well, you can be quiet. That's another option.
But that's I mean, to be silent is almost kind of tacit agreement with
it is
with lies. I mean,
this is why this persona exists.
Well, I mean, so of course I operate under persona. I don't reveal my identity for various reasons that could be disastrous based upon the world that I operate in. But I've talked about this as well. I mean, one of the most terrible things about the situation that we're in is that basically you're being required to accept lies, to accept and repeat lies, whether it's transgenderism, whether it's COVID, whether it's race relations, anything else. You're required to repeat things that you know are not true, that you know in your heart and your soul. And that I think that maybe not most people, but certainly a lot of people know, just inherently in their bones, in their soul, they know not to be true. And yet you're required to associate yourself with those lies. And I think that's a very deliberate strategy, because once you have compromised your integrity and repeated the lie, repeated something that you know to be false, you basically become, you get hollowed out. And I've always been quite constitutionally unable. I cannot repeat lies. I cannot countenance lies of any sort, even if they're things that would be sort of beneficial to me. I mean, the area that I think of is the LGBT shite. There are many kind of lies associated with that, which would of course be personally advantageous for me to go along with, but I cannot do it. I can't do it. I will not lie for people. So, I mean, I would rather die than promulgate other people's lies. So, yeah, I mean, for me, I'm constitutionally unable to do that.
So it's what, withdrawal is the solution? Simply remove yourself from
so
the
yes,
presence?
for me, it's been withdrawal. To some extent, I've lost a lot of friends. I mean, again, I'm someone that my life is in the world of art. I mean, I've always been a kind of conservative / reactionary, but I've had to moderate things in a way to navigate in those spheres until such time that it doesn't matter. I'm in a position where I can be me basically. But yes, I've lost lots of friends. I have to be very careful. I've had to admonish people that I'm in professional relationships with, tell them to basically fuck off because I'm not participating in this or that. But there are consequences. I mean, you do withdraw. But I mean, it's a kind of multi-pronged strategy. I mean, withdrawal is not the end, the end of it, because of course most of us can't, we can't totally withdraw. We're in a situation where we have to engage, and so you have to find ways to engage that don't compromise your principles. I certainly do, because I can't do. I mean, I literally am just not able to do it. I will just basically fall apart if I'm pushed in that direction. So I've had to find ways to do it. I mean, I've never, the mask thing, for instance. I've never worn a mask. The only time I've ever worn one was to go for medical procedures, because I accepted that was the standard there. That there was no alternative, and that was a standard there, for other reasons before the coup. So I dealt with that, but I've never worn them anywhere else, and because I can't do it. I'm just not able to do it. So, but I mean, everyone is going to have to find a place where they're comfortable, that where they can live their life. And some people are more able to accept these compromises than others. I'm not going to judge people. I mean, it's like, people, oh, you got the vax, or you did this or that. I don't live in their shoes. I'm not in their situation, so I'm not going to judge them for that.
But it sounds very much like a vote for withdrawal where possible, but at any rate, not to accept it. Do we have? And I'm all for that, certainly. We have now passed AA's Ultra Stream mark, so we have a bit more time, and I have a closing surprise. But first, I want to ask Charlemagne, or Prudentialist, what your thoughts are on this. And we're not dead yet. We still got like 14 minutes, so don't feel like you have to be rushed.
Well, we find ourselves in a state of unrestricted warfare, and the thing we should mostly be thinking about is how to neutralize the weapons that the enemy is using against us, in order to not have to live among their lives. Because withdrawal is an option only if you are actually capable of withdrawing, which most people aren't. So I mean, the primary weapons that the enemy is using against us is economic weaponry, basically restricting the economic activity you can do until you're starved out. I mean, it's a classic siege scenario. We're under siege. What are the implements of siege? It is restrictions on where you're allowed to work for, whatever reasons, where you're allowed to do business for whatever reasons. So how do you neutralize those siege weapons as you make the effect of the siege cease, which is to restrict your resources, right? By simply building resources of your own so that you don't need these resources from the outside, the global economy anymore, right? So we're dependent on these resources from the global economy, and we need to make it so where any siege laid on those resources doesn't affect us in any critical way. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm going to, buy some land, because we need to be able to feed ourselves, and the ability to feed yourself is a mechanism by which you neutralize the enemy's weapons that are being used against you to restrict your ability to feed yourself. I mean, we really need to think of looking at everything in the state we're living in as a weapon. Everything is a weapon. Your bank account is a weapon. Your YouTube channel is a weapon. Literally, like every single action is, because we're in a state of total unrestricted warfare, right? So every action is happening on an infinite battlefield, right? A global battlefield with no limits. So, the land you might buy is a weapon. We need to start getting into this mindset of seeing what the actual weapons that are arrayed against us are. How do we neutralize those things? So this is really you need to get in the war footing mode of thinking. If you actually want to get away from having to live with these liars, because they have you under siege, and your options are going to be, basically starve to death or submit to the siege. Obviously, you don't want to submit. Starving to death isn't a realistic option either. So if you don't want to live among liars, you're going to have to, figure out how to counter everything they have arrayed against you. So that's where I'm thinking right now.
And Prude, have you any thoughts, sir?
I have a few. You are in a state where it's not just unrestricted warfare, but that unrestricted warfare includes spiritual warfare. C.S. Lewis writes about the abolition of man, and today's regime would love nothing more than the atomization of man. They do not want you connected, and if there's anything that we've seen with these social policies over the last 20 some odd months, is that they want you alone, disconnected, isolated, with the inability to be with anybody in an intimate manner, whether it is with your friends, whether it is with your priest, or whether it is with someone that you are romantically interested in. And in all of this time, I believe that it has worked for quite a few people, into the fact that they will happily comply if it means that they get a scrap of the life that they had before. And in turn, I think that that should remind all of us that you cannot give in at any point in time. If you have a desire to speak your piece, you must speak your piece. I think that even if telling the truth leads to your death, I think that there is far more greater things in this life than to submit and capitulate if you're going to tell the truth, and if that comes with its consequences. Because camouflage helps, digging a trench helps, but I had a conversation not too long ago with my father, actually, about the issue of the vax, and him being a former military man. He's just like, the military would have told me to get it, so I got it, and he works for the federal government now anyway. So he did his decision with the mandates for the federal government. But I told him I can't do it, and I won't do it, and I think that it is a lot better to die with my principles than anything else. And while that may sound defeatist, or that may sound noble and whatnot, and not necessarily winning the war, my response or my addendum to this would be, yeah, it's nice to go out with your principles, but at the same time, your principles should be about winning. When we talk about things like, like national divorce or whatever you want to do like that, there are people like Ed Kilgore of New York Magazine that I talked about in a video not too long ago. Those people want to own you. Those people want you dominated. They want you humiliated, and they will have nothing more than to take your children away and mutilate them. And you must have the same strength and the same desire with your morals, your codes, your values to defeat these people and crush them under your heels. You should march through New York. You should march through Toronto like Sherman marched through Atlanta. And until that happens, we are not done. And we will not be done until that happens.
But always civilly and lawfully, metaphorically speaking, lawfully. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely,
quote,
not quite
quote.
Exactly like Sherman. Like, yeah,
I mean,
just like Sherman. Crom, Fiend says yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing is that the modern person thinks that the worst thing in the world is to die, and I don't think that's true. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, the worst thing in the world is to die a coward. It's to die without principles. To die betraying the things that you believe strongly. And I think Prudentialists and Charlemagne both touched on that very well. I mean, that there are worse things in the world than death, and the modern person cannot understand that. The bug man cannot understand that.
Yeah, but I think we've seen a taste of that.
Always. Go on, Furious.
The modern person has great difficulty in distinguishing between merely existing and actually living, and that to live a life which is fulfilling and transcendent, and to adhere to things that we might judge or describe as being duties and responsibilities that give life purpose. The people who fear, and I mean, I suppose to some degree, we all in varying degrees harbor a fear of the unknown, and death is a part of that. But these people who are absolutely terrified of even countenancing or reflecting on the idea of dying are people who simply are addicted to relentless stimuli in what we would call dopamine cummies. and their attachments are purely material. Their attachments are purely in the here and now. These are not the people who will plant trees, to create shade, for their successors, under which shade they'll never enjoy. These are not people who will harbor and create a future with their hands. And like has been adequately described by the other panelists here, by Charlie and Prue just now, these are people who hate you. These are people who would savor nothing more than to see you under their boot, and to see your children taken away, to see you conscripted in body and soul and made servile to their ends. And these are people that you can't negotiate with in good faith or with good grace, and they should be looked at for what they are. How one would define that is entirely up to you. And given the situation that we are in, I've said it on a stream before, but if you're confronted with the abyss, smirk into the darkness and place your hand on the hilt of your sword, and don't let your opposition feel your fear. Don't demonstrate fear, and if you can master it, don't feel fear, because in the end there is a fight, flight, and freeze. If you freeze, you die. If you engage in flight, your family dies. At least with fighting, you stand a chance.
And for those who have what my buddy Tim always liked to call hostages to fortune, those who constrain your permissible range of activities, even in an absolute sense, most especially in the absolute sense, for those who have, for example, a wife or child that they have to take care of, or a wife who has a husband to take care of, or however that works, there is also the realm of cunning. And we're not going to get all deep into that realm because this is a Thanksgiving stream. And I wish I had some sort of soundtrack to play in the background at this point, because I want to end on a positive note, since we're closing in now on completely smashing Academic Agent's record. Since I don't have proper end music, I do want us all to gather around and turn our minds and our eyes to what we're all going to share now, which is a sort of a moment of history with our friend D.
Oh, Thankless.
Once upon a time, not so long ago, there was a little girl, and her name was Emily.
It was Emily. And she had a shop.
And she had a shop. There it is. It was rather an unusual shop because it didn't sell anything. You see, everything in that shop window was a thing that somebody had once lost, and Emily had found, and brought home to Bagpuss.
Bagpuss.
Hope I don't get
Emily's
a copyright
cat,
strike.
Bagpuss. The most important,
the most beautiful, the most magical,
the most beautiful,
saggy old cloth cat.
the most magical, saggy old cloth cat in the whole wide world.
Oh, gonna make me cry, amigo.
Bagpuss.
Well now, one day Emily found a thing. And she brought it back to the shop and put it down in front of Bagpuss, who was in the shop window, fast asleep as usual. But then Emily said some magic words.
Yes, Bagpuss.
Bagpuss, dear Bagpuss, old fat furry catpuss, wake up and look at this thing that I bring. Wake up, be bright, be golden and light. Bagpuss, oh hear what I sing.
Hear what I sing.
And Bagpuss was wide awake. And when Bagpuss wakes up, all his friends wake up too. The mice on the mouse organ woke up and stretched.
Madeline, the rag doll.
Madeleine, the rag doll, Gabriel the Toad.
Gabriel the frog friend. Frog friend.
And last of all, Professor Yeffel, who is a very distinguished old woodpecker. He climbed down off his bookend and went to see what it was that Emily had brought.
And there, ladies and gentlemen,
There it
Bagpuss.
is.
I did not even know that Bagpuss existed.
Oh,
That was so
And how
wholesome.
what more tender note could you imagine for us all to gather around in a spirit of Thanksgiving to set aside the darkness that we're afflicted by than a bit of pagan witchcraft like that.
And I was going to suggest we all say what we're thankful for, but I think this is far more wholesome.
Bagpuss found my heart.
I am thankful. I'm so thankful for this wonderful virtual community of peoples from these various places with whom I can speak in this admittedly sadly mediated fashion, which deprives us of the righteous face-to-face interaction that is our due. But in times such as these, I can make do. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I am thankful for.
well, I am thankful for, again, the blessings that God has bestowed upon me, many of them, of which I am not worthy. And I think about this every day. And of certainly the blessings of all of you friends. I mean, without the curse of modern technology, I would never have met. And, all of you, in one way or the other, have helped me get through some very difficult times of late. I mean, it doesn't always come out, in a serious way. But I mean, I struggle, as we all struggle, through the vicissitudes of life and to 2021. And yes, and you all helped me pull through, and I'm very eternally thankful for that, and eternally thankful that we have a platform which we can discuss things. Which, I mean, I'm old enough to remember a day when that would never have been possible. There would be no way to resist. There would be no way to have any sort of other idea, any kind of dissonance. So I'm extraordinarily grateful that God has given us that ability. So, yeah.
Okay, now that Dee has thanked God above for Susan Wojcicki, who's next?
Well, I'm thankful for my family, my wife and my daughter, my in-laws, my parents still being around. I'll see my father this weekend for his 75th birthday. And I'm thankful for this extended family that I found who have helped me through this almost 2 years of whatever it is that we're now experiencing.
Right on. And I did not mean to be dismissive of Dee's remark. I could not resist. Of course, I understand where he's coming from entirely.
Gen X scum always has to turn everything into irony, doesn't it?
I deserve that. I deserve that.
Oh, I love you, Oliver.
Very good, gentlemen. Very good. And we have Charlemagne or Furious.
Well, I'm thankful that despite being such a wretched sinner, I am still blessed with many things I don't deserve by God, and especially I echo the sentiments that, especially in the last 2 years, the times we've been able to share together have certainly it's been like nothing else, really. Without the community we're able to assemble from across the far corners of the earth through this weird thing, the internet, our lives would be much worse without it, I think. And I'm very grateful to be able to share these moments.
Right on. Furious. I want to say Prudentialist for last, since this was his idea.
Indeed. Okay. All good. It's sort of hard to keep adding on to these things, but I'm thankful for having stumbled across this. It's sort of a bit of an accident in some ways that my dismay at the world led me to YouTube and to watching guys like Academic Agent and Charlie's videos on the Moldbug and the Cathedral, amongst others, and Auron and a few others, and that I, just before COVID hit, I actually did a trip of Europe, and after years of being pestered, my sibling actually got me to open a Twitter because I hadn't had one before, and Twitter has led me onto this community. And who would have thought that by such small graces, doors of this kind open? And given the challenges that have been 2020 and 2021, in the midst of much of the dismay and the disappointment and sadness and uncertainty that all of us have on the stream have alluded to one way or another about our present circumstances, I am very grateful about having sort of stumbled into this, and I actually feel a strong sense of community and purpose with what we do. And in the end, a beacon can't shine bright without darkness. And I think that if this world is surrounded by darkness, if we can be those beacons in a modest way, then all the more power and strength to us in the battle for good, and in the battle for what is for good and righteous. And also from a personal perspective, I mean, for those who follow the chat, I do talk about this from time to time, but I am fortunate to be blessed with a good family, and God willing, if things don't completely, if the arse doesn't fall out of the world in the next sort of 18 months to 2 years, I'll be able to sort of set up my new life on a new property, and I can help my folks with their retirement. And again, God willing, if I'm able to start a family, that'd be great. But sometimes things that you think are a world away are just in front of you. You just have to keep digging a little more, and you need to stick to your guns and trust yourself. And I'm grateful for all those blessings, as has been said. And and even for the people, it's worth saying too, like the chat, like every time I'm on Pasta Posse or in UO or on your wonderful channel today, Semigog, we are followed and supported by a great number of people, and we should be grateful for their input and their support as well, because otherwise, why would we be doing any of this? And whether it's to you, Semi, or to Prude and Charlie and AA and anyone, and especially AM, because he first asked me, who have been so welcoming for me into this community. I'm very humbled to be part of it, and very honored, and I'm thankful to all of you.
Very nice. Well, indeed, a prudentialist.
Well, I have a few things. I'll start with all of you. I created a channel October last year, and I did it after years of watching people like AA and so on. And I thought, okay, well, I've been asked about my opinion on things and consuming on things, and I might as well put my thoughts out there. And I would have never thought that I'd be where I'm at today and doing these things and talking to people in a time of such social isolation, especially with my own medical stuff going on. So you guys have been a lifeline for like the last year and some change, and I am beyond thankful for that. So thank you all. I'm also very thankful for my family, who have been nothing more than an anchor and a rock through everything that I have been dealing with. And it's 11:40 p.m. on the 25th of November. It's been 5 months and 10 days since I was given a new lease on life, in the same way that God sent his only son to redeem us all. Some poor son was unfortunately passed away, but redeemed myself and one other person with the gift of life. So if there's one thing I could be thankful for, it is the chance for a new lease on life, and a chance to dedicate that life to service to others and goodwill.
Well, it's certainly difficult to add anything to that, other than to say that in summary, I'm thankful very much for having guests who have been willing to come on this channel and help me build it, because it's really nothing but discussions, and it's been great dealing with all you guys and the many others who didn't have the opportunity to drop in tonight, and all the people who watch the channel. And for all the joking about it means a lot. It means quite a bit to have any money coming in as a result of, people watching the channel and everything. So all the folks over 5 years now, I don't even know how long it's been, thanks to all of them. And to my friend Tim, who helped me put this channel together. And I hope and trust and pray he will be recovered soon. So that's thanks going out to all the peoples, all the good peoples, all the mighty peoples, all the righteous peoples. Thanks to them, one and all, not least my guest this evening, and you, fine audience, beautiful peoples. So Thanksgiving. Thanks to one and all.